इन महान भावों का हम सब लोग इस समय पे याद रखना है और याद करना है और हमारा बच्चों को याद दिलाना है. दिस इज अ ग्रेट tribute we can really pay to them. We proudly hoist our national flag, reflect on our national values, recount tales of bravery and social harmony from our freedom struggle. That is only my appeal. I don't want to make a long speech. Please recall the memory of the great sacrifices made by the freedom fighters, the path shown by our people, and the values that we have inherited from Indian culture, heritage. They have to be preserved and passed on, irrespective of caste, creed, sex, religion and region. India is one. We are one nation, one people, one country. This has to be remembered by one and all. अलग भाषा अलग वेश फिर भी अपना एक देश, विविधता में एकता भारत का विशेषता. This is the message of this Tiranga. So take that message to the people, and I appeal to the members of parliament. Take this message to the people in your constituency. See to it that everybody is involved in this program, and the program becomes a grand success. There is a cultural renaissance and awakening of the patriotism among the people, and we march forward to make India a strong, stable, prosperous and peaceful country in the world. Sarve jana sukhino bhavantu. Vasudhaika Kutumbakam. Share and care is the core of Indian philosophy. Keep that in mind and take the message forward. सबको मेरे ओर से शुभकामनाएं. नमस्कार, धन्यवाद.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर. मैं बहुत आभार प्रकट करता हूं आदरणीय उपराष्ट्रपति जी का. एम नायकुड
animate from
All right, so pictures on your screen are of the Tiranga bike rally that's taking place in the national capital, being flagged off, of course, by the Vice President Venkaiah Naidu over there. Do remember that this is a celebration that, of course, is part of the Union Ministry of Culture's various events that are taking place in the 76th year of our independence. This is also part of the Azadi Ka Mahotsav that is being celebrated across the country. So these pictures on your screen are coming to you from the national capital. There are a host of events, of course, which have been lined up as part of the 75th year of India's independence. This particular one, of course, being flagged off earlier this morning, a short while ago, in fact, by the Vice President Venkaiah Naidu. Venkaiah Naidu also speaking about the rich cultural heritage of our country, also giving out a clear message of unity amongst diversity. So the Vice President over there flagging off this rally that is taking off from Vijay Chowk, I think. A host of events, of course, have been lined up as part of the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, also including the Har Ghar Tiranga initiative that has been launched by the union government. Now, pictures on your screen are of the Vice President who flags off this rally, as well as other senior leaders of including, I think, the Minister of Culture also there right now. So the Tiranga bike rally being flagged off from the national capital.
हाँ, सब मिलेगा उधर, सब है. ये आ रहे हैं जैसे उपराष्ट्रपति जाएंगे उस तरह से. हाँ, उपराष्ट्रपति जैसे ही प्रस्थान करेंगे उसके बाद हम यात्रा शुरू.
Well, the Culture Ministry, of course, has organized a Tiranga bike rally that takes place from the Red Fort to Parliament for the MPs of all parties. Now, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister Prahlad Joshi is also present, I think, in that rally. The rally, of course, was flagged off just a short while ago by the Vice President Venkaiah Naidu over there. He also gave out a message of peace and harmony. As I was pointing out earlier, of course, this rally takes place from Red Fort to Parliament, and MPs of all parties are believed to be participating in this in this rally. Let's cut across live to Priyanka, who's reporting from New Delhi on this. Priyanka, this of course is part of the Azadi Ka Mahotsav celebrations that we are seeing in this year, that is the 75th year of our independence.
सबने तो इसमें यात्रा के आयोजन में मदद की है। मीडिया कर्मियों का आभार प्रकट करता हूँ, विशेष करके मीडिया कर्मियों का।
Priyanka, can you hear us?
प्रेस के बंधुओं का जिन्होंने इस यात्रा के प्रचार।
All right, I don't think Priyanka can hear me over there, but
सब एकजुट होकर तिरंगा यात्रा में जुटे हैं। बहुत सारे केंद्रीय मंत्री, सांसद, अलग अलग दलों के नेता वो भी इसमें जुड़े हैं। मैं चाहता था विपक्षी दल भी बड़ी संख्या में जुड़ते, लेकिन वो तिरंगा यात्रा में नहीं जुड़े। लेकिन अपने अपने क्षेत्रों में तिरंगा यात्रा वो अवश्य करें, क्योंकि ये संदेश है आज की पीढ़ी को, आने वाली पीढ़ियों को, कि हम सब भारत को एकजुट रखेंगे, भारत को आगे बढ़ाएंगे, भारत को और मजबूत और ताकतवर बनाएंगे।
राष्ट्रपति जी प्रस्ताव कर गए हैं, यात्रा प्रारंभ हो रही है, सभी व्यवस्था बनाए रखें। बहुत ही सुंदर दृश्य।
And of course was Anurag Thakur over there, who's participating in this rally, also urging MPs from the opposition to participate. Let me go across to Priyanka. Priyanka, if you can hear me now, give us a sense of what's happening around you. These pictures that are coming in of this bike rally, extremely colorful, of course.
आप अगर कहीं भीड़ नजर आ जाए या कुछ
देखिए मैं आपको सारी चीज समझाती हूँ। यहाँ पर हमारे पीछे अभी पीछे बीजेपी सांसद मीनाक्षी लेखी जी हैं और यहाँ पर सैकड़ों हजारों की तादाद में लोग पहुंचे हुए हैं। यहाँ पर तिरंगा महोत्सव, हर घर तिरंगा अभियान के तहत रैली का आगाज हो चुका है और यहाँ पर देखिए हम पूरी कोशिश कर रहे हैं ताकि इस रैली में पीछे न रहे, लगातार आगे हम चलते रहे। इसलिए कोशिश है कि एक एक तस्वीर दिखाएं। यहाँ पर 13 से 15 अगस्त तक कोशिश है यहाँ बीजेपी की तरफ से कि किसी भी पार्टी का नहीं है, यहाँ बाकी और पार्टियों के सांसद भी पहुंचे, उनको भी निमंत्रण दिया गया है। और यहाँ पर देखिए आप देख रहे हैं यहाँ पर केंद्रीय मंत्री, यहाँ पर सांसदगण, यहाँ पर भारी तादाद में लोग पहुंचे हुए हैं और दूर दराज से लोग पहुंचे हैं। हमारे पीछे मीनाक्षी लेखी जी हैं, सीधा हम उनको माइक देंगे और कोशिश करेंगे कि वो अगर माइक पकड़कर अपनी प्रतिक्रिया दे पाए, क्योंकि यहाँ स्कूटी चलाते हुए माइक से प्रतिक्रिया लेना थोड़ा मुश्किल होगा। मीनाक्षी जी, क्या संभव होगा? भारत माता की नारे लग रहे हैं यहाँ पर, भारत माता की जय के नारे लग रहे हैं यहाँ पर। और देखिए हम कोशिश करते हैं।
All right, so those, of course, are parliamentarians who are undertaking this Tiranga bike rally from Red Fort to Parliament. For this, of course, has been organized by the Culture Ministry. It's an initiative which is part of the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. The Vice President of the country, Venkaiah Naidu, of course, inaugurated this rally just a short while ago, and MPs of all political parties have been asked to participate in it, but what we are given to understand is that several opposition MPs have given this event a skip. Anurag Thakur, of course, was part of the rally earlier, and Meenakshi Lekhi also bike-borne right now. So all these, I think that appears to be Smriti Irani, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, that's Smriti Irani, who's also on that bike over there. So this, of course, is part of the several programs that have essentially been launched by the Centre for celebrating 75 years of India's independence. I think I'm going to cut across live on the ground to Piyush. Piyush, pictures coming in extremely colourful this morning. This, of course, is part of the Azadi Ka Mahotsav program that's been launched by the Centre. This particular event, Piyush, organised by the Ministry of Culture? All right, viewers can, of course, understand that this is an extremely colourful event. Also, a large number of those bikes are making their way, so we are having connectivity issues. But just to tell our viewers that this, of course, is an extremely is one of the programs that has been put in place by the Ministry of Culture. MPs are riding from Red Fort to Parliament. Piyush, if you can hear me, take us through what's happening around you. Colourful visuals coming in.
See as to how there is a bike rally which is being organized by the Ministry of Culture, parliamentarians from BJP and other parts of other constituents of NDA. They are taking part in this. Krishnapal Gujjar is also taking part in this. Sir, क्या मैसेज आप हिस्सा ले रहे हैं बाइक रैली में?
देखिए, सभी देशवासियों को आज संदेश दिया जा रहा है। आज सांसद बाइक रैली है जो विजय चौक तक जाएगी कि 13 से 15 अगस्त तक सभी देशवासी अपने अपने घरों पर तिरंगा फहराएं। और आज तिरंगा पूरी दुनिया में भारत के स्वाभिमान का प्रतीक है। पूरी दुनिया में तिरंगे का सम्मान बढ़ा है उसका, इसलिए पूरे देश के हर घर में तिरंगा फहरे, इसके लिए ये बाइक रैली निकाली जा रही है।
Bike rally is being organized to send out a message to the people across the country to hoist Tricolour on their roofs from 13th to 15th of August. Right behind me you can see sea of tricolours, people taking part in this Tiranga Yatra with chants of Vande Mataram, Bharat Mata Ki Jai. You can see Venkaiah Naidu is the one who had basically flagged off this entire Tiranga rally, and this rally will go towards the Vijay Chowk in Delhi. We are in Parliament and the message is being sent out to the people to hoist Tricolour from 13th to 15th of August. Anurag Thakur is also sitting there, who is going to take part in this bike rally. G. Kishan Reddy, Ministry of Culture Minister, is also there. Even he will take part in that. So it's a huge program which has been organized by Ministry of Culture. And if you can talk to us. Okay, there's a okay. So he's facing some problem in speaking. G. Kishan Reddy is facing some problem in speaking, but yes, he's taking part in this bike rally. Let's try to show you more and more pictures. I would ask Vivek to come with me. Then we will move more beyond and then try to get more pictures. You can see how there's a massive gathering which has taken place here at Red Fort, where people from different parts of the Delhi have come here. Sir, क्या मैसेज देना चाहेंगे सर? मैसेज क्या देना चाहेंगे आप?
भारत की शान बान आन की प्रतीक है तिरंगा। आज आज़ादी का अमृत महोत्सव के शुभ अवसर पर सभी सांसदों ने भारत माता के जयकारा लगाते हुए आज से अभी पूरा देश में जो हर घर तिरंगा का कार्यक्रम शुरू किया गया है।
All parliamentarians are taking part in this. We will also try to, take part in this Tiranga rally. Tiranga rally. I would ask my video journalist, कोई है आपके साथ to sit with them, So we will also try to take part in this Tiranga rally, and then we'll try to show you more pictures. चलिए भैया, चलिए. आप आगे ले लीजिए. आप आगे ले लीजिए. हाँ, चलिए.
प्रचार करने आज निकले हैं हमारे सभी माननीय मंत्रीगण, माननीय सांसद.
चलिए दादा, वो बाइक, वो कैमरा, वो आगे चलिए आगे. हाँ, मैं पकड़ लेता हूँ. हाँ. Taking place from which has now begun from Red Fort. Which is now begun from the Red Fort. We'll try to show you different colors. I would ask Vivek to continue to show you the pictures. We are taking part in this Tiranga rally, Tiranga bike rally, which has now begun from Red Fort. Many parliamentarians have taken part in this bike rally, Tiranga bike rally, which has now begun from Red Fort. They are going towards the Parliament, so it's a big day. A message is being sent out clearly by the parliamentarians to hoist Tricolour on their respective houses from 13th to 15th of August. So it's a huge Tiranga rally, Tiranga bike rally, which has now begun from Red Fort. We'll have to wait and watch how this program is further going to be continued. But yes, a clear message being sent out by the government, by the Ministry of Culture, and also is being told to people across the country to take part in flag hoisting ceremony on their roofs from 13th to 15th of August. So we are continuously showing you live pictures from this Tiranga bike rally, which has now kick-started from Red Fort. This bike rally will go towards the Vijay Chowk in Delhi, and till there we will be also taking part in this bike rally. We are also following all the precautions by wearing helmet, and also we are also taking part in this bike rally, which has now been kick-started.
अपने कर्तव्य बोध को ध्यान में लेते हुए हर घर तिरंगा फहराने का, भारत के भविष्य को लहराने का काम करें।
So we are. Let me also try to get in a word from this person with whom I am sitting. आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे? आप भी तिरंगा यात्रा में हिस्सा लिया आपने?
हाँ जी
बोलिए, क्या कहेंगे आप?
आज हमारे लिए बहुत ही हर्षोल्लास का दिन है। आज हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री मोदी जी की वजह से ये संभव हो पाया है। हाँ
जी। और यहाँ से विजय चौक तक जा रहे हैं। 13 अगस्त से 15 अगस्त तक जो है ये कहा गया है कि आप झंडा लहराएं अपनी छतों पर। क्या कहना चाहेंगे आप?
हम तो पूरे साल झंडा लहराते हैं, कोई आज स्पेशल नहीं है। हम हिंदुस्तानी हैं।
आप क्या कहेंगे? हेलो, तिरंगा यात्रा में आप हिस्सा ले रहे हैं, क्या कहेंगे?
जी बहुत अच्छा है, और हम सबको अपने घर पे तिरंगा लगाना चाहिए, और इससे अपनी देश की शान बढ़ती है। और
that is the message which is being sent out by the people. And now here there are few people who are now saying
हर काम में जुट जाएं, उठ जाओ और जुट जाओ। कुछ ऐसा नहीं जो हम पा नहीं सकते, और कुछ ऐसा नहीं जो हम कर नहीं सकते। यही हमारी प्रेरणा हो, और भारत का तिरंगा हर मन में लहराए। जी, ये तो बहुत ही खुशी का माहौल है, और चारों तरफ जो ये माहौल है तिरंगा यात्रा का, वो आप सबके सामने है। हर भारतीय के मन में बसता है तिरंगा।
इसे किसी एक पार्टी से जोड़ के देखना
बिल्कुल गलत है। ये कोई पार्टी और कोई राजनीतिक व्यवस्था का हिस्सा नहीं है। भारत पर जिन वीर और वीरांगनाओं ने अपना सर्वस्व न्यौछावर किया, उनको श्रद्धांजलि देते हुए, भारत के प्रति एकता का भाव रखते हुए, देश को सर्वस्व न्यौछावर करने की प्रेरणा का प्रतीक है। जी। हाँ जी, हमारे कार्यक्रम लगातार दिल्ली में होने वाले हैं और पूरे देश भर में होने वाले हैं, और हर घर तिरंगा का जो आयोजन है वो हर घर के ऊपर तिरंगा लहराएगा, और वही हमारे लिए सबसे बड़ा संदेश है। हाँ जी, हर घर में जाएगा।
आ जाओ। Well, yes, we are showing you the live pictures of this Tiranga rally, Tiranga bike rally, which is now kick-started from Red Fort of Delhi towards the Vijay Chowk. We are showing you the live pictures of these people who have taken part in this Tiranga Yatra. A message is being sent out, clear message being sent out by the people from Delhi to hoist the Tricolour from 13th of August till 15th of August. Remember that the people across the country are also celebrating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, 15 years of independence. Bharat Mata Ki Jai, Vande Mataram. These are the chants with which these people are taking part in this huge Tiranga rally. We also spoke to multiple parliamentarians where they sent out a clear message that they want to tell to the people across the country to take part in the weekday-long celebrations. Remember that BJP has planned out multiple events where not only in Delhi but across the country, the members of the workers of BJP will be going to different households and will request people to take part in similar Tiranga Yatras. Massive traffic arrangements have also been made. We are showing you how green light has been given for the people who are taking part in the Tiranga Yatra. So across the Delhi, beginning from Red Fort till Vijay Chowk, multiple arrangements have been made. Traffic has been stopped for the people who are part of this Tiranga Yatra. Now we have now reached here. We have now reached till at the ITO area of Delhi, and from here we will be moving towards the Vijay Chowk, and you can see right behind me people chanting slogans Bharat Mata Ki Jai, Vande Mataram. So euphoric environment here where people of Delhi and also parliamentarians have taken part in this Tiranga Yatra, which has begun from Red Fort going towards the Vijay Chowk till Parliament. This Tiranga Yatra is going and a clear message is being sent. And also you can see, if Vivek can zoom, a balloon, a tricolour balloon is also flying there in the sky right above us. So a message is being sent to get united, to take part in Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, which will begin from the next week. And today is the first day where on this day, the government is sending out a message. आप भी तिरंगा यात्रा में हिस्सा ले रहे हैं, क्या मैसेज देना चाहेंगे आप?
भारत अखंड हो, भारत मजबूत हो, भारत माता की।
आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
मैं नो कमेंट।
So Bharat Akhand ho, Bharat Majboot ho. That is also a message being sent out by the people who have taken part in this Tiranga bike rally. Any minute from now we will be reaching there to Vijay Chowk where this yatra will culminate. But yes, we saw how parliamentarians from different political parties took part in this Tiranga bike rally, and thousands of people from Delhi also took part in this. So it's a massive day, huge day, where people are now observing, taking part in this Tiranga Yatra. Tiranga Yatra, we are continuously showing you the pictures coming in from Delhi's Mandi House area, and now from here we are moving towards the Vijay Chowk. Now after this very short break, we will get more and more pictures as the Tiranga Yatra is going on, which has kick-started from Red Fort and will culminate there at Vijay Chowk. Stay tuned for more and more updates and keep watching Republic TV.
In the CBSE 2022 boards, the toppers for classes 12 and 10 are from Amity once again. At Amity, we are privileged to educate brilliant students and express our gratitude to our teachers and school leaders who passionately work for the success of our children.
मैं भी ये चाहता हूँ, हमेशा दिल में सोता हूँ शाम को, मेरे को दर्द होता है कलेजे के अंदर कि चाइना आए तो आज भी मैं खाने के लिए तैयार हूँ। युद्ध भूमि में दुश्मन से जब हम लड़ा करते थे तूफानों को मोड़ दिया करते थे, अभी जितना बॉर्डर पर मारते हैं उतना तो हम रोड पे छोड़ दिया करते थे।
The only thing which is still in his mind is Naam, Namak and Nishan. Naam of his battalion.
Yes.
Namak, of course, he is eating off the banner, and the Nishan of the banner he is carrying.
इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट किया और इंडियन फ्लैग को वहाँ पे देखा इटली में, तो कैसा लगा तुम्हें?
जब मैं वहाँ पहुंची मैंने देखा इंडिया का फ्लैग, वाह, ये तो मैं इतनी खुश हो गई कि नहीं, अब तो कुछ करके दिखाना है। इंडिया का फ्लैग ऊपर होना चाहिए, बस इतना मैं चाहती थी और वो मैंने कर दिखाया। अगर आप इंडिया रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हो ना, हार नहीं माननी है, क्योंकि गोल्ड तो लेकर ही आना है आपको। बचपन से सर एक ही ड्रीम है मेरा, अब एक तो अपनी गेम को प्रोफेशनली यूज करना है, प्रोफेशनली आगे बढ़ाना है और वर्ल्ड ओलंपिक्स में गोल्ड लाना है इंडिया के लिए, अपनी स्टेट के लिए।
So this is the place you are heading here. This is the heart of Kabul. This is the place where a lot of ministries are located here. You know, the Shahid, one of the places in Kabul, on the entrance of Al-Qaeda organization,
Our pictures on your screen are of the Tiranga bike rally that's taking place in the national capital. Piyush is reporting on this. Piyush, colourful pictures coming in there. I don't think we've got Piyush.
We're showing you the pictures coming in from Delhi, where the Tiranga Yatra is now underway. I would ask Vivek to show you the live pictures. We are also taking part in this Tiranga Yatra. Remember that this will culminate there at Vijay Chowk, and there was a meeting took place of the NDA constituents, where it was also decided that all the parliamentarians of BJP will take part in such yatras and programs in coming week, and also they will take part in all the events marking the 75 years of independence. After this very short break, we will be getting more and more details, as the Tiranga Yatra is all set to culminate there at Vijay Chowk of Delhi, and thousands of people have taken part in this huge Tiranga Yatra. And after this very short break, we'll get more and more details. Stay tuned for more updates.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Good evening and welcome, viewers. Now, you all know that I'm no fan of American foreign policy, but I'm so glad that the Americans are calling China's bluff this minute. That's the live developing story in Taiwan. I know that America is doing all of this to distract from their internal problems. Their economy is tanking, reaching near recession levels. There is gun violence all over America. It's a complete mess. Job cuts have started. Inflation is sky high. And I know and you know that the weak Biden has sent Nancy Pelosi to Taiwan to distract the angry and frustrated.
This full road has been blocked by the Congress workers, the high voltage drama.
Nancy Pelosi lands in Taiwan.
Top headlines at 9:30 a.m. China in a flux. Pelosi in Taiwan, despite threats of serious consequences from Beijing. Pelosi meets Taiwanese President Tsai Ing-wen, says wants world to recognize Taiwan's leadership. Taiwan digs its heels in, says will do whatever it takes for self-defense. China on war footing escalates mega military drills near Taiwan. As world watches the unfolding of mega face-off with bated breath, Russia backs China, calls Pelosi's visit a clear provocation. A very good morning. You're watching Republic TV. We are giving you these live pictures from Tiranga bike rally in the national capital, where you can see that there is a mega rally. Hundreds line up for the mega Tiranga rally. This has been organized by the Culture Ministry, and the rally will take place, and it's happening as we speak, from the Red Fort to the Parliament for the MPs of all parties. And in fact, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister Prahlad Joshi has appealed all MPs to attend the event. All right, Piyush is right over there with us. Piyush, give us an update. We can see that the rally has kicked off. A lot of action happening there. All right, we'll be getting to Piyush. He's right over there where all the action is happening. The visuals you see on your screen of the bike rally, which has kick-started already. And remember that PM Modi has already urged everyone to hoist or display the national flag at their house between August 13th and 15th. And today, a Tiranga bike rally is happening in the national capital. We're getting you all the updates from ground. We had also seen Meenakshi Lekhi speaking to the Republic on why it's important for everyone to participate in the Tiranga bike rally in the national capital. And this is the big story we are tracking at this point of time. Piyush Mishra is there on spot as well, and we'll be going to him very, very soon. But a lot of appeal by a lot of MPs as well for all party members to take out the bike rally to publicize the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. While the youth wing also across the country of the BJP is carrying out the Tiranga Yatra on bikes. So we are seeing a lot of action and colour coming in from the national capital as the cultural ministry is organizing the Tiranga bike rally from the Red Fort to the Parliament. And you can see that it has kicked off and hundreds have lined up on the roads to participate in the Tiranga bike rally, visuals of which you can see there on your screen, viewers. And this is, of course, a host of exercise, a part of the host of exercise for the party members during the week-long program to celebrate the 75th anniversary of India's independence. So this is one of the events which has been organized. A big message of unity coming across there from the Tiranga bike rally in the national capital. We're getting you exclusive visuals there of the Tiranga bike rally. You can, of course, see that many MPs are participating.
जी, मेरे को तो खुशी है कि आप मेरे साथ रहीं और आपने गाड़ी भी चलाई, जो अगर मैं चलाती तो मैं बात नहीं कर सकती थी आपसे, मगर वो दोनों काम सॉल्व हुए जब आपने गाड़ी भी चलाई और साथ में माइक पर भी बने रहे. तो थैंक यू वेरी मच, आपको आपका धन्यवाद.
लेकिन ये जो ऐतिहासिक दिन होने वाला है, ये बड़ा संदेश होगा बाकी और देशों के लिए भी. लगातार निरंतर भारत की मजबूत होती जा रही है.
ये संदेश भारत के एक होने का और भारत के हर भारतीय के मन में तिरंगा और अपने वीर वीरांगनाओं के प्रति जो श्रद्धा है, ये भारत की एकता और अखंडता का प्रतीक है और यही भारत के आन बान शान का प्रतीक है. क्योंकि इतना सब इस देश को आज़ाद करने में लगा, इतने लोगों ने अपनी कुर्बानी दी, बलिदान दिया, उन सबके प्रति श्रद्धांजलि का अवसर है और यही हम सब भारतीयों की प्रेरणा है कि आने वाले भारत का जो संदेश है वो क्या हो.
हमें ये जानकारी मिली है कि इस रैली में कोई भेदभाव नहीं, ये नहीं कि बीजेपी के लोग आएंगे, सबको बोला गया.
नहीं, इसमें सबको आने के लिए कहा गया और मैं पुनः आग्रह करती हूँ कि हर घर तिरंगा कार्यक्रम में अभी भी समय है. सब लोग अपने घर पर तिरंगा लगाएं और साथ में उसकी फोटो सोशल मीडिया पर डालें. कोई पार्टी और कोई व्यक्ति आपको घर में कहने के लिए नहीं आएगा. आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव है, 15 अगस्त आ रहा है, हर भारतीय अपने घर में तिरंगा लगाए.
हम देख रहे हैं अलग अलग राज्यों में तिरंगे बन रहे हैं, तो क्या जो गैर बीजेपी शासित राज्य है वहाँ पर भी ये सब
जगह ये तो पोस्ट ऑफिस के माध्यम से खरीदारी जो है तैयार है और हर भारतीय को इसमें शामिल होना चाहिए और तिरंगा अपने घर पर खरीद कर लगाना चाहिए.
अब कोई ऐसा संगीत, कोई ऐसा वाक्य आपको याद आ रहा हो जो आज के दृश्य को बताता हो और पूरी तरह से दर्शाता हो?
मैं तो यहाँ आती हूँ ना इस पर विस्टा पर, तो मुझे कुछ चीजें याद आती हैं जो मन को दुख देने वाली भी हैं. मुझे याद आता है वो समय जब मैं यहाँ कारगिल के बाद, क्योंकि होशो हवास में तो कारगिल एक ऐसा युद्ध था जो हम सब ने आंखों के पास से देखा. तो उस समय पर जब भी मैं यहाँ आती थी अपने कुछ लोगों के साथ एक रीत चढ़ाने के
And first, I would like to invite the host, our President of the Republic, Dr. Tsai Ing-wen, to make her remarks.
Yes, I'd like to take this opportunity to reiterate the Taiwanese people's warm welcome to Speaker Pelosi and the delegation. We're grateful for the delegation's visit under such challenging circumstances as a demonstration of unwavering support to the people of Taiwan. The Speaker's presence here in Taiwan serves to boost public confidence in the strength of our democracy as a foundation to our partnership with the United States. I told Speaker Pelosi that we are committed to maintaining the status quo across the strait. Taiwanese people are pragmatic. We have welcomed many congressional delegations to Taiwan over the years, and the normal practice of friends visiting each other is inherent in our culture of hospitality. Military exercises are unnecessary responses. Taiwan has always been open to constructive dialogue, and we will work with stakeholders to bring about stability and peace in the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And now I'm honored to give the floor to Speaker Pelosi to deliver her remarks.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam President, for your leadership and for the leadership gathered here with you today. I'm proud of my delegation. We're almost like one unit. The chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, the chairman of the Mr. Meeks, Mr. Takano, chair of Veterans Affairs, vice chairs of Foreign Energy and Ways and Means, the Trade Committee, Congresswoman Susan Delbene, a member of the Intelligence Committee, Mr. Krishnamurthy, and a member of the Foreign Affairs and Armed Services Committee, Mr. Kim. I say that because when I speak, my receiving your kind words as well as this invitation is really received and appreciated by members of Congress. On both sides of the aisle, on both sides of the Capitol, great enthusiasm for the U.S.-Taiwan relationship. Let's just put it in perspective. Over 4 decades ago, the Taiwan Relations Act was built in building a strong bond between our two countries, advancing our shared interests of governance, economy, and security, while respecting the One China policy. Our solidarity with you is more important than ever as you defend Taiwan and your freedom. In our bilateral meeting, we discussed key opportunities to deepen our partnership, upholding democracy and human rights and respect for the individual, combating, well, I'll get around to comment. 3 areas that I just mentioned: security, economy, governance. Security, our relationship is a strong one, and we discussed how we can make it stronger and more and up to date. In economy, we talked about a trade agreement that might be possible and soon. And in governance, among other things, and in governance, I want to salute Taiwan for the leadership you have provided in fighting COVID. Probably one of the highest rates of vaccination, but also the lowest number of deaths from COVID, a real model for the world. It's about science, but it's also about community acceptance of a plan, and that is called leadership. So thank you for that lesson to all of us. And so as we deal with those 3 areas, we come here following the President's lead on the Indo-Pacific economic framework. That's interesting. We support that. Again, in terms of security, economy, and governance. Taiwan's not a part of that, so we want to build a different set with the economic package, with our security package, and a trade agreement, hopefully, that is imminent. So this is a very important time for us because we came here to listen and to learn about how we can do this more effectively, really achieving the goals for Taiwan that we all aspire to but don't understand as fully as we do now because of this trip. So again, I said it's a great pride for us today, the first woman speaker in the House meeting the first woman president of Taiwan. We have some enthusiasm for that, and again, we're very proud of our representative, Sandra Aldkirk, and I'm proud of my colleague, Susan Delbene. So it may take a moment to take some pride in women's leadership. Again, our delegation came here to send an unequivocal message. America stands with Taiwan. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Your Honorable. Right now, with the permission of our President and Speaker Pelosi, we'll be taking up questions from the media. So we'll proceed right now taking the first questions from Taiwanese media, and it will be raised by Mr. Joseph Ye from CNA. Joseph?
President Tsai, Madam Speaker, I'm Joe from the Central News Agency. I'm representing more than hundreds of Taiwanese media. I was given one question, so the question will be a little bit long, so please bear with me, because we have waited for 25 years for this chance. So you're the first House Speaker to visit Taiwan in 25 years, so do you foresee that your visit will bring up even more similar high senior official U.S. to visit Taiwan in the future, or maybe future speakers? This is the first part of my question. And the second part is, in accordance with Taiwan Travel Act, high-level visit a two-way thing. So a lot of U.S. congressmen has proposed President Tsai to speak at U.S. Congress, if possible. Do you see that it could realize anytime soon in the near future, especially under your leadership in the House? And the final question is, I'm sorry, 25 years again, sorry. The final question is, how do you see how the Chinese welcome you with military exercise and sanctions against Taiwan? Do you foresee that? Thank you.
Well, first let me thank you for your questions on behalf of all of those other people, and to say that in terms of our visit here, and would that lead to other visits, I certainly hope so. But I think it's important to note that members of Congress, several of them had made trips just earlier this year. 5 senators, bipartisan, came, again, including the chair of the Foreign Relations Committee, Mr. Menendez, came. Not too much of a fuss was made. Individual senators have made trips or plan to make trips. And I just hope that it's really clear that while China has stood in the way of Taiwan participating and going to certain meetings, that they understand that they will not stand in the way of people coming to Taiwan. It's a show of friendship, of support, but also a source of learning about how we can work together better in collaboration. So, I think that they made a big fuss because I'm Speaker, I guess. I don't know if that was a reason or an excuse, because they didn't say anything when the men came. What the second part was,
Invited to the U.S. Congress to make...
Oh, that was the third part, but I'll go there. Okay. That was the third part I thought. We haven't had a joint session in probably 3 years in Congress, partially because of COVID, but even before that it was Christmas and all that. So we haven't had many joint sessions, but we have tried to accommodate visits by bringing together, both sides of the aisle and both sides of the Capitol. And I would hope that that opportunity would be there. The joint session has become something, again, because of COVID, we aren't able to. It's even hard for us to do the President's State of the Union address, because you have to space and you have to time, and, well, you know, here we are. I don't know. I think that whatever China was going to do, they will do in their own good time. What excuse they may use to do it is another thing. but you really know more about that than I do. I do think that it's really important for the message to be clear that in the Congress, House and Senate, Democrats and Republicans are committed to the security of Taiwan in order to have Taiwan be able to most effectively defend themselves. But it also is about our shared values of democracy and freedom and how Taiwan has been an example to the world in that regard. And whether it's certain insecurities on the part of the president of China as to his own political situation that he's rattling a saber, I don't know. But it doesn't really matter. What matters to us is that we salute the successes of Taiwan. We work together for the security of Taiwan, and we just take great lessons from the democracy in Taiwan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Right now we take questions from the international media, and I would like to invite Samson Ellis. He is the Taipei Bureau Chief of Bloomberg News. Samson?
Oh, thank you.
Madam President, Madam Speaker, we have seen the Chinese authorities take multiple economic actions against individual Taiwanese companies and entire sectors of the economy here. Taiwan has already paid a cost for your visit and is likely to continue to do so over the coming days and weeks. What concrete, tangible benefits can you promise Taiwan to offset the cost of your trip?
Well, at the same time as this trip is taking place and in recognition of our common interest economically, we just passed the Chips and Science Act. This is something that opens the door for us to, again, have better economic exchanges. I know that some Taiwan businesses, significant ones, are already planning to invest in manufacturing in the United States. And the ingenuity, the entrepreneurial spirit, the brain power, whatever, the intellectual resource that exists in Taiwan and the success of the tech industry here for one sector has been really a model. And again, we want to increase our relationship. So I think that I would be saying that would be a goal we share, but with the CHIPS Act, we're really facilitating reaching that goal. And it's pretty exciting. It's pretty exciting, and I think that you will see a recognition of the scientific success that Taiwan has had, being a model for how we go forward. That's why our bill is called Chips and Science.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Right now, last but not the least, we will have a representative from the Japanese media, Mr. Ishiro Koichiro-san. He is the Bureau Chief of Asahi Shimbun of Japan.
Hello.
你好，总统。
Konnichiwa.
Hello, Speaker Pelosi. Konnichiwa. Thank you very much for taking my questions. My question is about the Chinese democracy. Now we are witnessing the Chinese authorities increasing various pressures, not only to Taiwanese people and Hong Kongese, but to their own citizens, I mean the Chinese people. And as a strong and long-time advocate of democracy, please let us share your ideas. How the democratic countries, including South Korea, Japan, where you are heading to, can deter China from invading Taiwan militarily, and how we can guide China toward a democratic political system. Thank you.
Well, two things. In the context, your question comes in the context of right now a struggle between autocracy and democracy in the world. We cannot back away from that. And so as China goes and uses its soft power, money and whatever, into many countries in order to get their support at the UN and other bodies, we have to recognize that has some effectiveness, because it's a lot of money and it's promises that may or may not ever be kept. So when we talk about Taiwan in that context, we have to talk from strength. We have to talk from strength. We have to talk from what Taiwan has been so good about, is being technologically advanced, whether it's in business or security. And we have to show the world, and that's one of the purposes of our trip, to show the world the success of the people of Taiwan, their courage to change their own country to become more democratic, their respect for people and the rest, and quite frankly, a model in this region in that respect, in those respects. So strength, goodwill, and again, the demonstration of a democracy that has evolved to a stronger place now, and it offers a very strong contrast to what's happening on mainland China. No more evidence needed than what happened in Hong Kong under one country, two systems. It didn't happen. But again, we're not here to talk about mainland China. We're here to talk about Taiwan. We have our our Taiwan Relations Act. We support the communiques, this, that, and the other thing that had gone before. So we're supporters of the status quo and the rest. We don't want anything to happen to Taiwan by force. So strength, and one of the biggest sources of strength is democracy. I said at a meeting earlier with the parliamentarians, in our earliest days of our founding of our country, Benjamin Franklin, our presidency, said, freedom and democracy. Freedom and democracy on one thing, security here. If we can't have either if we don't have both. So, security, economics, security, economy, and again, and governance, they're all related, and we want Taiwan to always have freedom with security, and we're not backing away from that. Okay?
Thank you very much.
Anything you'd like to add to anything?
Okay. Thank you so very much, ladies and gentlemen. Today's event is especially important because we are witnessing the historical visit of Speaker Pelosi to Taiwan to convey the message of the U.S. support to Taiwan. So we know, in a challenging time like this, Taiwan is not alone. We also would like to thank very especially to President Tsai Ing-wen for her leadership, her resilience, strength, and wisdom shown in leading Taiwan. Also, our sincere appreciation goes to the distinguished members of the U.S. Congress who accompany Speaker Pelosi in her trip, and your friendship means a lot to us. Thank you so much for being here in Taiwan. Also, thanks for the presence of so many officials from the U.S. side, from the Taiwan side, whose effort made this event possible. Thank you also very much to the media friends with us today, and also hundreds right now watching the live transmission. Thank you very much to you all. Have a great day.
All right, viewers, we just saw that Pelosi-Tai briefing where once again Nancy Pelosi says that America stands with Taiwan. That's our top story. We'll be coming back after a short break. Stay tuned.
In the CBSE 2022 boards, the toppers for classes 12 and 10 are from Amity once again. At Amity, we are privileged to educate brilliant students and express our gratitude to our teachers and school leaders who passionately work for the success of our children.
The protesters are trying to exert force on the barricades and trying to break it down.
Mr. Chatterjee, would you like to explain? Sonia Gandhi coming out of and we can see Priyanka Gandhi is also here along with Sonia Gandhi.
Sanjay Raut Singh outside his residence. He has come out. He has come out.
I'm reporting reporting from right outside the Herald House. Congress Karyakartas on the roads, but they were blocking the roads in Delhi. The live images could be clearly seen in the live images. Now they are going to be detained. The police are detaining and some of the people trying to get in there into the National Herald House. They have gone to the entry point and there they are protesting against the Modi government, against the enforcement directorate.
Look at the mountain of cash.
राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
मैं भी ये चाहता हूँ, हमेशा दिल में सोता हूँ शाम को, मेरे को दर्द होता है कलेजे के अंदर कि चाइना आए तो आज भी मैं खाने के लिए तैयार हूँ। युद्ध भूमि में दुश्मन से जब हम लड़ा करते थे तूफानों को मोड़ दिया करते थे। अभी जितना बॉर्डर पर मारते हैं उतना तो हम रोड पे छोड़ दिया करते थे।
The only thing
Viewers, you're watching live and breaking on Republic TV. Just a short while back, Nancy Pelosi and President Tai of Taiwan had a press briefing where many important points were discussed. Nancy Pelosi once again said America stands with Taiwan, making it very clear of America's stance when it comes to Taiwan. And President Tai has also said that there could be a possibility of a trade agreement. That is also one of the important pointers which came out of that meeting which took place between Pelosi and President Tai. At the same time, China remains on a war footing and Taiwan military has raised the alertness level as of now. Taking a short break, much more coming up on the other side. Stay tuned.
मैं भी ये चाहता हूँ, हमेशा दिल में सोता हूँ शाम को, मेरे को दर्द होता है कलेजे के अंदर कि चाइना आए तो आज भी मैं खाने के लिए तैयार हूँ। युद्ध भूमि में दुश्मन से जब हम लड़ा करते थे तूफानों को मोड़ दिया करते थे। अभी जितना बॉर्डर पर मारते हैं उतना तो हम रोड पे छोड़ दिया करते थे।
The only thing which is still in his mind is Naam, Namak and Nishan. Naam of his battalion.
Yes.
Namak, of course, he is eating off the banner and the Nishan of the banner he is carrying.
इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट किया और इंडियन फ्लैग को वहाँ पे देखा इटली में, तो कैसा लगा तुम्हें?
जब मैं वहाँ पहुंची मैंने देखा इंडिया का फ्लैग, वाह, ये तो मैं इतनी खुश हो गई कि नहीं, अब तो कुछ करके दिखाना है। इंडिया का फ्लैग ऊपर होना चाहिए, बस इतना मैं चाहती थी और वो मैंने कर दिखाया।
अगर आप इंडिया रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हो ना, हार नहीं माननी है, क्योंकि गोल्ड तो लेकर ही आना है आपको। बचपन से सर एक ही ड्रीम है मेरा, अब एक तो अपनी गेम को प्रोफेशनली यूज करना है, प्रोफेशनली आगे बढ़ाना है और वर्ल्ड ओलंपिक्स में गोल्ड लाना है इंडिया के लिए, अपनी स्टेट के लिए।
Well, China is in a flux. Nancy Pelosi is in Taiwan despite threats of serious consequences from Beijing. Nancy Pelosi meets the Taiwanese President Tsai Ing-wen, says wants the world to recognize Taiwan's leadership. Taiwan digs its heels in, says we'll do whatever it takes for self-defense. China is on war footing, escalates mega military drills near Taiwan. And as the world watches the unfolding mega face-off with bated breath, Russia backs China, calls Pelosi's visit a clear provocation. Good morning and thank you very much for staying with us on Republic TV. This is Live and Breaking. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker of the US House of Representatives, is in Taiwan despite serious warnings from China. Escorted by Taiwanese fighter jets, Pelosi's plane touched down in Taipei yesterday. Now earlier, Speaker Pelosi was awarded the Order of the Propitious Clouds at the Presidential Palace, where she met the President Tsai Ing-wen. And thereafter, of course, there have been meetings between the two top leaders, and very firm words have come out from both sides. Of course, Nancy Pelosi over there saying that the US continues to support democracies in Asia, and that is why she is here. Taiwan going on to say that it will safeguard its integrity. So those words are something that have obviously rattled China. We have seen reactions come in from China since yesterday. Group Captain Augustine Vinod is joining us right now. Group Captain Vinod, good morning. Thank you very much for speaking to us on Republic TV. Group Captain Vinod, you know, we've since yesterday seen a lot of saber rattling coming in from China. Now, do you think that in terms of the warnings that they have given, it's going to take a serious turn, or, you know, it's just wag the dog right now?
It's a great question, Nupur. And I'll take your indulgence for about a minute and a half to put this in perspective as to what is happening in the world, and especially in this part of the country. See, Nancy Pelosi is the first high-profile visitor from the United States polity to visit Taiwan in over 2.5 decades. Her visit comes at a time when the move to Europe, you know, the entire Europe is affected by some form or manner by the war that is happening between Russia and Ukraine. United States and some of the NATO countries are indirectly involved in Russia-Ukraine war, which we have been covering for over 3 months now. So United States has been asking repeatedly other countries in the world to support them, China inclusive, which is not happening. So, and let's talk about China a little bit. China suffers from something called a middle kingdom mindset. I've written about it. And has been pushing for its rightful place since the time Xi Jinping has come to power. Now, China's push in South China Sea, Senkaku Island, is very well known to the world. But what is not known to the world outside of China-India, conglomerate is involvement of China in the Indian affairs in the Aksai Chin region. Not many in the world are aware about it. Now, let's look at the reason and timing of Nancy Pelosi's visit. Pelosi's visit comes at a time when China is trying to flex its muscle, emboldened by Russian invasion in Ukraine. In the old Chinese paradigm, in the South China Sea, especially, it kept busting. And even today, you've covered that. 21 aircraft busted the air defense identification zone of the Taiwan. So this visit, my question is, meddling in Chinese affairs by Taiwanese affairs by China, was it legitimate? Is question number one. But the question number two is, will this visit of Nancy Pelosi usher a new wave of enmity? And how will that affect India? That is my biggest question. Because Taiwan is not a separate nation, mind you. Yes. Not many of our viewers are aware. It is part of Republic of China. And she kept insisting, if you notice, I mean, I was carefully watching her speech. She kept telling about one China policy, yes. One China policy, we respect one China policy. But she talked about freedom and she talked about democracy. One China is not a democracy. China is, country of a party. How one China policy, democracy, and freedom come together is my biggest, question. And I'm a little confused how Nancy is putting all these three mixing ingredients together. So all this, the long and short of, if I were to put it, I think a new wave of enmity from China, USA, China, Taiwan could get ushered in. And this timing, I don't know, was it correct or not? Time will tell, Nupur.
All right, Group Captain Vinod, of course, the first visit that she was supposed to undertake was in April, I think, and then Ms. Pelosi, of course, got COVID, and thereafter, of course, it got pushed. I'm going to bring in Jason Lee as well. He's reporting for Republic TV from Taipei. Jason, we've been talking about the fact that China, the one China policy that the US has endorsed, and so have many other countries in the world, but the Taiwanese are extremely fearful of what has happened in Hong Kong. And in that sense, give us the reaction that this visit of Nancy Pelosi is getting from the local population over there, because there is a great deal of fear among the Taiwanese right now that Taiwan could ultimately go the Hong Kong way.
I don't think that the Taiwan public really were focusing on her words too much. Some political pundits will do that for them, but I don't think that the general Taiwanese public was paying that much attention to this meeting. I think they're mostly concerned about is if there will be any reaction from mainland China. That's their only real concern.
All right, and what kind of reactions do people over there fear from mainland China? Jason Lee, if you could elaborate on that.
Oh, they would fear military action. They don't want to hear the sirens turn on because those were on during the drill recently. So that's on the forefront of people's minds. But the opinions are split on whether or not something would actually happen.
All right. Also, very quickly, Jason, is economic fallout also something that's worrying people over there?
No, I think it may impact certain industries, like food industry has already been impacted, but I don't see a huge wave of sanctions coming towards Taiwan from mainland China over this.
All right, stay with us, Jason Lee. I'm going to go back to Group Captain Vinod on this one. Group Captain Vinod, economically, China isn't doing too well right now. The no COVID policy that the Chinese government seems to has impacted their domestic economy quite a bit. So do you think in that scenario, what we are seeing in terms of a saber rattling is also directed to its internal constituency?
Nupur, once again, thanks for that question. Let's look at it. How will it affect day-to-day lives of people, and how will it affect polity? For the viewers, I want to tell you, 84% of Taiwanese investment, including the small investment of common people, is in mainland China, Nupur. It is not in Taiwan. Most of the industries of Taiwan are dependent on the manufacturing capability of mainland China. Lot of industry that I know of are getting their stuff made in China, bringing it to Taiwan and selling from Taiwan as made in Taiwan by rebranding them. So these things are happening. It will affect even a common man's life. Now the next question, which Jason Lee alluded to a little, is food. The food industry, major part of the food industry is still dependent on mainland China, because Taiwan, if you look at Taiwan and how the population is spread out, it is all spread out on the eastern coast facing China, that side. Because the other side of Taiwan is hilly region, non-arable region. So a lot of its wheat, corn, rice, lot of fishing industry, everything happens in mainland China. So rightfully, it is called the People's Republic of China. But the way Taiwan is flexing its muscle, with Nancy's going there, it will have a great effect on common man's life. And second thing is this siren going off. That will greatly affect day-to-day life, day-to-day traffic, day-to-day going to office and coming back. So which is why my question is, people going gung-ho about Pelosi's visit. Pelosi will come and go. But the lives of Taiwanese people is what I'm worried about.
Right, absolutely. Group Captain Vinod, do stay with us. I think we've also got Major General Bakshi joining us live right now. Major General Bakshi, good morning. Thank you for joining us. Major General Bakshi, the question on everybody's mind today will be, just how far will Beijing go to deter foreign support? Because at the end of the day, this visit is largely seen as a foreign support coming in for Taiwan.
Look, the simple fact is that this has been an exercise in brinkmanship by both sides. When the two presidents had spoken, Xi Jinping had spoken to Joe Biden, he had said, don't play with fire, it will burn you. Now, having made threats like this, I don't think it will be possible to China to sit back and do nothing. It will lose a lot of face. The Americans were also now, their prestige demanded that the Pelosi visit should go on, and they have ensured that the Pelosi visit takes place, albeit with precautions. They were even worried, they took precautions against any Chinese attempt to try and shoot down Nancy Pelosi's aircraft. It came in via the east. It had 8 F-15 fighter jets protecting it, along with the refuelers, etc. So they have taken full precautions. The 4 American aircraft carrier battle groups are in position. One in South China Sea, one in Japan, one in Hawaii Island, etc. They are all fully ready. Now, what is the matrix of options that China has got? It starts with do nothing, just do exercises. China loses face. Xi Jinping is facing the prospects of getting a third term. So he has to look strong. He cannot hope for a third term if there is a big back down, loss of face over Taiwan. Second is that they do a blockade. They surround Taiwan on all sides on the pretext of exercises, do a blockade. They've already stopped export and import from China, right? Third level is that they do some kinetic action. That means they may do some demonstrative missile strikes, not on US targets, but on Taiwanese targets. They would not like to tangle with the United States right away. Third is that there are some islands, Taiwanese islands, close to the Chinese shore. They could go in for one of them and take it as a kind of a warning shot across the bow. The fourth level is that they go in for a full-scale assault, amphibious assault on Taiwan. For that, they'll have to ensure that the American aircraft carrier battle groups don't intervene. That means they target the American aircraft battle groups with Dongfeng missiles and, go out for all-out war. They'll have to cater for American submarines hitting their armada, American cruise missiles targeting their armada. So there are a lot of serious problems with that, and China had said it will be fully ready by around 2025. So is China ready now to go in for a full-scale war? The most major worry is that I don't think China is ready for that. That is why the Americans have preponed, put pressure on China now.
All right, Major General Bakshi, I'll have to interrupt you there. We are getting breaking news right now. What we are hearing is that a statement has come in from Taiwan. It says China's drills, military drills have encroached upon our territory. So that's the comment that we are getting right now from Taiwan. I'm going to go across on the ground to Jason Lee. Jason, can you give us the latest in terms of what Taiwan is saying? Of course, it was an extremely resolute Tsai Ing-wen who just said a while ago that we will make sure that our defenses are safe.
Well, the statement is kind of vague, and the sea zones for both sides overlap each other. So it's the truth is that both sides are violating each other's quote-unquote territory on almost a daily basis. So we would need to hear more specifics to make anything out of this. But yeah, she's making the statement to bring attention to the situation, obviously.
But Jason Lee, we have been hearing these kind of statements come in from Tsai Ing-wen for a while now. She has spoken about self-defense. She has spoken about safeguarding democracy, which, by the way, in Taiwan is something that's hailed across the world.
Yes, she's talked about this at length with the foreign media.
I just wanted to ask you also, Jason Lee, are there fears amongst the local Taiwanese population that once again, perhaps they could be caught between these two superpowers, that's the US and China, in their battle for supremacy?
Yes, that's always a concern in Taiwan, not just now. But this is talked about a great deal amongst the Pan-Blue supporters in the opposition that were just being used. And I think people on all sides know that. But on the Pan-Green side, the ruling party side, they don't really emphasize that as much because it benefits them. Because the DPP strongly benefits from having strong U.S. support, where it's like the KMT party is sort of like 50-50 in between mainland China and the U.S.
Also, Jason, what I wanted to ask you is there a fear of a repeat of a Ukraine-like situation? Because what we've seen in Ukraine is that European powers as well as America kept talking about how important an ally they really were. But when it came to the war, apart from sending them arms and ammunition, not much has been done except for sanctions, of course, and Ukraine is still caught in that war. It's almost, 3 months on now?
Yeah, I wouldn't say that due to the situation in Ukraine that people are more worried. I think that most people view the situation as being different because we're an island. So they don't expect to be invaded because of the Ukraine invasion.
All right. I'm going to go back to Group Captain Vinod right now. Group Captain Vinod, we are hearing what Jason Lee is saying. But at the end of the day, Taiwan does have a large amount of Chinese population. About 96% people in Taiwan are of Chinese origin. So in that sense, how do you see this as different from Ukraine? Because that's where a lot of parallels really are being drawn.
Yeah. Nupur, if you could get me into little bigger screen, I want to emphasize a point which Jason talked about. So if you can get me, slightly bigger screen of mine, just me. So if you look at my right here, which is where the air defense identification zone of South China Sea lies. Just beyond that is the air defense identification zone of China. What Jason talked about, the entire ADIZ of Taiwan overlaps both ADIZ of South China Sea and mainland China. So the aspect of each other breaching each other's territory is a possibility because 70% of ADIZ of Taiwan overlaps into mainland China. So that is point number one. And second is China invading Taiwan will be a joke of sorts because as far as China is concerned, Taiwan is an integral part of China. So it has to be looked at in that perspective. But China doesn't need to go to the level of invading or carrying out a offensive action using military. China has much more tools in his hands, which is what he talked about, the graduated response. It will start from economy, tightening common man's pockets. That is where it will start, and mark my words, Nupur, and that is going to start immediately. All it has to do is, cut down few basis points of investment from the mainland China, the Taiwanese people who have invested in mainland China, small scale industries,
right?
Stop their supplies. All this will start. All this will start pinching. Right. And eventually, I don't know whether this move was right or not, Tsai Ing-wen will feel the heat.
Absolutely. So as you're pointing out, we are expecting to see a graded response. I'm going to go back to General Bakshi on this. General Bakshi, for India, how should we be reading these developments? Because at the end of the day, China is something, that continues to bother us. Their expansionist policies are well known. And India, of course, has been, battling those. So in terms of that, how do you see this going forward?
Look, if China takes Taiwan, it will dramatically alter the perspective in the Indian Pacific region, right? What is constraining China's breakout towards the Pacific and beyond into the Indian Ocean is Taiwan. Taiwan is like an unsinkable aircraft carrier just 80 miles from the Chinese shore. And as such, it constrains China's options of a breakout towards the Pacific or towards the Indian Ocean. To that extent, the loss of Taiwan, any Chinese attempt to capture Taiwan has serious strategic ramifications for the world and for India. Number two, our defenses are tied up in the manner that Taiwan ties down a significant amount of Chinese military power, air power, naval power, land power, which would otherwise be available for projection against India. So if Taiwan goes all of a sudden, all that power is rendered surplus to come to Ladakh, to come to Arunachal Pradesh, to come to Tibet and create problems for us. So it is in our interest to see that Taiwan stands up to Chinese bullying. It is in the interest of the world to see that Taiwan doesn't cave in. And that is why Nancy Pelosi is there. The Americans had a policy of strategic ambiguity so far that they wouldn't really put it down in black and white whether they would intervene if China attacked Taiwan. But the simple fact is that Joe Biden stated as much that they would come to the effect. Then Washington official term made him walk back that thing. But now there were a lot of ifs and buts about Nancy Pelosi coming. She has come. This is a clear signal.
Those are very important points that you bring out. Also, the ambiguity over this visit till the very last moment that she touched down does send sort of dichotomous signals. Do stay with us, all of you. We're going to slip into a very short break. We're going to come back with our coverage. You are watching Republic TV, and we come back and bring you more details of the visit of Nancy Pelosi to Taiwan.
So this is the place he was heading here. This is the heart of Kabul. This is the place where a lot of ministries are located here. The government Sheikhpur, one of the places in Kabul, on the entrance of Al-Qaeda organization, Ayman al-Zawahiri.
As a monkeypox cases tally rises to 8, Union Health Minister Mansukh Mandaviya addressed the Parliament over the disease, claiming that monkeypox is not a new disease and that it is being witnessed by the world, and also assured that a detailed probe is, in fact, the research is also being conducted on monkeypox.
8 केस और 8 डिसीज डीप कॉन्टैक्ट से स्प्रेड होता है। माँ को होता है तो बच्चे को होने की संभावना होती है, हस्बैंड को होता है तो वाइफ को होने की संभावना होती है। कोई स्पेसिफिक समुदाय या तो स्पेसिफिक को ही हो ऐसा नहीं है, डीप कॉन्टैक्ट जिसको हो उसको होने की संभावना होती है और इस तरह से ये केस फैलता है।
The protesters are trying to exert force on the barricades and trying to break it down.
Mr. Chatterjee, would you like to respond? Sonia Gandhi coming out of and we can see Priyanka Gandhi is also here along with Sonia Gandhi.
Sanjay Ram Singh outside his residence. Yes, come out. Yes, come out. Fox case with another fresh positive reported from the national capitals.
And news in brief now. Bahujan Samajwadi Party chief Mayawati has announced that her party will support the NDA's candidate for vice presidential elections, Jagdeep Dhankar, in the upcoming elections on the 6th of August. Taking to Twitter, the BSP Supremo also said that she took the decision keeping in mind the wider public interest and its movement in the election being held for the post of vice president. The 34th batch of the Amarnath Yatra left for the holy shrine from the Bhagwati Nagar base camp in Jammu. A total of 226 pilgrims left for the holy caves, which included 152 pilgrims. You are watching Republic TV, and when we come back, we bring you responses from China to this visit by Nancy Pelosi.
Is computing in science and engineering an essential part of industry growth?
The technology is fast changing, and all the products that we are providing to the society, they require knowledge from interdisciplinary area.
Can the study of two different domains make students adept with problem solving?
I would just say that apart from getting the educational degrees, focus on developing skills for yourself.
To know more, watch Amrita School of Engineering presents Shaping the Future of India this weekend only on Republic TV.
Good evening and welcome, viewers. Now, you all know that I'm no fan of American foreign policy, but I'm so glad that the Americans are calling China's bluff this minute. That's the live developing story in Taiwan. I know that America is doing all of this to distract from their internal problems. Their economy is tanking, reaching near recession levels. There is gun violence all over America. It's a complete mess. Job cuts have started. Inflation is sky high. And I know and you know that the weak Biden has sent Nancy Pelosi to Taiwan to distract the angry and frustrated American people. Ladies and gentlemen, Biden is in such trouble at home that he needs to start a war, or seem to be starting a war, to increase his pathetic approval ratings back home. So all in all, Biden and Pelosi are being opportunistic politicians, and that's what all this drama of landing in Taiwan is all about. Now, having said that, I'm really happy, delighted in fact, that China's bluff is being called. China is a country that tries to rule and run by fear. But what does it have? It has nothing. It has an army that gets a bloody nose and is defeated when they try and infringe on our sovereignty like we gave them in Ladakh.
From this body only, I have won 21 international medals, including that of Asian Games, World Championships, and the first ever medal in the Paralympics. That means somewhere I have contributed in getting my national flag to fly high in the global arena.
We come in friendship. We thank you for your leadership. We want the world to recognize that.
Top headlines at 10:30. Pelosi meets Taiwanese president, says want world to recognize Taiwan's leadership. Taiwan digs its heels in, says will do whatever it takes for self-defense. China on war footing escalates mega military drills near Taiwan. Taiwan fires big charge, accuses China of breaching the territory as Pelosi visits Taiwan. As world watches the unfolding of mega face-off with bated breath, Russia backs China, calls Pelosi's visit a clear provocation. Good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. We are live and breaking, tracking the big story this morning. Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. In fact, the Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives is in Taiwan despite serious warnings from China, escorted by Taiwanese fighter jets. Pelosi's plane touched down in Taipei yesterday, so tracking all the latest. In fact, just a short while back, Pelosi also met Taiwanese president as well and sent out a very strong message saying that the world wants the world to recognize Taiwan's leadership. In fact, the Chinese minister there also issuing a big statement saying that China will be the first to use nukes. So nuke warning coming in from China after after Pelosi met the Taiwanese president. So another provocation by Chinese military there, issuing yet another warning, and this time it's a nuke warning by China. That is the latest, in fact, coming in. We have some sound bites as well. Let's listen in to them.
My receiving your kind words as well as this invitation is really received and appreciated by members of Congress. On both sides of the aisle, on both sides of the Capitol, great enthusiasm for the U.S.-Taiwan relationship. Let's just put it in perspective. Over 4 decades ago, the Taiwan Relations Act was built in building a strong bond between our two countries, advancing our shared interests of governance, economy, and security, while respecting the One China policy. Our solidarity with you is more important than ever as you defend Taiwan and your freedom. In our bilateral meeting, we discussed key opportunities to deepen our partnership, upholding democracy and human rights and respect for the individual, combating, well, I'll get around to comment. 3 areas that I just mentioned: security, economy, governance. Security, our relationship is a strong one, and we discussed how we can make it stronger and more and up to date. In economy, we talked about a trade agreement that might be possible and soon. And in governance, among other things, and in governance, I want to salute Taiwan for the leadership you have provided in fighting COVID. Probably one of the highest rates of vaccination, but also the lowest number of deaths from COVID, a real model for the world. It's about science, but it's also about community acceptance of a plan, and that is called leadership. So thank you for that lesson to all of us. And so as we deal with those 3 areas, we come here following the President's lead on the Indo-Pacific economic framework. That's interesting. We support that. Again, in terms of security, economy, and governance. Taiwan's not a part of that, so we want to build a different set with the economic package, with our security package, and a trade agreement, hopefully, that is imminent. So this is a very important time for us because we came here to listen and to learn about how we can do this more effectively, really achieving the goals for Taiwan that we all aspire to but don't understand as fully as we do now because of this trip. So again, it's a great pride for us today, the first woman speaker in the House, meeting the first woman president of Taiwan. We have some enthusiasm for that, and again, we're very proud of our representative, Sandra Kirk.
So the Chinese minister there making a very strong statement that's saying that China won't use nukes first. In fact, saying that it will not be the first one to use nukes is what we are given to understand. At the same time, China has also released footage of military exercises, the military drills it's conducting at the Taiwan Strait. So that's in fact the footage as well of the China has released the footage of the military drills being conducted by China at the Taiwan Strait. So you can see there a big action there by the Chinese at the Taiwan Strait. So that is the latest coming in right now. China's military drills, which are in full force. Remember, China has planned to carry out massive military drills between August 4th till the August 7th. In fact, an operation that would also imply huge economic repercussions as well on Taiwan.
东部战区部队有充分的信心和能力反击一切挑衅，坚决捍卫国家主权和领土。
So, with the military drills that China plans to undertake, it intends to put pressure on Taiwan militarily as well as the economic pressure. Along with the military pressure, trade routes to Europe, Middle East will also be blocked as a result of the drills that China intends to carry out from the Taiwan Strait. It would not just that, it would even exacerbate existing supply chain woes as well, and sanctions on goods supply by China on Taiwan. So, those are some of the pressures that China wants to put on Taiwan with the military drills that it is carrying out, and intends to carry out massive military drills in the near future as well, to be precise, between August 4th and August 7th. Major General G.D. Bakshi continues to be with us. Major General, how do you view these latest developments, especially with regard to the military drills? We also understand massive military drills will be carried out specifically between August 4th and August 7th by the China.
Look, that is exactly what we were saying. I'm not very sure if China wants to go kinetic right now. There is no need for it to hurry. And what we anticipate is a kind of a blockade option. That is when you exercise, it is already, most of its naval units seem to have surrounded Taiwan right now under the pretext of exercises. And if it wants to step on the heat, it will start putting economic pressure and then intensify it to a blockade. A blockade has the problem for the others that who will turn the conflict kinetic first. So I do think that the initial responses of the Chinese will be non-kinetic. They are not going to jump straight into live fire onto Taiwanese targets, either by missile strikes or otherwise air strikes. It would be graduated pressure, and the Chinese, if they have to go for any higher option, anything kinetic, may like to do it on their own terms and timings, rather than be pushed by the Nancy Pelosi visit to straight away hurry up and give a very knee-jerk kind of a response. That is not the way the Chinese work. They are rather risk-averse. They like to go slowly. Don't forget, these armed forces haven't fought for 43 years. So there is that hesitation in turning kinetic, which the Russians did not have. They just went into, when they threatened, when people ignored their threat, they just turned kinetic and went into Ukraine. Their performance, initially there was a lot of underperformance, which has again put some hesitation into the Chinese military mind. But at the end of the day, loss of face is very serious for the Oriental, especially the Chinese.
Yes.
And when Xi Jinping is trying to maneuver for a third term, unprecedented third term in office, well, he has to have something to show. He can't be seen as in the face of an American pushback. That ends his big power dreams, that ends his appeal to his domestic constituency.
Yes.
So China
Major
will
General,
respond.
yes, if I can interrupt you just for a second, how do you read into this footage that has now been released by China of the military drills? Because on one hand, it has released the military drills footage, and on the other hand, it is saying that it will not be the first to use nukes. How do you read into this?
Good question. You know, the Chinese have a no first use policy. So when they say we will not be the first to use nuclear weapons, actually it is an implied threat that things could turn nuclear if push comes to shove. Even Russia had resorted to such nuclear saber rattling. So the Chinese are doing it in a very more sophisticated way by saying, we have given a no first use pledge and we will not be the first to use nuclear weapon. The unstated implications, if you read between the line, is that there could be a conflict that could go to the nuclear threshold or approach the nuclear threshold. So it is a very roundabout way of giving a nuclear threat.
Right. And do you see this in any way? Do you think that the US as well as it could deter in any way US and Taiwan when it comes to the military drills being carried out by China?
Look, the entire purpose of this American exercise was that China had held out dire threats. And the United States of America, being the greatest or the only superpower in the world, did not want to be seen as backing down. In the face of threats, it would create a new equation altogether, where it would be quite apparent that America has backed down in the face of a direct Chinese threat. So they went ahead with the Nancy Pelosi visit, albeit with precautions. Very, very certain precautions. They were even concerned that the Chinese would try and shoot down Nancy Pelosi's plane. So they, came in via the eastern direction, away from China, and then they escorted it with about 8 F-15s from Japan, as also, they had their refuelers, etc., for them to come so far and go back, etc. I suppose even on the way out, they would like to escort Nancy Pelosi back and not leave it to chance. But will China turn kinetic right away? I don't think so. If they are planning to do, like I said, what is their range of options? One is just posture, which is what they've already started doing. They've started this major exercise 4th to 8th of August. This posturing could be turned into a blockade, which then, puts the onus of the firing the first shot on the other side to, if they want to break down that blockade or contest the blockade, then they could sort of go in for a symbolic shot across the bow by firing on Taiwanese target with their missile stroke by air attacks. Then they could go to a medium level option, trying to take any Taiwanese islands close to the China mainland, and then they could go the full scale option. So I do not reckon that the Chinese, given how risk averse they really are, given the fact that they are not done any kinetic action for 41 years, though I would not rule it out, but the chances are much less. Percentile chances are much less. So they will escalate by demonstrative military deployments. They have already done that. They could escalate to a blockade. They could escalate to symbolic strikes, but they will do it. I don't think they will do it as a knee-jerk response. They have all the time. Why should it be tied only to Nancy Pelosi's visit? Even post the visit, I don't think the crisis will be over. The Chinese will continue to graduate pressure.
Yes. Well,
because otherwise, they stand to lose face very badly.
Major General, stay with us. Slipping into a very short break. On the other side, we'll come back to you in just a bit, and just stay with us just to take our viewers through the visuals that we are playing on our screens. This is a fresh footage of Chinese drills which are being carried out, the military exercise being carried out by the Chinese forces there. So that is the latest footage that has been released by China with respect to the military drills being carried out. It intends to send out a very strong message. In fact, what we are given to understand is that China has warned airlines operating in Asia to avoid flying in areas around Taiwan where it is conducting military exercises in response to US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to the island nation. In fact, an official notice has also been sent on Tuesday's Hong Kong time, designating 6 areas of airspace as danger zones, according to carriers who received the message as well. So China there sending out a very stern warning and asking airlines operating in Asia to avoid flying in these zones. Above the Taiwan Strait, as the military drills that are being carried out by China on the Taiwan Strait. Slipping into a very short break, on the other side we'll continue with our live coverage as China goes ballistic when it comes to its aggression on Taiwan, conducting military drills above the Taiwan Strait.
Is computing in science and engineering an essential part of industry growth?
The technology is fast changing, and all the products that we are providing to the society, they require knowledge from interdisciplinary area.
Can the study of two different domains make students adept with problem solving?
I would just say that apart from getting the educational degrees, focus on developing skills for yourself.
To know more, watch Amarnath School of Engineering presents Shaping the Future of India this weekend only on Republic TV.
मैं भी ये चाहता हूँ, हमेशा दिल में सोता हूँ शाम को, मेरे को दर्द होता है कलेजे के अंदर कि चाइना आए तो आज भी मैं खाने के लिए तैयार हूँ। युद्ध भूमि में दुश्मन से जब हम लड़ा करते थे, तूफानों को मोड़ दिया करते थे, अभी जितना बॉर्डर पर मारते हैं उतना तो हम रोड पे छोड़ दिया करते थे।
The only thing which is still in his mind is Naam, Namak and Nishan. Naam of his battalion. Yes. Namak, of course, he is eating off the banner, and the Nishan of the banner he is carrying.
After Rajasthan reported 2 suspected cases of monkeypox, the state health minister said that 2 persons with symptoms have already been referred to Jaipur from Bharatpur and Kishangarh, and that their samples have also been sent to the National Institute of Virology in Pune. However, no monkeypox cases have been confirmed from Rajasthan. A quick roundup of all that's making news. The US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi addressed the Taiwanese parliament, stressing on 3 agendas of the meet. Pelosi said that US delegation was looking forward to working together with Taiwan on security, economy and governance. Hailing her efforts, Pelosi also added that the entire world should recognize Taiwan's president-sized leadership.
We look forward to our conversation about how we can work together, learning from you and sharing some thoughts ourselves on how to protect the planet from the climate crisis, how to accelerate and learn from you how you addressed the COVID crisis, how we advance respect for all of the people in our countries as we go forward. And again, we come in friendship. We thank you for your leadership. We want the world to recognize that.
China called US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan a major political provocation to escalate official exchanges between the US and Taiwan, and said that China will never accept it. The Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs also said that the US side is trying to use Taiwan to control China and constantly distorting and hollowing out the One China principle. The Chinese Ministry of Commerce said that Chinese mainland will halt natural sand exports to Taiwan region from today. They have also suspended the imports of citrus fruits, chilled white hairtail, among others, to Taiwan. Now, according to General Administration of Customs of China, the suspensions come after Taiwan welcomed the US delegation. Beijing, meanwhile, summoned the US ambassador to its country to protest her trip. US Speaker Pelosi arrived in Taiwan in an unannounced visit, ignoring China's multiple warnings, prompting the summoning of the US envoy to China over the egregious trip to the island, which Beijing considers its own territory. Union Home Minister Amit Shah will arrive in Bengaluru today to take part in Sankalp Se Siddhi conference of the Confederation of the Indian Industries. During his visit, Shah will also hold a meet with state BJP leaders. Shah's trip to the city comes amid unrest among a section of the BJP cadres who are upset with the spate of murders of Hindutva activists. As the Amarnath Yatra began 2 years post the pandemic, an important announcement was made by the J&K Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha. He noted that due to several accidents in the Yatra due to inclement weather conditions, the Amarnath Yatra will have to be halted. The J&K Lieutenant Governor also asked all devotees to perform and complete all their rituals before 5th of August. Meanwhile, protests erupted in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, where people protested against rising prices and high inflation. And people even thought that they were made to pay hefty electricity bills. Protesters also raised concerns that they were made to pay more amount of service charges and taxes than was due.
इससे पहले भी बिलात आते रहे हैं, लेकिन इस दफ़ा जो बिल जारी किए महकमा बरक़ियात की जानिब से, उसके अंदर फ्यूल एडजस्टमेंट चार्जेस के नाम पे एक बहुत बड़ी जो अमाउंट है वो हर बिल के अंदर ऐड की गई है। और जुल्म की इंतहा देखें कि एक तो पहले आप फ्यूल एडजस्टमेंट चार्जेस डाल रहे हैं, उसके बाद आप उन चार्जेस के ऊपर टैक्स दोबारा डाल रहे हैं। वो इतने बड़े आपके अमाउंट बन गए कि अगर किसी का 10,000 बिल है तो उसके अंदर 4,500 से 5,000 रुपया जो है वो फ्यूल एडजस्टमेंट चार्जेस की मद में एक नया जो है वो गुंडा टैक्स शामिल कर दिया गया, जो एक आम आदमी की दस्तरस से बाहर है। और उस वजह से इस वक्त आपको पूरे आज़ाद कश्मीर के अंदर जो है लोग एहतजाज करते हुए नजर।
Expelled Haryana Congress leader Kuldeep Bishnoi hinted at joining the BJP. He declared that he would resign from the Haryana Assembly very soon.
कार्यकर्ता मेरा 4,500 कार्यकर्ता हरियाणा के क्यों? क्योंकि पैसों से टूट लिए बेचारे छत्तीस साल, उसके बावजूद भी भाई साहब आपके साथ खड़े, आपके साथ तो मन में तकलीफ होती है कि जो आदमी बेचारा इतना दुखी हो रहा है, इतना पितरा है, उसके बावजूद भी मेरे साथ खड़ा है, तो मेरा भी धर्म बनता है कि उसके लिए कुछ करूँ। तो आज मैं आपसे परमिशन मांगने आया कि मैं इस्तीफा दे दूँ।
Coming up more on the other side, Chinese aggression on Taiwan amid Nancy Pelosi's Taiwan visit right after this very short break. As a monkeypox cases tally rises to 8, Union Health Minister Mansukh Mandavia addressed the Parliament over the disease, claiming that monkeypox is not a new disease and that it is being witnessed by the world, and also assured that a detailed probe is, in fact, the research is also being conducted on monkeypox.
8 केस और 8 डिसीज डीप कॉन्टैक्ट से स्प्रेड होता है। माँ को होता है तो बच्चे को होने की संभावना होती है, हस्बैंड को होता है तो वाइफ को होने की संभावना होती है। कोई स्पेसिफिक समुदाय या तो स्पेसिफिक को ही हो ऐसा नहीं है, डीप कॉन्टैक्ट जिसको हो उसको होने की संभावना होती है और इस तरह से ये केस फैलता है।
The protesters are trying to exert force on the barricades and trying to break it down.
Mr. Chatterjee, would you like to report? Sonia Gandhi coming out of the, and we can see Priyanka Gandhi also here, along with Sonia Gandhi. Sanjay Rao sitting outside his residence. He has come out. He has come out.
Case with another fresh positive reported from the national capital. CEO of Serum Institute of India, Adar Poonawalla, met Union Health Minister Mansukh Mandavia. After the meet, Poonawalla said that research and preparations are being conducted for a monkeypox vaccine.
बहुत अच्छी हमेशा तरह हम वैक्सीन की सब।
These protesters have blocked the main ITO road.
Nancy Pelosi lands and she's coming down now. Nancy Pelosi.
Jammu and Kashmir's Lieutenant Governor Sinha urged the devotees visiting the Amarnath Shrine to complete their trips before the 5th of August. While stating that the yatras to the shrine were planned till the 11th of August, he warned of the bad weather conditions in the state in the coming days.
देश भर के श्रद्धालुओं से मेरा निवेदन होगा कि जिस तरह से मौसम है, जिस तरह का अनुमान लगाया जा रहा है, मैं सबसे आग्रह करूंगा कि 5 अगस्त तक जो भी श्रद्धालु दर्शन करना चाहें वो दर्शन कर लें। वैसे तो हम लोगों ने 11 अगस्त तक घोषित किया है, लेकिन जो अनुमान लगाया जा रहा है कि आगे आने वाले दिनों में और भी बारिश की संभावना है या मौसम प्रतिकूल रहेगा।
The Lieutenant Governor was also a part of the puja performed on the occasion of Nag Panchami in Srinagar. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Slipping into a very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest as Nancy Pelosi is in Taiwan. Meets President, Taiwanese President says want world to recognize Taiwan's leadership.
The protesters are trying to exert force on the barricades and trying to break it down.
Mr. Chatterjee, would you like to respond? Sonia Gandhi coming out of the, and we can see Priyanka Gandhi is also here, along with Sonia Gandhi.
Sanjay Raut Singh outside his residence. He has come out. He has come out.
Case with another fresh positive reported from the national capital. CEO of Serum Institute of India, Adar Poonawalla, met Union Health Minister Mansukh Mandaviya. After the meet, Poonawalla said that research and preparations are being conducted for a monkeypox vaccine.
बहुत अच्छी हमेशा तरह हम वैक्सीन की सब तैयारी कर रहे हैं और मिनिस्टर साहब को ब्रीफ किया।
सर मंकी पॉक्स पे कब तक आ जाएगी वैक्सीन?
अभी देखिए हम बेबी स्टेप्स ले रहे हैं, देखेंगे जो मंकी पॉक्स की वैक्सीन ज़रूरत है कि नहीं हमारे देश में, बट हम रिसर्च पूरी तरह से कर रहे हैं। बहुत सारे वैक्सीन कंपनीज भी रिसर्च कर रहे हैं।
Look at the mountain of cash.
राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
मैं भी ये चाहता हूँ, हमेशा दिल में सोता हूँ शाम को, मेरे को दर्द होता है कलेजे के अंदर कि चाइना आए तो आज भी मैं खाने के लिए तैयार हूँ। युद्ध भूमि में दुश्मन से जब हम लड़ा करते थे, तूफानों को मोड़ दिया करते थे। अभी जितना बॉर्डर पर मारते हैं उतना तो हम रोड पे छोड़ दिया करते थे।
We come in friendship. We thank you for your leadership. We want the world to recognize that.
Nancy Pelosi meets the Taiwanese President Tsai Ing-wen, says want the world to recognize Taiwan's leadership. Taiwan digs its heels in, says we'll do whatever it takes for self-defense. China on war footing escalates mega military drills near Taiwan. Taiwan fires a big charge, accuses China of breaching the territory as Nancy Pelosi visits Taiwan. As the world watches the unfolding of a face-off with bated breath, China is backed by Russia, calls Pelosi's visit a clear provocation. It is a Republic super exclusive as Shavan Sen uncovers the joint Partha Arpita link. The undeniable proof of the link is now out. Good morning and thank you for staying with us on Republic TV. This is live and breaking. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Now, in fact, a massive political face-off is brewing over the Tiranga Yatra. The opposition, of course, chose to boycott the Tiranga Yatra that was held earlier this morning. This was a bike Tiranga Yatra that was held in the national capital earlier. It was held from Red Fort to Parliament, and where we saw several of the BJP leaders, that's MLAs as well as MPs traveling on bikes. The opposition has chosen to boycott this Tiranga Yatra. Now, this was part of the events that have been held to commemorate India's 75th year of independence. In fact, this was an event that was organized by the Culture Ministry and was flagged off by the Vice President Venkaiah Naidu. We also saw several senior ministers participate in this rally. I think there was several senior ministers, including Meenakshi Lekhi, Smriti Irani, as well as Anurag Thakur. So all of them were part of this rally. And the word that we were getting at that point in time also was that the opposition parties have chosen to boycott this bike rally. Thereafter, of course, we are now getting more reactions from the opposition over why they have chosen to boycott this rally.
देश कौन देशभक्त है सब जानते हैं। कितना देशभक्ति है कि हमारे देश को आज़ाद करने के लिए जो अखबार निकाला गया था आज़ादी की वो जंग के समय, उनके खिलाफ आज जिस घिनौने साजिश हो रहे हैं उसको भी थोड़ा याद करो और उसको भी देखा करो। जिस पत्रिका को सामने रख के हिंदुस्तान की आज़ादी की लड़ाई लड़ी गई थी उसके ऊपर किस तरीके के जुल्म और अन्याय हो रहे हैं ये भी देखा करो।
Well, that, of course, was Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary of the Congress Party saying that the Congress Party has chosen to boycott this rally because of what they say is suppressive action that's being taken by the government. So Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary over there among those leaders who have boycotted the several events that the government is planning for the 75th year celebrations. Now, all these events that are being planned across the country are part of the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, which is being celebrated by the centre. Now, we have, of course, also seen voices of opposition come in against the Har Ghar Tiranga program that has been launched by the union government. And similar opposition now coming into these events that are being held. Earlier this morning, of course, there was a Tiranga Yatra, a Tiranga rally that was held in the national capital. This was from the Red Fort to Parliament. Let's quickly listen into a reaction that we are now getting into the opposition's boycott as well.
Today, the Ministry of Culture, Government of India had organized a Tiranga bike rally from Red Fort to Parliament. This was meant for all MPs. But it is very unfortunate, as per media reports since morning, only the BJP NDA MPs came to the program and the other MPs from various opposition parties, Congress, Samajwadi, Aam Aadmi Party, NCP, TMC, all of them chose to boycott this program, chose to boycott the Tiranga. The Tiranga does not belong to one party. The Tiranga does not belong to BJP. Nor was this program a BJP program. It was clarified by the Parliamentary Affairs Minister and other authorities that this was a program for the entire country for all parliamentarians. Yet, some who believe in Parivar Tantra perhaps feel that insulting the institutions and symbols of Loktantra is the best way to do politics and to do Rajniti over issues of Rashtra-niti. These are the same people who sometimes make questions on the Rashtrapati, who sometimes make questions on Supreme Court, on Election Commission, on Sansad, and now even the Tiranga. It is unfortunate that even something as pious and as important a symbol like the Tiranga, which reflects the collective consciousness of 135 crore Indians, was sought to be politicized. Perhaps this could have been avoided. Will these people not put up the Tiranga in their display pics of social media or outside their houses between 13th to 15th August merely because they hate one party or one person? That should not be the way politics is done in a democracy. We may have matbhed, but it can never be manbhed against the institutions of our democracy, against the institutions of our nation, and against the symbols of our nation that are sacred to us. Perhaps their attendance at such a program would have given a good message to the entire country, and perhaps.
Well, those are reactions that we are getting to the boycott of the Tiranga rally. Now, Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, is in Taiwan despite serious warnings from China. Escorted by Taiwanese fighter jets, Pelosi's plane touched down in Taipei yesterday. Now, earlier, the Speaker was awarded the Order of the Propitious Clouds at the Presidential Palace. Well, there have, of course, been meetings between the Taiwanese President Tsai Ing-wen and Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives. There was earlier also a joint news conference that was held a short while ago, where Nancy Pelosi, of course, played down the controversy around her visit to China and said that Beijing had not responded similarly when other U.S. legislators had visited earlier. Now, the U.S., of course, says that the kind of response this visit is getting from China may perhaps be overreactive. Do remember that China has announced military drills will continue for the next week, not just in the Taiwanese Straits, but also at other parts. Let's listen in to reactions that we have been getting.
In support of Taiwan. When you say that I'm a good friend of Taiwan, I take that as a great compliment, but I receive it on behalf of my colleagues. You acknowledged you mentioned them at the beginning, but I'm very proud of the distinguished party that has come with us. On our visits on congressional delegations, we have three purposes. One is security for our people, global security. Two is economics, to spread as much prosperity as possible. And three is governance. But in doing so, we want to increase interparliamentary cooperation and dialogue. And as we continue to work together, we want you to know how proud we are of Sandra. She told me just to address her as Sandra, our director, and she has our confidence, and we're very proud of her leadership. And so now we look forward to our conversation about how we can work together, learning from you and sharing some thoughts ourselves on how to protect the planet from the climate crisis, how to accelerate and learn from you how you addressed the COVID crisis, how we advance respect for all of the people in our countries as we go forward. And again, we come in friendship. We thank you for your leadership. We want the world to recognize that.
Well, news just coming in. We are now learning that the ED has taken more action in the Yes Bank DHFL case. That ED has attached assets worth over 400 crore rupees. So more action coming in from the ED in terms of the Yes Bank DHFL case. We are given to understand that the ED has issued 2 provisional attachment orders under the provisions, I beg your pardon, of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, attaching assets worth about 250 crores of Sanjay Chabaria and assets worth about 164 crores of Avinash Bhosle. Now, this, of course, is fresh action that we are taking from the Enforcement Directorate in the Yes Bank DHFL case. We are also learning that more assets of Avinash Bhosle are being attached. Shavan Sen is reporting on this. He now joins us. Shavan, good morning. Give us more details, please.
Well, in fact, this is a massive action that has now been taken by the Enforcement Directorate, where they have basically carried out a provisional attachment. In fact, there are 2 provisional attachments that have come in, attaching assets worth about 251 crore rupees of Sanjay Chabaria, as well as 164 crore of Avinash Bhosle. Now, this is a total asset of 415 crore in the Yes Bank DHFL case. Now, just to break it down for our viewers, in terms of the assets of Sanjay Chabaria is concerned, they are in the form of a land parcel which is in Santa Cruz in Mumbai, which is roughly about 116 crore rupees, 25% equity shares of Chabaria's company, and there are certain properties in Bengaluru also that have been attached, including a hotel located at Delhi Airport, which has now been attached by the Enforcement Directorate. 3 high-end luxury cars of Sanjay Chabaria worth about 360 crore rupees have now been attached. Now, moving on to Avinash Bhosle, remember he's a Pune-based businessman who was taken into custody first by the Central Bureau of Investigation and thereafter by the Enforcement Directorate. The agency now has attached properties in the form of a duplex flat belonging to Estate located in Mumbai, 102 crore rupees, land parcel located Pune about 14 crore rupees, another land parcel of 29 crore rupees, and the list essentially goes on. ED has basically initiated the investigation against Rana Kapoor of Yes Bank and couple Vadhavan and Dheeraj Vadhavan, who are promoters of DHFL. And in that particular case, we are given to understand that these attachments have been done by the Enforcement Directorate.
All right, Shravan. This, of course, comes after there was a supplementary charge sheet that was filed by the CBI in the Yes Bank DHFL case. For the benefit of our viewers, can you tell? All right, Shravan, I'm going to come back to you. I think we've also got Alicia joining us now. Alicia, even as we see this new ED action in the Yes Bank DHFL case, we are given to understand that a large number of these properties have been attached by the ED. But apart from that, the CBI had also submitted a supplementary charge sheet in this particular case, I think about a couple of days ago. Can you give us more details?
Well, it was last week when Central Bureau of Investigation has already submitted supplementary charge sheet in Yes and DHFL fraud case. But the action that has been initiated by Directorate of Enforcement, that they have issued 2 provisional attachments that is dated on 2nd of August 2022 under the provision of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, where they have attached a search worth rupees 251 crore of Sanjay Chhabria and a search worth rupees 164 crore of Avinash Bose, and the total a search worth rupees 415 crore in Yes Bank DHFL fraud case. If I read out the statement that has been issued by Enforcement Directorate, which clearly mentioned that the attached search of Sanjay Chhabria are in the form of land parcel located in Santa Cruz, Mumbai, worth rupees 116.5 crore, 25% equity sales of Chhabria company, land in land parcel located at Bangalore, that is worth rupees 115 crore, and also a flat located at Santa Cruz worth rupees 3 crore. So what is further mentioned in the press release that has been issued by ED, which mentioned that profit receivable from hotel belonging to Chhabria located at Delhi airport, that is worth rupees 13.67 crore, and the further attached asset of Avinash Bhosle are in the form of a duplex flat belonging to Bhosle located in Mumbai, worth rupees 102.8 crore, one land parcel located at Pune, that is worth rupees 14.16 crore, and one more land parcel located in Pune for worth rupees 29.24 crore, a land located in Nagpur, that is for 15.52. So in an action that has been initiated by Enforcement Directorate in Yes Bank and HDFL fraud case, where on 2nd of August, that is yesterday, where Enforcement Directorate has attached a property of Avinash Bhosle and Avinash Bhosle and Sanjay Chhabria, where 251 crore of Sanjay Chhabria and 164 crore of Avinash Bhosle, that is in total goes to 415 property asset that has been attached by Enforcement Directorate in Yes Bank and DHFL fraud case.
All right, Alicia reporting on that from Mumbai. Thank you for joining us. And here's a quick look at some other top news that we are following this morning. The U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi on Wednesday morning met with Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen and reiterated Washington's support to the island country and said that the U.S.'s determination to preserve Taiwan's sovereignty is ironclad. During her meeting with the Tsai Ing-wen at the presidential office, Pelosi termed Taiwan as flourishing and said that Taipei had proved the world that hope, courage and determination can build peaceful and prosperous future despite challenges.
A struggle between autocracy and democracy in the world. We cannot back away from that. And so as China goes and uses its soft power, money and whatever, into many countries in order to get their support at the UN and other bodies, we have to recognize if that has some effectiveness, because it's a lot of money and it's promises that may or may not ever be kept.
Now, the U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has said that she came to Taiwan to seek peace for the region after her visit had urged China and started its diplomatic games. Nancy Pelosi further added that the U.S. delegation came here to listen and learn about the self-governed island and stressed that this visit is in no way in contradiction to long-standing policies of U.S.
Came here to send an unequivocal message. America stands with Taiwan.
Now, Taiwan's Ministry of National Defense has highlighted that the PLA's move to conduct live-fire exercises in the sea and airspace around Taiwan from the 4th of August to the 7th highlights China's mentality to use force to resolve differences. The ministry further assured that the National Army will definitely stick to its posts and protect national security. Aam Aadmi Party MP Raghav Chadha has given a suspension of business notice in the Rajya Sabha to discuss the imposition of 12% goods and services tax on sarais around Sri Harmandir Sahib, Amritsar, and has demanded a discussion on it. The opposition has appealed to the government to acknowledge the problem of rising inflation affecting the poor in India and to fix it. Following the poisonous gas leak incident in a company in the Brandix area of Andhra Pradesh's Achatapuram, a total of 53 people have been admitted to hospital so far. Hemant, the district medical and health officer, has added that most of the patients have complained about difficulty in breathing, nausea and vomiting that has been caused due to the gas leak. Amidst infighting over the Chief Minister's face, the former Congress Chief Rahul Gandhi has urged the party's Karnataka unit leaders to work unitedly for the upcoming assembly elections in the state in 2023, while also suggesting that they not speak publicly on the issue. Well, pictures on your screen are coming to you from Taiwan. Now, this is Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, and we are given to understand that she will be visiting the White Terror Memorial. Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, of course, is in Taiwan despite serious warnings coming in from China. Earlier, she touched down in Taipei yesterday, and thereafter, of course, there have been a host of meetings between Nancy Pelosi and not just the Taiwanese President Tsai Ing-wen, but also other leaders. Now, of course, we have seen threats coming in from China as well. And as far as this visit is concerned, we are given to understand that after this White Terror Memorial, she's expected to have lunch and then leave the island. She is, of course, on a brief trip to Taiwan. She arrived there late last night and will be departing from there this morning. Now, there was, of course, a lot of secrecy around this visit of Nancy Pelosi, and it wasn't really till the touchdown last evening that we heard that she will finally be reaching here. All right, Major General Dhruv Katoch is joining us right now on the broadcast. Major General Katoch, thank you for speaking to us on Republic TV. Major General Katoch, I wanted to ask you, how far do you think will China really go in the adverse kind of reactions that we are seeing? Do you see this largely as saber rattling, or do you think that they could go further this time?
Thank you. No, I don't think China will go further. They made a threat. They were hoping that the Americans will back down, but it has not worked out that way. So I think now, as far as China is concerned, they have been left red-faced and in a most embarrassing situation because Xi Jinping has promised to act. But what is available to him are very limited options. So in my view, he will restrict it to trade and economic sanctions against Taiwan, to some extent against America, but every single sanction which he puts against both the United States and against Taiwan will also hurt Chinese interests. He can step it forward to perhaps even diplomatic sanctions, withdraw his ambassador to the United States, but I don't think he will go that far. I think he has bitten off a bit too much. He didn't expect this form of reaction from the Americans, and now he will have to face the consequences.
But Major General Dhruv Katoch, many would argue that America would have had to go ahead with this visit because they did need to send a stern warning across to China. And given, of course, China's internal problems, this was the best time for this visit.
Actually, the visit had been planned earlier, and the Chinese have been objecting to it for quite some time. So if the Americans had backed out, it would have sent a very wrong signal to their allies. So I don't think the Americans were in a position to back down. Earlier too, say 25 years earlier, the speaker had visited Taiwan, and even otherwise there have been high-flying, high-profile visits to Taiwan from the United States side. China never objected. This time they took it a step up. They were under the impression that the Americans will back down. It is to their bad luck that the Americans said, okay, the Chinese are given a threat, let's take them on. The bluff was called, and that was something which I think the Chinese did not expect. If they ratchet up the case and get onto military action, I'm afraid the consequences to China will be far worse than what they have imagined. They will suffer a humiliating military defeat. So in my view, they will not go down that course, and they will do a little bit more saber rattling, but after that, they will stop.
Now, Major General Katoch, this visit was also not on Nancy Pelosi's itinerary till, I think, very late in the evening yesterday. There was no statement issued from the US. There was talk of this visit, but it wasn't really planned. So do you think that perhaps for the US also, it is testing waters in terms of how far China will really go?
I think, yes, the US is also testing waters. But more importantly, you see, once the Chinese gave a threat, I think that was a mistake, because once the Chinese are given a threat, you have left the United States with no option at all but to go ahead with the visit. So I think, in my view, Xi Jinping has played his cards wrong. He has not been advised correctly by whomsoever advises him in China. And I think he will face the consequences when the third party, when the party meets again to elect the leader for the third time. So whether he gets his third term or not, we will see. But I think his prestige will be badly hit after this incident.
Right, absolutely. We'll talk about China's internal issues right now in just a minute. But Russia, of course, has backed China and has called Pelosi's visit a clear provocation. Let's listen into reactions that we are getting from Russia on this.
Yet again, their desire to prove that they are immune and that they have free reign. They can do whatever they want. I don't see any other reason behind this, behind creating this flashpoint out of nowhere, while very well understanding what this means to China. I don't know. I'm not really in a position to talk about what their motivation was, but it does reflect the line that I've mentioned regarding Ukraine. And I have no doubt about it. This is, yet again, their desire to prove that they are immune and that they have free reign. They can do whatever they want. I don't see any other reason behind this, behind creating this flashpoint out of nowhere, while very well understanding what this means to China. I don't know.
Well, that, of course, has been Russia's response to this visit. Russia, of course, is firmly backing China on this, going on there to say that this is a clear provocation that is coming in from the United States of America. Nancy Pelosi, of course, currently is visiting a memorial, and thereafter we are given to understand that she will have lunch and then perhaps leave for the U.S. Well, even as Nancy Pelosi, of course, a touchdown last evening in the wee hours, we saw the kind of reaction that we have from China. Beijing, of course, has promised military drills that will be taking place in and around Taiwan. And those military drills, of course, did start last night itself. And just to tell our viewers how important this trip is in terms for China, it is clearly rattled because this is the first such visit by a senior official in the past 25 years. We will continue to get you the latest on that visit, but also we will get you the latest on the cash scam from West Bengal.
reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
मैं भी ये चाहता हूँ, हमेशा दिल में सोता हूँ शाम को, मेरे को दर्द होता है कलेजे के अंदर कि चाइना आए तो आज भी मैं खाने के लिए तैयार हूँ। युद्ध भूमि में दुश्मन से जब हम लड़ा करते थे, तूफानों को मोड़ दिया करते थे। अभी जितना बॉर्डर पर मारते हैं उतना तो हम रोड पे छोड़ दिया करते थे।
The only thing which is still in his mind is Naam, Namak and Nishan. Naam of his battalion.
Yes.
Namak, of course, he is eating off the banner, and the Nishan of the banner he is carrying.
After Rajasthan reported 2 suspected cases of monkeypox, the state health minister said that 2 persons with symptoms have already been referred to Jaipur from Bharatpur and Kishangarh, and that their samples have also been sent to the National Institute of Virology in Pune. However, no monkeypox cases have been confirmed from Rajasthan as of now.
पूरी तैयारियां, दवाइयों का सारा इंतजाम है, पूरा उनको जैसे कोविड से लड़े ना उस तरह पूरी तैयारी है मंकीपॉक्स के, और लगता है मंकीपॉक्स केस राजस्थान में अभी नहीं है। अगर ये जांच आने के बाद ही खुलासा होगा मंकीपॉक्स है या नहीं।
Even as the national capital reported its 3rd case of monkeypox, a total of 70 isolation rooms have been set up across 6 hospitals in the national capital to tackle the monkeypox situation. The Uttarakhand Health Department on Tuesday issued an advisory to all the district magistrates and chief medical officers of the state regarding monkeypox. The director of the National
Tiranga bike rally, which is now kick-started from Red Fort of Delhi towards the Vijay Chowk. A clear message being sent out by the people from Delhi to hoist the Tricolour from 13th of August till 15th of August. Remember that the people across the country are also celebrating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, 15 years of independence. Bharat Mata Ki Jai, Vande Mataram. These are the chants with which these people are taking part in this huge Tiranga rally.
We come in friendship. We thank you for your leadership. We want the world to recognize that.
Pelosi meets Taiwanese President Tsai Ing-wen, says what world to recognize Taiwan's leadership.
Military exercises are unnecessary responses. Taiwan has always been open to constructive dialogue, and we will work with stakeholders to bring about stability and peace in the region.
Taiwan digs its heels, says we'll do whatever it takes for self-defense. China on war footing escalates mega military drills near Taiwan. Taiwan fires big charge, accuses China of breaching the territory as Pelosi visits Taiwan. As world watches the unfolding of mega face-off with bated breath, Russia backs China, calls Pelosi's visit a clear provocation. It's a Republic super exclusive as Shavan Sen uncovers a joint Parthu Arpita link. The undeniable proof of the link is out now. Welcome, you're watching Republic. Republic TV. I am Shivangi Shukla and we continue to be live and breaking here. Viewers, a U.S. Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, is now visiting the White Terror Memorial. The visuals of those are there on your screen. She's going to visit this place called the White Terror Memorial after holding a press conference there with the President of Taiwan, Tai Ing-wen. Now, many important points have come out where America has once again reiterated its support for Taiwan, where Nancy Pelosi has said that we stand behind Taiwan. And she has made many important points as well, saying that a trade agreement between Taiwan and the U.S. is a possibility. So essentially, viewers, that America, despite China being rattled by the visit by Nancy Pelosi, they're making it very clear, and also President Tai of Taiwan making it extremely clear that we continue to support Taiwan. And time and again, for many years now, US has said that in case China makes an aggressive move against Taiwan, they will back Taiwan. And we see that the same thing, the same statements there being repeated in this visit of Nancy Pelosi here in Taiwan. The visit continues and she will be visiting the White Terror Memorial after she met President Tai. Even though Beijing remains furious. Okay, we have been joined by Major General Dhruv Katoch. Thank you for joining us here, Major General. What do you really make out of the statements there made by Nancy Pelosi? And just after the statement was made, the Chinese FM said China will not be the first one to use nuclear weapons. So where do you see the tensions between China, US and Taiwan at this point of time?
Right. In my view, I think what the Chinese are really doing now is saber rattling. The American stance has been very clear. They have made it clear that they still stick to their one China policy, but that does not mean that they will not support Taiwan as far as their democratic aspirations of the people of Taiwan are concerned. And that has been a very consistent stand of the United States. In my view, I think if China continues on this path of aggression, then the time will come when the United States and other countries of the world will say, we do not support a one China policy, and there will be many Chinas. So it is up to the Chinese now as to how to take this forward. They did saber rattling. They wanted to pressurize the Americans to back off and get a moral victory. The Americans did not oblige them. So now the Chinese, the Xi Jinping has been left holding the baby, and he will continue with the saber rattling. But if he goes on a military offensive, or if he attempts a military offensive, I think he will be looking at a very humiliating defeat. So he will not go on that path. They will continue saber rattling, and they will do something like economic sanctions on Taiwan or perhaps against the United States. But I don't see them going further than that.
Right. Also, Russia has also released a footage of the offensive operation joint drills with Syrian troops. Major General, if you can see that, we want our viewers to also see it. As China is holding the drills, viewers, Russia has released the footage that you see there on your screens of offensive operation joint drills with Syrian troops. Large-scale exercise on water and land held in Syrian soil for the first time in history. What do you make of this video which is coming in, Major General?
I think what Russia is doing is really, the Chinese helped them as far as Ukraine was concerned, but by being on their side. And the Russians are now simply repaying that debt. So they told the Chinese, well, you helped us, then we'll help you now. But I don't think that the Russian stand is a very moral one. I think they are hopelessly wrong on this particular case. They may have had some justification as far as Ukraine is concerned, but I don't see any Russian justification in trying to support the Chinese on the issue of Taiwan. All that the Americans have done is a senior leader has visited Taiwan, and I think it is not up to the Chinese to tell anybody in the world who can and who cannot visit Taiwan. So here the Americans were totally on the moral high ground, and I think the Russians need to introspect. As far as the exercise in Syria is concerned, they are trying to give a message that, okay, we can ratchet up the situation here also. But I think these are simple messaging. Russia is not going to go on that course. They will simply give moral support the way the Chinese gave them moral support in Ukraine. The Russians are returning the favor now. I will simply put it in that language.
Right. Also, if you could explain to our viewers how big is the issue of independence in Taiwan? Why is China rattled? If you could just put this in perspective for our viewers, Major General.
You see, China has always maintained that, when Chiang Kai-shek, when he was defeated and Mao's army moved in, Chiang Kai-shek moved with the Chinese army and all his personnel, and they went to Taiwan. And they established a government there. For many years, he established leadership till finally democracy came into Taiwan. Initially, when we look at it, we had one China which was being represented by Taiwan. But later on, of course, that
1350 हो गया है। जलालाबाद के हमले के समय 1500 सिख थे। अब उसके बाद लोगों ने ये सोचा कि हम यहाँ नहीं रह सकते। तालिबान के सत्ता में लौटने से 300 लोग और कम हो गए, 300 सिख और कम हो गए हैं। अब केवल वहाँ पे 150 के आसपास।
प्लीज हरभजन जी 0 और को 3 मिनट ही टाइम देते। आपने अच्छा महत्वपूर्ण विषय उठाया, मगर नहीं मैं अलाउ करूंगा, मगर वो रिकॉर्ड पे नहीं जाएगा। देख रहे तो स्टॉप होता है। राइट, राइट। हरभजन जी हमारा जाने माने क्रिकेटर है, सबको मालूम है। जो इन्होंने विषय उठाया वो महत्वपूर्ण विषय है, तो मेरे ख्याल से विदेश मंत्री उसके ऊपर और ध्यान देंगे। श्री जौहर सरकार, डॉक्टर अमी याज्ञिक।
Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity to raise a very important issue. Sir, the issue relates to cancer patients.
Targeted. Let's now move on to the Tiranga rally, which is happening in the national capital, viewers. In fact, now a massive political face-off has erupted over the Tiranga Yatra. Opposition has chosen to boycott the Tiranga Yatra, viewers. That's the big news coming in right now. Tiranga Yatra, which in fact we showed you the visuals of a short while back, where you saw hundreds lined up on bikes for the Tiranga Yatra. Many leaders were there as well, where they were in fact celebrating India's independence. This is the big news coming in, but the opposition is now politicizing the Tiranga Yatra, which in fact took place a short while back. Now they are saying, and they have boycotted the Tiranga Yatra. This is the big news coming in at this point of time, viewers. Remember that this is the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign, which was launched by PM Modi. PM Modi has also changed his Twitter DP to the Tricolour, and the Tiranga Yatra was not just for the BJP, but it was for all the parties to come together. Despite whichever party you belong to, does not matter. Then the call was made from the Vice President that everyone from all parties should come together and take part in the mega Tiranga rally. But what we are seeing is that the entire incident is being politicized by the opposition. There's a big face-off happening after the opposition has now chosen to boycott the Tiranga Yatra. That's the big news coming in at this point of time. And all this is happening as India is getting to celebrate the 75 years of independence. So this is, of course, will happen on August 15th. And efforts are on, viewers, right now to get more people to join the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign from August 13 to 15 to mark Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Let's have a look at all the reactions coming in on this big story.
मैम, आज प्रोग्राम है, तिरंगा यात्रा निकाली जा रही है, क्या मैसेज आप?
मैसेज बहुत साधारण है। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अमृत महोत्सव की घोषणा की थी 12 मार्च 2021 को, और साथ ही तिरंगा यात्रा, तिरंगा जो हम सबकी प्रेरणा है, और कल बेंगली वेंकैया जी के जन्मदिन से शुरू कर हमारे जितने अनसंग हीरोज़ हैं जिनके बारे में लोगों की जानकारी कम है, वो उन सबको जाने, और जिन्होंने अपना सर्वस्व इस देश की आज़ादी के लिए न्यौछावर किया, वही हमारी प्रेरणा बने, ताकि हम उस प्रेरणा को लेकर आगे आने वाले आज़ादी के अमृत महोत्सव में शामिल होते हुए 25 साल देश के कैसे हो उसके काम में जुट जाएं और पूरे अपने सामर्थ्य को पहचानते हुए आगे बढ़े।
कल्चर का इवेंट है, ये मैसेज क्लियर जाना चाहिए, क्योंकि कुछ पार्टी के जो एमपीज हैं उनमें कंफ्यूजन है कि बीजेपी का ये इवेंट है। आप चाहेंगे कि पार्टी अक्रॉस लाइन जो है एमपीज इसमें आए?
मैं चाहूँगी कि सांसद अक्रॉस पार्टी लाइन इसमें पहुँचे, क्योंकि तिरंगा किसी एक पार्टी का नहीं, तिरंगा देश का है।
के बाद तिरंगा तो किसी दल का, किसी व्यक्ति का नहीं है, देश का तिरंगा है, सबको आना चाहिए, तो गलत हो गया। ऐसा नहीं होता, दिखाना पड़ता है, दिल में भी होना है, झंडा लहराना होता है।
इम्पोज किया जा रहा है, आरएसएस का एजेंडा है, क्या कहेंगे आप इस तरह की?
तिरंगा कोई इम्पोज करने वाला चीज है क्या? तिरंगा तो शान से लहराने वाला।
सर, कांग्रेस
So viewers, you just heard the reactions coming in right over there of the Tiranga Yatra, which was held just a short while back, and the opposition has politicized it. But a mega Tiranga rally had in fact kicked off just a short while back. We continue tracking the story very closely on Republic TV.
The Uttarakhand Health Department on Tuesday issued an advisory to all the district magistrates and chief medical officers of the state regarding monkeypox. The director of the National Health Mission issued orders instructing officials to strictly monitor the situation, strengthen the surveillance, and also keep the health system on alert mode. Amid cases of monkeypox being reported in different parts of the country, Karnataka's Health Minister Sudhakar said that there is no need to panic about monkeypox, and also assured that the government is taking all precautionary measures, including thermal screening at airports and strict surveillance in districts bordering Kerala.
People need not panic, as it is this infection. This arises because of the same virus family as that of smallpox. So it is, first of all, it is not a very life-threatening disease, and this is not as contagious as what we have observed in COVID.
As a monkeypox cases tally rises to 8, Union Health Minister Mansukh Mandaviya addressed the Parliament over the disease, claiming that monkeypox is not a new disease and that it is being witnessed by the world, and also assured that a detailed probe is, in fact, the research is also being conducted on monkeypox.
8 केस और ये डिसीज़ डीप कॉन्टैक्ट से स्प्रेड होता है। माँ को होता है तो बच्चे को होने की संभावना होती है, हस्बैंड को होता है तो वाइफ को होने की संभावना होती है। कोई स्पेसिफिक समुदाय या तो स्पेसिफिक को ही हो ऐसा नहीं है, डीप कॉन्टैक्ट जिसको हो उसको होने की संभावना होती है, और इस तरह से ये केस फैलता है।
The protesters are trying to exert force on the barricades and trying to break it down.
Mr. Chatterjee, would you like to inform? Sonia Gandhi coming out of the, and we can see Priyanka Gandhi is also here, along with Sonia Gandhi.
Sanjay Raut Singh outside his residence. He has come out. He has come out.
Fox case with another fresh positive reported from the national capital. CEO of Serum Institute of India, Adar Poonawalla, met Union Health Minister Mansukh Mandaviya. After the meet, Poonawalla said,
टेम्परेचर कितना था?
कम से कम -70।
हर सैनिक को ये मौका नहीं मिलता CHN काटने का। मेरा का 22 साल के अंदर ये मौका मिला CHN काटने का।
अच्छा,
इसलिए बहुत गर्व है मेरा को।
छोटी बात नहीं साहब, बहुत बड़ा कलेजा चाहिए, है ना साहब।
Continue to be live and breaking on Republic TV. China plans to carry out military drills and missile tests off the Taiwan coast between August 4th and August 7th in wake of Pelosi's visit. Here is an explainer on that.
Now, in response to Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, Chinese military will launch targeted military operations near Taiwan. The extensive and unprecedented military drills and military tests from August 4th till the 7th of August can be seen as one of the most serious show of force by China around Taiwan since at least 1995. This essentially means that China will undertake long-range live-fire exercises in the Taiwan Strait and in waters off Taiwan's east coast. And if reports are anything to go by, 21 Chinese aircraft have already entered Taiwan's defense zone. The Taiwan's defense ministry, meanwhile, condemning the Chinese provocation, said that the move will not help China's international image and will also hurt people on both sides of the strait. Now, let's understand what does the large-scale military drills as well as military tests around Taiwan would essentially mean. Take a look at this map released by Chinese media that shows how China plans to carry out live air and sea exercises in the Taiwan Strait from all directions. China also intends to lob conventional missiles off the eastern coast of Taiwan. So Taiwan will face military exercises and missile tests from its north, south, east as well as the west. The Chinese PLA, remember, has become much more active over the past year in the east coast of Taiwan. During the military drills, relevant ships and aircraft should not enter the above seas and airspaces during this period. To sum it all, with its military operations and lobbing of missiles, China wants to put military and economic pressure on Taiwan. It would also result in blocking trade routes to Europe and the Middle East. It would also exacerbate existing supply chain woes as it would lead to sanctions on goods supply by China and other countries to Taiwan.
Time for top sports updates. Australia's gold rush in the Commonwealth Games swimming pool continued with the team picking up gold medals in the 6 of the day's 10 events. Ariane Titmus picked up her third gold of the week, winning the women's 800-meter freestyle in a new Commonwealth Games record time. Australia enjoyed more success on the athletics track with Nina Kennedy winning the women's pole vault. There were more gold medals for Commonwealth Games host England on the 5th day of competition in the gymnasium and judo arena on the 3x3 basketball court. Gymnast Alice Kinsella won the women's floor exercise and Daniel Powell and Lachlan Moorhead picked up the judo golds while the host basketball teams beat Australia in the men's final. After the Indian badminton mixed team suffered a defeat against Malaysia in the finals and had to settle for the silver medal, the double Olympics medalist PV Sindhu said that she is very important to come back stronger in the game. Indian badminton team claimed the silver medal in the mixed group match of the Commonwealth Games 2022. Suryakumar Yadav's blistering half-century and final cameo of unbeaten 33 by Rishabh Pant guided India to a 7-wicket win over West Indies in the third T20I of the 5-match series of Warner Park, St. Kitts. Chasing a target of 165, men in blue got off to a great start as their openers Rohit Sharma and Suryakumar Yadav started the game by playing aggressively. Star India opener Smriti Mandhana has moved up one spot to clinch her career-best third position among batters in the ICC Women's T20I player rankings after a match-winning half-century against Pakistan in the ongoing Commonwealth Games in Birmingham. Mandhana, who was earlier top-ranked batter in ODIs, has been ranked third in the T20Is in the past two.
In addition to the security deposit amount, As a result, many FASTag users were not allowed to pass through a toll plaza in spite of having sufficient balance in their FASTag account.
The protesters are trying to exert force on the barricades and trying to break it down.
Mr. Chatterjee, would you like to report? Sonia Gandhi coming out of the, and we can see Priyanka Gandhi is also here, along with Sonia Gandhi.
Sanjay Ram Singh outside his residence. He has come out. He has come out.
Fox case with another fresh positive reported from the national capital. CEO of Serum Institute of India, Adar Poonawalla, met Union Health Minister Mansukh Mandavia. After the meet, Poonawalla said that research and preparations are being conducted for a monkeypox vaccine.
बहुत अच्छी हमेशा तरह हम वैक्सीन की सब तैयारी कर रहे हैं और मिनिस्टर साहब को ब्रीफ किया।
सर मंकी पॉक्स पे कब तक आ जाएगी वैक्सीन?
अभी देखिए हम बेबी स्टेप्स ले रहे, देखेंगे जो मंकी पॉक्स की वैक्सीन ज़रूरत है कि नहीं हमारे देश में, बट हम रिसर्च पूरी तरह से कर रहे हैं, बहुत सारे वैक्सीन कंपनीज भी रिसर्च कर रहे हैं।
Look at the mountain of cash.
राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
मैं भी ये चाहता हूँ, हमेशा दिल में सोता हूँ शाम को, मेरे को दर्द होता है कलेजे के अंदर कि चाइना आए तो आज भी मैं खाने के लिए तैयार हूँ। युद्ध भूमि में दुश्मन से जब हम लड़ा करते थे, तूफानों को मोड़ दिया करते थे। अभी जितना बॉर्डर पर मारते हैं उतना तो हम रोड पे छोड़ दिया करते थे।
The only thing which is still in his mind is Naam, Namak and Nishan. Naam of his battalion.
Yes.
Namak, of course, he is eating off the banner, and the Nishan of the banner he is carrying.
After round
Jammu and Kashmir's Lieutenant Governor Sinha urged the devotees visiting the Amarnath Shrine to complete their trips before the 5th of August. While stating that the yatras to the shrine were planned till the 11th of August, he warned of the bad weather conditions in the state in the coming days.
देश भर के श्रद्धालुओं से मेरा निवेदन होगा कि जिस तरह से मौसम है, जिस तरह का अनुमान लगाया जा रहा है, मैं सबसे आग्रह करूंगा कि 5 अगस्त तक जो भी श्रद्धालु दर्शन करना चाहें वो दर्शन कर लें। वैसे तो हम लोगों ने 11 अगस्त तक घोषित किया है, लेकिन जो अनुमान लगाया जा रहा है कि आगे आने वाले दिनों में और भी बारिश की संभावना है या मौसम प्रतिकूल रहेगा।
The Lieutenant Governor was also a part of the puja performed on the occasion of Nag Panchami in Srinagar. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
मैं भी ये चाहता हूँ, हमेशा दिल में सोता हूँ शाम को, मेरे को दर्द होता है कलेजे के अंदर कि चाइना आए तो आज भी मैं खाने के लिए तैयार हूँ। युद्ध भूमि में दुश्मन से जब हम लड़ा करते थे, तूफानों को मोड़ दिया करते थे। अभी जितना बॉर्डर पर मारते हैं उतना तो हम रोड पे छोड़ दिया करते थे।
The only thing which is still in his mind is Naam, Namak and Nishan. Naam of his battalion.
Yes.
Namak, of course, he is eating off the banner, and the Nishan of the banner he is carrying.
After Rajasthan reported 2 suspected cases of monkeypox. The state health minister said that 2 persons with symptoms have already been referred to Jaipur from Bharatpur and Kishangarh, and that their samples have also been sent to the National Institute of Virology in Pune. However, no monkeypox cases have been confirmed from Rajasthan as of now.
पूरी तैयारियां, दवाइयों का सारा इंतजाम है, पूरा उनको जैसे कोविड से लड़े ना उस तरह पूरी तैयारी है मंकीपॉक्स के, और लगता है मंकीपॉक्स केस राजस्थान में अभी नहीं है। अगर ये जांच आने के बाद ही खुलासा होगा मंकीपॉक्स है या नहीं।
Even as the national capital reported its 3rd case of monkeypox, a total of 70 isolation rooms have been set up across 6 hospitals in the national capital to tackle the monkeypox situation. The Uttarakhand Health Department on Tuesday issued an advisory to all the district magistrates and chief medical officers of the state regarding monkeypox. The director of the National Health Mission issued orders instructing officials to strictly monitor the situation, strengthen the surveillance, and also keep the health system on alert mode. Amid cases of monkeypox being reported in different parts of the country, Karnataka's Health Minister Sudhakar said that there is no need to panic about monkeypox, and also assured that the government is taking all precautionary measures, including thermal screening at airports and strict surveillance in districts bordering Kerala.
People need not panic. As it is, this infection, arises because of the same virus family as that of smallpox. So it is, first of all, it is not a very life-threatening disease, and this is not as contagious as what we have observed in COVID.
These protesters have blocked the main ITO road.
Nancy Pelosi lands and she's coming down now. Nancy Pelosi.
We thank you for your leadership. We want the world to recognize that.
Nancy Pelosi meets the Taiwanese President Tsai Ing-wen as the world wants to recognize Taiwan's leadership. China on war footing escalates with mega military drills near Taiwan. Taiwan fires a big charge, accuses China of breaching the territory as Pelosi visits Taiwan. As the world watches the unfolding of a face-off with bated breath, Russia backs China, calls Pelosi's visit a clear provocation. Well, it's a mega show of patriotism on display in the national capital, but a face-off erupts as the opposition boycotts the rally. And it is a Republic Super exclusive as Shavan Sen uncovers the joint Partha Arpita link. The undeniable proof of the link is now out. And in fact, here's the latest that we are getting in the Bengal cash scam. We are now going to cut across to visuals that we are getting from West Bengal's Birbhum, where ED raids are currently underway at Arpita Mukherjee's residence over there. Do remember that other apartments belonging to Arpita Mukherjee have been raided by the ED, and a huge amount of cash was found in both the apartments. Now, these pictures are of a fresh raid that is being conducted at Arpita Mukherjee's home in Birbhum. Kishale is joining us live from our Bangla newsroom. Kishale, take us through what's happening in Birbhum. Pictures on our screen, of course, are of an ED raid that's currently on.
Well, yeah, Nupur, right now what we are showing is that ED teams has reached Birbhum district in West Bengal, and all these teams are right now in different locations, and one of the location is this Opa house, which is named after probably Orpita and Partha. That is the name of that house, and in this house right now the ED team is inside and they're looking for more evidences and probably cash if it is found. We saw how for the first time when they raided different flats of Orpita Mukherjee, when they raided different apartments of Orpita Mukherjee house, stacks of piles of cash were recovered repeatedly. And now right now this is the Birbhum Shantiniketan flat apartment house in which Orpita and Partho allegedly they came for vacations, and there were different news reports about how they used to spend long times in this house, in this particular place, because anyways this is a tourist destination, Shantiniketan in West Bengal. They have a big house here and different other houses which are also here in the same district of Birbhum. Right now the ED team, Enforcement Directorate team, is inside this building, inside this particular house, and they are looking for more evidences which can be found within this house as per ED sources. Also, we are learning that within Birbhum district, there are several important locations where the ED team is right now looking for other evidences, like right now the ED team is in one of the TM's leader's house, who also deals with stone crusher business. Also, there are different other locations where the ED team has reached right now in Birbhum. Apart from that, another update is that Partho and Orpita both are right now taken out of the CGO office, ED office, and right now they are heading towards medical checkup, after which they'll be produced in Bangshal court today. The ED will probably seek for extension of the custody of Orpita and Partho because the custody ends today, and then the investigation will continue. Right now ED teams are in different locations in Birbhum right now raiding, and one of that location is Opa building, Opa house of Orpita and Partho, and Orpita and Partho are taken to Joka ESI for medical checkup, after which they will be produced in Bangshal court. That's the update. Nupur.
Absolutely, as you're pointing out, of course, just to remind our viewers that the ED's custody of Partha as well as Arpita Mukherjee ends today. They will be taken to court later in the day. Of course, Kishale is bringing us the latest on that aspect as well. But pictures on your screen are of the house in Birbhum, which is being raided again. Now, this house in Birbhum essentially draws a clear link between Partha...
जांच का हिस्सा है, अब वो जांच का हिस्सा है, लिहाजा फिलहाल मीडिया से उनको बात नहीं करने दी जाएगी। लेकिन ये तस्वीरें हम अपने दर्शकों को दिखा रहे हैं। संजय राउत को मेडिकल के लिए ले जाया जा रहा है। संजय राउत जो रिमांड पर हैं, 4 दिन की रिमांड पर हैं, और 4 दिन की रिमांड पर संजय राउत को 48 आवर्स के बाद उनका मेडिकल जांच होना बहुत जरूरी है, और इसीलिए संजय राउत को मेडिकल के लिए एक बार फिर से ले जाया गया है। ये तस्वीरें देखिए, गाड़ियां आगे बढ़ते हुए, सिक्योरिटी भी है साथ में, और संजय राउत उसी अंदाज में आज एक बार फिर से नजर आए। जैसे ही वो दफ्तर से बाहर निकले, वही गमछा उन्होंने गले में डाला हुआ था, भगवा रंग का, जो पार्टी का कलर भी है, उसी गमछे के साथ जब वो निकले, पहले एक हाथ ऊपर उठाया और उसके बाद दोनों मुट्ठियों के साथ उन्होंने दोनों हाथ अपने ऊपर उठाए। फिर वही अंदाज संजय राउत का दिखाई दिया। हालांकि हर बार वो मुस्कुराते हुए नजर आते हैं, लेकिन आज वो मुस्कुराहट नहीं थी, लेकिन ये दिखाने की उनकी तरफ से पूरी कोशिश थी कि वो कार्रवाई से डरने वाले नहीं है, जैसा कि वो लगातार बोलते रहे हैं। 1 अगस्त को सेशन कोर्ट की तरफ से 4 दिन की रिमांड दी गई थी। संजय राउत की 4 दिन की रिमांड ईडी को मिली थी और लगातार उनसे पूछताछ हो रही है। कल भी ईडी की तरफ से 2 जगहों पर रेड की गई थी। पाताचौल घोटाले से जुड़े जो 2 ठिकाने हैं, वहां पर बताया जा रहा है कि एचडीआईएल से संबंधित जो शख्स लगातार एचडीआईएल और साथ ही उसकी जो सहायक कंपनियां, उसके लिए जो खातों का लेन देन करता था, कैश में लेन देन करता था, ऑनलाइन ट्रांजैक्शन करता था, उसके घर पर छापेमारी की गई थी। वहां से कुछ दस्तावेज निकाले गए थे। इसके अलावा एक और ठिकाने पर भी छापेमारी हुई थी, वो भी एचडीआईएल से ही जुड़ा बताया जा रहा है। और लगातार ईडी अब इस पूरे मामले को खंगालने में जुटी हुई है। 1000 करोड़ से ज्यादा का ये मामला, और इसमें लगातार जांच चल रही है। संजय राउत की गिरफ्तारी भी इसीलिए हुई थी। 31 जुलाई को देर रात संजय राउत को गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया था और 1 अगस्त को उन्हें सेशन कोर्ट में पेश किया गया था। सेशन कोर्ट की तरफ से हालांकि ईडी की तरफ से 8 दिन की रिमांड मांगी गई थी, लेकिन कोर्ट ने उन्हें 4 दिन की रिमांड दी और 4 दिन की रिमांड पर संजय राउत से लगातार पूछताछ हो रही है। ईडी के इस दफ्तर में ही लगातार उनसे पूछताछ हो रही है, लेकिन फिलहाल उनको मेडिकल के लिए ले जाया गया है। मेडिकल के लिए टीम उनको लेकर गई है। वहां मेडिकल होगा, 1 से 1.5 घंटा मेडिकल में लग सकता है। वही रूटीन चेकअप इससे पहले 1 अगस्त को भी उनका कोर्ट जाने से पहले मेडिकल हुआ था और एक बार फिर से, क्योंकि 48 आवर्स में मेडिकल जरूरी है, ये कानूनी प्रक्रिया है और इसी कानूनी प्रक्रिया के तहत ईडी की टीम एक बार फिर से उनको मेडिकल के लिए लेकर गई है। तो लगातार इस घोटाले के जो तार हैं उनको, जो कड़ियां हैं उनको जोड़ने की ईडी पूरी कोशिश कर रही है। अब देखना होगा कि अब आगे और किन किन जगहों पर ईडी रेड करती है, क्योंकि कल जिस तरीके से एचडीआईएल के 2 ठिकानों पर रेड की गई थी और बताया जा रहा है कि जिस शख्स के यहाँ पर रेड की गई थी एचडीआईएल के लिए, वो और साथ ही उसकी जो सहायक कंपनियां हैं उसके लिए वो ट्रांजैक्शन का पूरा काम देखता था, बैंक खातों का पूरा काम देखता था। उसके बयान भी बताया जा रहा है कि दर्ज किए गए हैं और जरूरत पड़ने पर ईडी एक बार फिर से उस शख्स को बुला सकती है, पूछताछ कर सकती है। और एक और एचडीआईएल के जो एक और ठिकाना था वहां पर भी लगातार पूछताछ की गई, वहां से भी कुछ डॉक्यूमेंट्स निकाले गए थे और उन्हीं डॉक्यूमेंट्स को लेकर ईडी की जो टीम थी वो यहां पर पहुंची। एक व्हाइट कलर का एनवेलप था जिसमें तमाम वो डॉक्यूमेंट्स थे जो इस पूरे मामले से जुड़े हुए थे। अब उनको खंगालने के बाद ये बताया जा रहा है कि कई और ठिकाने हैं जहां पर भी छापेमारी हो सकती है। एक बहुत बड़ा खुलासा भी हुआ है। ये बताया जा रहा है कि तकरीबन जो अलीबाग के किहिम बीच में मौजूद जो 10 लैंड्स ली गई थी, जो 10 प्लॉट लिए गए थे, असल में 3 करोड़ रुपए उसके लिए भुगतान किया था संजय राउत ने। और बताया ये जा रहा है, ईडी की तरफ से जो सोर्सेज बता रहे हैं वो बता रहे हैं कि वो 3 करोड़ रुपए प्रवीण राउत ने ही उनको कैश में दिए थे। तो लगातार अब ईडी पूछताछ कर रही है। अब देखना होगा कि और कौन-कौन लोग और कौन-कौन से ठिकाने ईडी के निशाने पर आते हैं। विजय मुकेश के साथ मैं गायत्री शर्मा, रिपब्लिक भारत।
Well, pictures on your screen are of Sanjay Raut being taken for a medical test. This, of course, is procedural. He is currently in the custody of the ED. He was remanded to the ED's custody till 4th August. That's tomorrow in a money laundering case. He was, of course, produced by the ED at a special court earlier. Now he's continuously being questioned by the ED in the Patrachol case. Patrachol, of course, was said to be redeveloped by the Maharashtra Housing and Development Authority around 2007 and 8. Now, this construction work is still, of course, continuing, and the residents at that point in time were asked to vacate their homes in 2008. A look at news in brief now. The Bahujan Samaj Party chief Mayawati has announced that her party will support the NDA's candidate for the vice presidential elections, Jagdeep Dhankar, in the upcoming polls that take place on the 6th of August. Taking to Twitter, the BSP Supremo said that she's taken the decision keeping in mind the wider public interest and its movement in the election being held for the post of the vice president. The 34th batch of the Amarnath Yatra left for the holy shrine from Bhagwati Nagar base camp in Jammu. A total of 226 pilgrims left for the holy caves, which included 152 pilgrims from the Pahalgam base camp and 74 pilgrims from the Baltal base camp. The Union Home Minister Amit Shah will visit Bengaluru today to take part in the Sankalp Se Siddhi conference of the CII. Amit Shah is likely to hold this meeting with the state BJP leaders. Remember, Shah's trip to Bengaluru comes amidst unrest amongst a certain section of BJP cadres who are upset with the murder of the BJP youth wing worker Praveen Netaru and the tension prevailing in coastal Karnataka. Ahead of the 75th Independence Day, hundreds of people have gathered at the Red Fort to take part in the Tiranga bike rally. Earlier, Prime Minister Modi had urged citizens to hoist or display the national flag at their homes between August 13 and 15. Ruchira Kamboj has taken over as India's permanent representative to the UN, making her the first woman to hold the position after presenting her credentials to the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres. Ruchira Kamboj is a 1987 batch Indian Foreign Service officer who had previously served as the ambassador of India to Bhutan and succeeded T.S. Tirumurti as India's permanent representative to the United Nations in New York. Bengaluru has witnessed heavy rainfall resulting in severe waterlogging in various parts of the city. The Water and Power Department have also faced complaints related to water entering homes and power outages. The Indian Met Department has issued an alert for Bengaluru's urban areas, saying that the region might receive heavy rainfall in the next 2 days. The pictures on your screen, I think, are of the cavalcade of the U.S. House Representative Speaker Nancy Pelosi. I think she's making her way from the White Terror Memorial Park. She was scheduled to visit the White Terror Memorial Park. Do remember that her visit, of course, comes even as there have been serious warnings from China. This visit, of course, has gathered a considerable reaction from China, which has criticized the US's decision and the Speaker's decision to go ahead with this visit. Do remember that Nancy Pelosi is the second Speaker of the United States of America's House of Representatives to make this visit. The last visit was made about 25 years ago. Now, she, of course, is a top U.S. Democrat. And has met Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen despite sharp warnings from China. She was earlier, of course, in the presidential palace where she was honored by the Taiwanese president. She is expected, of course, to be leaving this afternoon after this visit and lunch, perhaps. China has retaliated sharply to this, and the Chinese army will be holding military exercises in areas around Taiwan from Thursday until about Sunday, according to its state media. The U.S., however, has said that there is no need to turn this visit into a crisis, with the Pentagon spokesperson John Kirby emphasizing that America supports the status quo that exists. Beijing, of course, sees the self-ruled Taiwan as a breakaway province that will eventually be part of the country. But apart from that, we have been seeing a lot of sharp reactions coming in from China. We've also been hearing about how China is not just putting in place military drills that essentially amount to a blockade, but also perhaps putting in economic measures. I think pictures on this screen are of Nancy Pelosi visiting that memorial. Niranjan Narayan-Swamy also on the phone line. Niranjan, I think these pictures do depict that Nancy Pelosi will complete her visit despite the rhetoric that we've been seeing from China.
Well, absolutely, and irrespective of all the, saber-rattling, the sort of posturing, it appears that she will complete her visit, and in all likelihood, it's going to be a successful visit. And nothing that China could really do or say, except, of course, do a little bit of posturing. They've also begun their military drills off Taiwan, and they've also begun live military drills close to the Taiwan Strait. And this is in direct response to the U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit. The U.S. House Speaker and a delegation arrived in Taiwan last evening amid fierce protests and promises of countermeasures from Beijing, but none of those countermeasures really have been effective, have they? Because she's landed successfully. She's gone about her entire diplomatic agenda. She's sent a message. She's spoken. She's visiting one place after another, meeting one dignitary after another to show America's solidarity with Taiwan. The Chinese Foreign Ministry, meanwhile, has also summoned U.S. ambassador after Pelosi landed in Taipei as an official protest, and they've also warned that Washington will pay the price. Now, what that price will be, nobody knows. Will we know whether Washington will really pay a price? Well, China knows that they can't really do much for now. And the U.S. is also, meanwhile, at the same time, while China holds its military drills, the U.S. has increased its military presence near Taiwan with its USS Ronald Reagan carrier strike group, which is reportedly heading to waters southeast of the island, could be very close to where the Chinese drills are also happening. So they are going there. They're not backing off. And we're also hearing at the same time from the Chinese mouthpieces, the claim is that the PLA Eastern Theater Command has organized joint drills featuring Navy, Air Force, Rocket Force, Strategic Support Force, and Joint Logistics Support Force in the sea and airspace in north, southwest, and southeast of Taiwan.
Right, absolutely. In fact, let's also bring in Jason Lee, who's been covering this visit for Republic TV from Taipei. Jason, we are, of course, now seeing perhaps the final hours of her visit. She should be heading back after lunch. But right now, I think we are witnessing this visit to a memorial. Can you tell us more?
Yes, there's a human rights memorial museum in Xindian. It's very old, and I believe that it's a former jail for political prisoners.
Right, and do you think that this visit to this particular human rights memorial sends across a sharp message to China, because the US has repeatedly condemned China's human rights record?
Oh, no, it doesn't at all, because this is this jail was run by the former KMT government. So it's has nothing to do with the Chinese Communist Party, which has not governed Taiwan before.
All right. And what are the kind of reactions that we are getting to this visit? You were earlier telling us that the normal people in Taiwan are more bothered about the military drills that they are seeing and also the economic effects that we see.
I think short-term people are concerned about the possibility for military action, but that will pass very soon as the House Speaker leaves. The sanctions are the more long-term story, because we're just 4 months away from the year-end local elections in Taiwan, and if mainland China really wants to flex its muscles and show everyone in Taiwan, including the government and Tsai Ing-wen herself, they will probably go down that path, as we've already seen today that they're starting to ban certain food industries. And this could create a ripple effect for the ruling party in the year-end local elections, where it would make it very difficult or not believable for them to win big. And Tsai Ing-wen needs these local elections to win big. So in my opinion, the Pelosi visit will help Tsai Ing-wen in the short run, but we will see in the next few months that it may not be so beneficial to her.
All right, absolutely. Do stay with us. I think we've also got Mr. Patricot Payne joining us. He's a geopolitical analyst. Mr. Payne, thank you very much for speaking to us on Republic TV. Mr. Payne, do you think that China perhaps is overreacting, as the United States of America is saying, or do you think that China's reaction will continue and perhaps it will be a graded response and may hurt economic interests of Taiwan?
Well, I think, they will try to do something. It's not that they will just leave it there, because you had this kind of drills even in the past as well. But what we see this time is of a different proportion altogether. I think the real issue, the real challenge for Xi Jinping is that he has to show something to the audience back home, that he has done something. Even, in fact, if you look at within China, there are major economic challenges. His zero COVID policy has not worked. There's a huge mortgage crisis emerging. So a combination of different things, and the plenary that is going to come, he's seeking a third term. So he has to show that he's not a weak president. So some kind of a demonstrable action possibly will be there. It may not be a direct invasion of Taiwan mainland. It can be some of the offshore islands of Taiwan, like the Kinmen Island, which they might try to take, which I consider as the Crimea model, in the similar way Russia did. I think the sanctions will definitely have an impact on Taiwan, because there is a symbiotic relationship between the Taiwanese and the Chinese economy. A considerable amount of Taiwanese import come from China and vice versa. So in that way, Taiwan would definitely have some major impact. If there is a invasion, I think as of yet it's very unlikely, because an amphibious assault or invasion by China of Taiwan will be suicidal for China for the time being, because they are still 5 to 7 years away in terms of having that kind of capability. And the Ukrainian war has actually shown that it is easy to start a war, but actually it's far more difficult to keep it that way. If there is a war, it would have impact on Chinese economy also, because there will invariably be sanctions on China by countries like United States, just as China is imposing sanctions on Taiwan. And globally, it would have severe impact in terms of much more uncertainty in the realm of commodity prices, speculation related to the price of oil, in the component manufacturing sector, in the realm of chip manufacturing. But as things stand today, it is actually Xi Jinping trying to show that he is not a weak president, that he would try to do something. What he would do, what kind of demonstrable action, we still don't know. But whatever it is, it will not be good for the world as a whole.
Now, Mr. Payne, what do you think was the US's motive in going ahead with this visit? Because we saw a lot of dithering till yesterday, and we weren't really sure whether she's going to touch down in Taiwan at all or not. It was very last moment. There was no itinerary that was released. So in that sense, do you think that the US is just trying to test waters?
Well, United States have always maintained a strategic ambiguity so far as Taiwan is concerned. There has been in the last 2 years, Joe Biden comes and says something that he will protect, he will defend Taiwan, and the White House spokesperson will come and say something else, that United States still believe in the one China policy. Secondly, if you look at the House of Representatives Speaker, her itinerary is never decided by the government of United States. The executive have no control on the House of Representatives, at least so far as the speaker is concerned. So I think in one way, if she had gone to several other countries in Southeast Asia and the Asia Pacific region, and if she had not gone to Taiwan, it would have meant that United States is blinking and chickening out in the face of Chinese threats. And so that's why I think she has gone. But at the same time, the itinerary was not released because the United States and the American establishment, especially the Pentagon, also was very apprehensive about the security of the plane itself while it was traveling. That's why neither the itinerary was released nor the flight path was actually released before it actually she landed over there. So overall, I think yes, there is also perhaps a certain level of compulsion on the part of the American president and the government there as well. Remember, just like the Chinese economy, the United States economy is also not in the good shape. It has almost shrunk by 1% because of recessionary trends. The inflation is also very high over there. So it may also be that there is a tendency to divert attention. Whether they want a full-fledged confrontation with China or not, we don't know. Perhaps not, but some kind of a scaling up of the things would actually help in terms of salvaging, the confidence of president so far as the domestic audience is concerned. So I think, but if you look at the overall situation in the world today, the world was just recovering from the COVID crisis. Then there was this Russia-Ukraine conflict. This kind of a situation probably in certain way could have been avoided. But at the same time, I think a lot of countries are also very happy for one simple reason, that this kind of brazenness has been shown by China on several occasions. They never cared two hoots about international laws. So once the Chinese are now facing it, I'm sure there are many other countries who are in the South China Sea or probably in the South Asia. They are very happy that the Chinese are actually testing something which they have done for a long time. So overall, as you look at it, there are a lot of subterfuges in this entire traveling. But at the same time, the world is looking at a lot of uncertainties. Many of the smaller countries might face bankruptcy if the prices of commodities rise again, if the price of oil rise again. We have seen what happened to Sri Lanka. It might happen to many of the smaller countries. Bigger countries like India might still survive because they are resilient, they have economic depth. But the smaller countries, irrespective of whether a war happens or not, a war-like situation creates speculation, and that would not be good for the overall economy of the world.
All right, stay with us. I'm going to go back to Jason Lee. Jason, the US, of course, says that China is overreacting and that this is just a visit of Nancy Pelosi, who is the speaker. And there have been visits in the past. There were, of course, 6 legislators, I think, who went earlier this year. Is that the thought that's being held in Taiwan as well, that China perhaps is overreacting?
Oh, well, people in Taiwan are used to that, and it doesn't really bother them because they overreact about almost everything, so that that's not really like a news item to them. So they wouldn't really think too much about that.
Right, but economic sanctions, that's something that will bother the people over there, considering, as Pratikrit Payne was mentioning over there, that there is a symbiotic relationship between Taiwan and China in terms of being joined, at the hip over economics.
Yes, this is why I was emphasizing that this is the more strategic approach to the situation, and I predict that Xi Jinping will go down this path and not military action, even against the Jimin and Matsu Islands, which are small islands that they could take easily. I highly doubt that they would take those islands because it would give the rest of the world an excuse, especially the United States, to sanction them on many things that would hurt them very much. So I predict that they want to be the ones handing out the sanctions and not the other way around.
All right, Pratikrit Payne as well as Jason Lee do stay with us. We'll come back with the two of you shortly. Now, China, of course, is planning to carry out military drills and missile tests of the Taiwan coast between the 4th and the 7th of August in the wake of Nancy Pelosi's visit.
Now, in response to Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, Chinese military will launch targeted military operations near Taiwan. The extensive and unprecedented military drills and military tests from August 4th till the 7th of August can be seen as one of the most serious show of force by China around Taiwan since at least 1995. This essentially means that China will undertake long-range live-fire exercises in the Taiwan Strait and in waters off Taiwan's east coast. And if reports are anything to go by, 21 Chinese aircraft have already entered Taiwan's defense zone. The Taiwan's defense ministry, meanwhile, condemning the Chinese provocation, said that the move will not help China's international image and will also hurt people on both sides of the strait. Now, let's understand what does the large-scale military drills as well as military tests around Taiwan would essentially mean. Take a look at this map released by Chinese media that shows how China plans to carry out live air and sea exercises in the Taiwan Strait from all directions. China also intends to lob conventional missiles off the eastern coast of Taiwan. So Taiwan will face military exercises and missile tests from its north, south, east as well as the west. The Chinese PLA, remember, has become much more active over the past year in the east coast of Taiwan. During the military drills, relevant ships and aircraft should not enter the above seas and airspaces during this period. To sum it all, with its military operations and lobbing of missiles, China wants to put military and economic pressure on Taiwan. It would also result in blocking trade routes to Europe and the Middle East. It would also exacerbate existing supply chain woes as it would lead to sanctions on goods supply by China and other countries to Taiwan.
You are watching Republic TV, and still to come, a mega show of patriotism is on display in the national capital, but the face-off erupts as opposition boycotts the rally. And it is a Republic Super exclusive as Shavan Sen uncovers the joint Partha Chatterjee Arpita Mukherjee link. The undeniable proof of the link is now out.
In the CBSE 2022 boards, the toppers for classes 12 and 10 are from Amity once again. At Amity, we are privileged to educate brilliant students and express our gratitude to our teachers and school leaders who passionately work for the success of our children.
The Uttarakhand Health Department on Tuesday issued an advisory to all the district magistrates and chief medical officers of the state regarding monkeypox. The director of the National Health Mission issued orders instructing officials to strictly monitor the situation, strengthen the surveillance and also keep the health system on alert mode. Amid cases of monkeypox being reported in different parts of the country, Karnataka's Health Minister Sudhakar said that there is no need to panic about monkeypox and also assured that the government is taking all precautionary measures, including thermal screening at airports and strict surveillance in districts bordering Kerala.
People need not panic. As it is, this infection, this arises because of the same virus family as that of smallpox. So it is, first of all, it is not a very life-threatening disease, and this is not as contagious as what we have observed in COVID.
As a monkeypox cases tally rises to 8, Union Health Minister Mansukh Mandaviya addressed the Parliament over the disease, claiming that monkeypox is not a new disease and that it is being witnessed by the world, and also assured that a detailed probe is, in fact, the research is also being conducted on monkeypox.
8 केस और ये डिसीज़ डीप कॉन्टैक्ट से स्प्रेड होता है। माँ को होता है तो बच्चे को होने की संभावना होती है, हस्बैंड को होता है तो वाइफ को होने की संभावना होती है। कोई स्पेसिफिक समुदाय या तो स्पेसिफिक को ही हो ऐसा नहीं है, डीप कॉन्टैक्ट जिसको हो उसको होने की संभावना होती है और इस तरह से ये केस फैलता है।
The protesters are trying to exert force on the barricades and trying to break it down.
Mr. Chatterjee, would you like to respond? Sonia Gandhi coming out of the, and we can see Priyanka Gandhi is also here along with Sonia Gandhi.
Sanjay Ram Singh outside his residence. He has come out. He has come out.
Fox case with another fresh positive reported from the national capital. CEO of Serum Institute of India, Adar Poonawalla, met Union Health Minister Mansukh Mandavia. After the meet, Poonawalla said that research and preparations are being conducted for a monkeypox vaccine.
बहुत अच्छी हमेशा तरह हम वैक्सीन की सब तैयारी कर रहे हैं और मिनिस्टर साहब को ब्रीफ किया।
सर मंकी पॉक्स पे कब तक आ जाएगी वैक्सीन?
Common friendship. We thank you for your leadership. We want the world to recognize that.
Top headlines at this hour. Pelosi meets Taiwanese President Tsai Ing-wen, says want world to recognize Taiwan's leadership. China on war footing escalates mega military drills near Taiwan.
Military exercises are unnecessary responses. Taiwan has always been open to constructive dialogue, and we will work with stakeholders to bring about stability and peace in the region.
Taiwan fires a big charge, accuses China of breaching the territory as Pelosi visits Taiwan. As world watches the unfolding of mega face-off with bated breath, Russia backs China, calls Pelosi's visit a clear provocation. Mega show of patriotism on display in the national capital, but face-off erupts as opposition boycotts rally. It's a Republic super exclusive as Shravan Sen uncovers a joint Partho Arpita link. The undeniable proof of the link is now out. Viewers, we're getting in visuals right now for opulence, pomp and show for Siddharamaia's birthday. 5 lakh descent for Siddharamaiya show. 5 lakh descent for his birthday. The visuals there on your screen of the veteran Congress leader Siddharamaiya. He is in fact throwing a big bash. As you can see that this is happening on his birthday. And in fact, on your screen you can see many visuals of opulence and show, and 5 lakh descending for Siddharamaiya. I want to go straight back to Niranjan. Niranjan, that this looks like a repeat of his 2005 show last time. So does that mean he's trying to project himself as a leader, a tall leader once again?
Well, he is one of the tall leaders already. So, you know what he's now trying to project himself as, and you're looking at the pictures, you know, on the Surface device in the newsroom, tells you how well this has been planned. But people who understand Karnataka politics and are watching Karnataka politics, if you can take the visuals right now on the Surface, you will see that thousands and thousands of people, 5 lakh people almost have gathered, right? 5 lakh people have almost gathered for this Siddharamaiya 75th birthday bash. Now, the thing is, why are we doing this story? We're doing this story because Congress is hurtling towards chaos in another state. There are 3 Congress chief ministerial candidates. There are 3 Congress chief ministerial candidates, and all 3 of them want to be the chief minister. DK Shiv Kumar, he's actually the Congress president there, and tradition has it that usually the Congress president or the KPCC president becomes the chief minister if at all they win, you know, the elections, right? Now, here's the situation in Karnataka. There is a BJP government in the state, and the BJP is really fighting hard to retain the state of Karnataka. And at a time when the BJP is fighting hard to retain the state of Karnataka, even before the elections, even before they win the elections, even before they contest the elections, even before the chief ministerial face is announced, there are 3, not 1, not 2, but 3 chief ministerial candidates for the Congress party in Karnataka. There's DK Shiv Kumar, there's Siddharamaiya, and then there is Patil. Now there is a history to it. The reason why we're telling you the story is that Rahul Gandhi is descended here because even Rahul Gandhi knows that if there is one state where perhaps they have a chance, it's in Karnataka. They have a chance, they can fight. But even before the fight, there is a huge fight on who will be the face of the Congress party. Siddaramaiah until recently was, until a few years back was in the JDS. He jumped ship from the JDS to the Congress party. So there was opposition even before he became the chief minister. People said he's an outsider. Why was he being made the chief minister? He, however, was made the face, and he was on the chair for several years before the BJP came back to power. But now, there is also DK Shivkumar. He's a very tall leader. He's the KPCC president. Like I said, traditionally, it's usually the KPCC president who usually, if any party wins, if the Congress party wins, traditionally he becomes the chief ministerial face. But then there is another leader, contender in the ring with Veerappa Moily, a very senior leader, former union minister, also throwing in the name of Patil, SR Patil recently. So it's complete chaos. I think Dr. Shankara Guha is joining us on the phone line. Dr. Guha, what's going on? 5 lakh people at a birthday function. There have been heavy rains, floods in different parts of the state. Could this money have been used elsewhere, and would it have served people better?
No. Whatever commitment to the people from the Congress party to the upliftment of the people of our state, we have stick by that, and we have done in every single constituency. We have taken care of that, whether we are in power or we are not in power. Having said that, this huge crowd that you are seeing today is an absolute indication of the love and respect that the Honorable Siddaramaiah ji commands over the people of our state. They have all come on their own without any sort of, request or anything. It was just his team of Abhimanis, as we call, Siddaraman and Abhimanigalu, as we fondly call. They have all come together and they have all put their energy, resources, everything together, and they have done this wonderful thing. It's a great milestone. We don't get to see very often that a tall leader, as the case of Siddaramaiah ji, the number of years that he has spent in public life without a single black spot. It is commendable. I think it needs to be celebrated. And there is another sentiment to this. The obvious Congress wave in the state.
As much as you try to sort of give it a spin, Dr. Guha, he's positioning himself as a chief ministerial candidate. There is also Mr. DK Shivkumar, right? He's traditionally the KPCC president. Is he going to be shafted again?
No, I'll tell you, Ranjan, yesterday we had a political affairs committee meeting. In that meeting, it has been made very clear, time and again, the PAC has met and made it very clear that there is no option for a one-upmanship in our party. We're going to fight the elections together. We're going to win the elections together. And whatever is going to be the voice from Delhi, from the High Command, that will be followed here. That has been the tradition of Congress. So we will adhere very strictly to the party lines and to the party discipline. And whatever little small incidents that have happened, they have been taken care and they have been told very strictly to stick to the party lines.
So what is your view on Siddaramaiah releasing a video today, positioning himself as the chief minister? Okay, wait, stay with me.
No,
Dr. Guha, wait. Dr. Guha, wait. S. Prakash of the BJP also joining us on the phone line. S. Prakash.
Yes, sir.
5 lakh people, we are told, are attending this event in Davangere in Karnataka. Right? 5 lakh people, and I don't know how much of money has been spent, because it takes money to ferry people, bring people in trucks, buses, etc. Now, by conservative estimate, how much do you think is being spent? And what do you have to say about this show for a 75th birthday?
Half the state is marooned. More than 20 people have lost their lives in Karnataka. In just 2 days, more than 10 people have died due to the floods. Thousands are homeless today. Lakhs are suffering due to the floods. Mr. Siddaramaiah, an ex-chief minister of the state, instead of celebrating his birthday, he should have reached out to those affected people and provided relief to those who are suffering today. However, he has chosen to celebrate his birthday by spending more than 200 to 300 crores by mobilizing 2-3 crores lakhs of people in Davangere. It is very
300 crore?
sensitive.
1 minute.
Lost.
Are you saying 200-300 crore? How are you getting that number?
No, that's just a random figure. He got that figure in his mind just now. So he just said that, Mr. Prakash, you being a very senior man, I think you should understand that we are not the BJP. We don't have the sort of resources that you have.
I don't need your certificate. Okay, it is your own party.
I'm sure you don't need my certificate. The certificate will be given.
I'm not
by the people
taking
of
your
Kolkata in the
certificate.
next
I
election.
don't even know
Neither
who
do I
you
need
are.
your certificate, sir. I don't know who you are.
"哗众取宠的是佩洛西个人，但是遭殃受害的是两国关系以及地区的和平稳定。佩洛西的民主不过是一件爬满了虱子的袍子，乍看华丽，近看不忍卒。我们从国会山冲击事件，从弗洛伊德之死，从罗布枪击，从死于新冠肺炎疫情的100多万民主的虚伪和冷酷，我们也从美军在伊拉克、叙利亚所作所为，以及喀布尔大撤。
Okay, that was a briefing that we briefly cut into. That was the China Foreign Ministry briefing. We'll cut back to that. Okay, these are more pictures coming in. These are more pictures coming in of the situation in Karnataka, where Rahul Gandhi has descended. Realizing that there is chaos in the state, and there is chaos because there are several contenders, and it's a state where the Congress party is finding itself in a complete disarray. That's Rahul Gandhi meeting a few seers along with DK Shivkumar and senior leaders of the Congress party. I think that's KC Venugopal there. I can't see clearly. Looks like KC Venugopal and Rahul Gandhi and DK Shivkumar there meeting a few seers. And on the left is Siddaramaiah. Siddaramaiah is the chief ministerial face, wants to be the chief minister, has been the chief minister, will want to be the chief minister again if at all his party wins. Now, there is complete chaos. Like I was saying earlier, 5 lakh people have been gathered, have been mobilized to be a part of. I don't know what they're trying to prove with this show, but one thing is clear: the messaging within the Congress party. There are leaders who want to sort of portray themselves as the chief ministerial face, and that's why they're coming in truckloads, they're coming in buses. And there are so many people right there, 5 lakh of them, to celebrate the 75th birthday of a leader. And the BJP says crores and crores of rupees is being spent for this. Now, it will be interesting to see what the amount is. But it's a story that's developing. We'll keep a close track on it. I'm handing it back to you for now. The moment we have some reaction on it, we'll come back to it.
Well, thank you, Niranjan. Niranjan getting us all the updates of this mega party bash being thrown there by Siddaramaiah. We can see pomp and show. Over 5 lakh people have descended for Siddaramaiah's birthday bash, and this is happening as there are several contenders there for the CM post. Many aspirants, CM aspirants. Chaos breaking out over who will be the CM face from the Congress side. And what you can see, viewers, on your screen is that huge birthday bash, opulence and a big pomp on display. Well, much more coming up on the other side. This is one of the top stories we'll be tracking on Republic TV. Pomp and show for Siddaramaiah's birthday. Rahul Gandhi will also be in attendance soon there. Stay tuned.
Protesters are trying to exert force on the barricades and trying to break it down.
Mr. Chatterjee, would you like to expose Sonia Gandhi coming out of the, and we can see Priyanka Gandhi also here along with Sonia Gandhi.
Sanjay Raut Singh outside his residence. He has come out. He has come out.
monkeypox case with another fresh positive reported from the national capital. CEO of Serum Institute of India, Adar Poonawalla, met Union Health Minister Mansukh Mandaviya. After the meet, Poonawalla said that research and preparations are being conducted for a monkeypox vaccine.
बहुत अच्छी हमेशा तरह हम वैक्सीन की सब तैयारी कर रहे हैं और मिनिस्टर साहब को ब्रीफ किया।
सर मंकी पॉक्स पे कब तक आ जाएगी वैक्सीन?
अभी देखिए हम बेबी स्टेप्स ले रहे हैं, देखेंगे जो मंकी पॉक्स की वैक्सीन ज़रूरत है कि नहीं हमारे देश में, बट हम रिसर्च पूरी तरह से कर रहे हैं, बहुत सारे वैक्सीन कंपनीज भी रिसर्च कर रहे हैं।
Look at the mountain of cash.
राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
मैं भी ये चाहता हूँ, हमेशा दिल में सोता हूँ शाम को, मेरे को दर्द होता है कलेजे के अंदर कि चाइना आए तो आज भी मैं खाने के लिए तैयार हूँ। युद्ध भूमि में दुश्मन से जब हम लड़ा करते थे तूफानों को मोड़ दिया करते थे, अभी जितना बॉर्डर पर मारते हैं उतना तो हम रोड पर छोड़ दिया करते थे।
有关的情况，希望我们的记者朋友特别是美国记者朋友呢，能够比较完整的、全面的报道一下。世界上只有一个中国，台湾是中国的一部分，中华人民共和国政府是代表全中国的唯一合法政府，这是一个中国原则的核心内容，也是国际社会的普遍共识和国际关系的基本准则。1971年10月。第26届联大通过第2758号决议，决定恢复中华人民共和国一切权利，承认政府的代表为中国在联合国组织的唯一合法代表，并立即把蒋介石的代表从他在联合国组织及其所属一切机构中所非法占据的席位上驱逐出去。包括美国在内，世界上已经有181个国家基于这样一个中国原则，同中方建立了外交关系。历史上，台湾问题曾经是影响中美关系正常化的大的障碍，因为中方坚定地坚持一个中国原则，绝不在这个问题上做任何的妥协和让步。1971年，美方向中方声明，愿在台湾问题上奉行新的原则，也就是美方承认世界上只有一个中国，台湾是中国的一部分，美方今后不会有任何台湾地位未定的言论，美方过去没有，今后也不会支持任何台独运动。尼克松总统在1972年访华期间向周恩来总理确认了上述原则，这才诞生了《上海公报》。美方在1972年发表的《上海公报》中明确地表示，美国认识到在台湾海峡两边的所有中国人都认为只有一个中国，台湾是中国的一部分，美国政府对这一立场不提出异议。美方的上述承诺开启了中美关系正常化进程。美方在1978年建交公报中明确表示，美国承认中华人民共和国政府是中国的唯一合法政府，承认中国的立场即只有一个中国，台湾是中国的一部分。美方在1982年发表的817公报中明确表示，美利坚合众国承认中华人民共和国政府是中国的唯一合法政府，并承认中国的立场，即只有一个中国，台湾是中国的一部分。美国政府无意侵犯中国的主权和领土完整，无意干涉中国的内政，也无意执行两个中国或者一中一台政策。正是基于上述3个联合公报，中美关系在过去40多年里总体实现了稳定的发展。然而近年来，美方说一套做一套，不断的歪曲、篡改、虚化、掏空一个中国原则，企图越红线、搞突破，不择手段打台湾牌，偷梁换柱，炮制与台湾关系法对台6项保证，并且将其作为美方一个中国政策的前提后缀，删除美国务院网站“台湾是中国的一部分”等关键表述，明目张胆地提升美台关系，变本加厉地推进对台军售，为台独分裂活动 撑腰打气。对于美国政府3号人物串台企图，美国政府本应该严加约束，但却放任纵容，这才是当前台海局势紧张的根本原因和事实真相。台湾问题的历史经纬明明白白，两岸同属一个中国的事实和现状清清楚楚，国际社会对此也是看得非常的清楚。连日来，很多国家的领导人、各界人士都纷纷发声，反对佩洛西窜访台湾。联合国秘书长发言人刚刚表示，联合国将继续坚持2758号决议及一个中国政策，这说明公道自在人心。中国政府和中国人民在台湾问题上的立场一以贯之，坚决维护国家领土主权，是14亿多中国人民的坚定意志。实现祖国完全统一是全体中华儿女的共同心愿和神圣职责，民意不可违，大势不可逆，任何国家、任何势力、任何人都不要错顾。中国政府和人民捍卫国家主权和领土完整，实现国家统一和民族复兴的坚强决心、坚定意志和强大能力。
Just to follow up, a question from Bloomberg on the possible countermeasures that you mentioned. You said call for patience on details regarding that, but can you elaborate a little bit on whether there will be sanctions directly on Taiwan? Will there be sanctions on Nancy Pelosi as an individual? And
all right, viewers, we just heard the Chinese Foreign Ministry there on Taiwan.
我发现咱们的媒体朋友其实很多人都非常关心，如何反制的问题。我们能够充分的理解，因为我相信从大家的问题当中呢，也能感受得到，大家都认为他的这一行动是极其错误的，应该遭到惩罚。佩洛西众议长不顾中方的强烈反对和严正的交涉，执意窜访中国台湾地区，严重违反一个中国原则和中美3个联合公报规定，严重的冲击中美关系的政治基础，严重侵犯中国的主权和领土完整，严重破坏台海和平稳定，向台独分裂势力发出严重的错误信号。中国外交部、全国人大、全国政协、中央台办、国防部昨天晚上呢，第一时间发表了声明或者谈话予以谴责。外交部副部长谢锋第一时间召见了美国驻华大使伯恩斯，中国驻美大使秦刚第一时间向美国白宫国安会以及国务院都提出了严正的交涉。今天上午呢，王毅国委员呢也就此发表谈话。中方呢将采取一切必要措施，坚决地捍卫国家的主权和领土完整，由此产生的一切后果都由美方和台独分裂势力负责。我们说到做到。至于你关心的具体的反制措施，我可以告诉你的是，该有的都会有，有关措施将是坚决、有力和有效的。美方和台独势力他们会持续感受到的。我还想强调的是，回望每一次美方主动对中方挑起的挑衅，结果无一不是自取其辱、自食其果。最新的一个例子就是佩洛西等煽动香港黑暴势力鼓吹所谓美丽风景线，但恰恰加速了香港由乱及治、由治及兴，使东方明珠重新焕发出光彩。这次也毫不例外，佩洛西之流企图同台独分裂势力勾连，以台制华，侵犯中国的主权和领土完整，是螳臂当道，不可能阻挡，只会加速中国统一的历史进程。正如王毅国委员指出，
All right, viewers, we're hearing that a press conference there by China. China is warning the US right now. The dragon continues to breathe fire. The Beijing has maintained that Pelosi's visit is a serious violation of the One China principle and the provisions of the China-US joint communique. And right now they're warning the US, especially after that statement made by Nancy Pelosi, where she said very categorically that US will continue standing behind Taiwan. That is a big news that we're getting at this point of time. China continues to warn the US. Well, much more coming up on the other side, viewers. Rattle, China is in a flux right now after Nancy Pelosi said that US will continue standing behind Taiwan no matter what.
मैं भी ये चाहता हूँ, हमेशा दिल में सोता हूँ शाम को, मेरे को दर्द होता है कलेजे के अंदर कि चाइना आए तो आज भी मैं खाने के लिए तैयार हूँ। युद्ध भूमि में दुश्मन से जब हम लड़ा करते थे, तूफानों को मोड़ दिया करते थे। अभी जितना बॉर्डर पर मारते हैं उतना तो हम रोड पर छोड़ दिया करते थे।
The only thing which is still in his mind is Naam, Namak and Nishan. Naam of his battalion. Yes. Namak, of course, is eating off the banner, and the Nishan of the banner is carrying.
After Rajasthan reported 2 suspected cases of monkeypox, the state health minister said that 2 persons with symptoms have already been referred to Jaipur from Bharatpur and Kishangarh, and that their samples have also been sent to the National Institute of Virology in Pune. However, no monkeypox cases have been confirmed from Rajasthan as of now.
पूरी तैयारियां, दवाइयों का सारा इंतजाम है, पूरा उनको जैसे कोविड से लड़े ना उस तरह पूरी तैयारी है मंकीपॉक्स के, और लगता है मंकीपॉक्स केस राजस्थान में अभी नहीं है। अगर ये जांच आने के बाद ही खुलासा होगा मंकीपॉक्स है या नहीं।
Even as the national capital reported its 3rd case of monkeypox, a total of 70 isolation rooms have been set up across 6 hospitals in the national capital to tackle the monkeypox situation. The Uttarakhand Health Department on Tuesday issued an advisory to all the district magistrates and chief medical officers of the state regarding monkeypox. The director of the National Health Mission issued orders instructing officials to strictly monitor the situation, strengthen the surveillance, and also keep the health system on alert mode. Amid cases of monkeypox being reported in different parts of the country, Karnataka's Health Minister Sudhakar said that
has been blocked by the Congress workers, the high voltage drama.
Nancy Pelosi lands in Taiwan.
Top headlines at 1 p.m. Mega show of patriotism on display in the national capital, but face-off erupts as opposition boycotts rally. It's a Republic super exclusive as Shravan Sen uncovers joint Partha Arpita link. The undeniable proof of the link is now out. Opulence, pomp and show, and it's all for a birthday. 5 lakh descent for Siddaramaia's birthday as chaos ensues over CM face.
Friendship, we thank you for your leadership. We want the world to recognize that.
Pelosi meets Taiwanese president, says want world to recognize Taiwan's leadership. China on war footing escalates mega military drills near Taiwan. Taiwan fires big charge, accuses China of breathing the territory as Pelosi visits Taiwan. As world watches the unfolding of mega face-off with bated breath, Russia backs China, calls Pelosi's visit a clear provocation. Good afternoon, viewers. Thanks for staying tuned. We are live and breaking, and I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Starting with Republic, super exclusive in the Bengal cash scam probe. Republic has uncovered joint Partha Arpita link, undeniable proof of the link that is now out. For the first time, 18 properties, we are told, have been listed, detailed and located by Republic. In fact, Republic has accessed the exclusive documents which have now established the Partha Arpita link. Take a look at this report.
It's the ultimate clincher accessed by Republic Media Network. Many were asking this question, what's the equation between Partho Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee? We finally have the documents that tells you what exactly is the equation between both. 18 properties, most of them in the name of Arpita Mukherjee, but one property that stands out, a property that was bought by Arpita Mukherjee and Partho Chatterjee back in 2012. It is a joint property. This is the time when Partho Chatterjee was a cabinet minister. And not just that, the Enforcement Directorate essentially suspects that this property was bought from the proceeds of crime. The proceeds of crime from the teachers' recruitment scam.
As the SSC scam gets bigger, the ultimate clincher now unraveled the stunning Partha Arpita link. They have joint properties in their names. From uber expensive apartments to land plots, Republic has accessed all the details of the properties jointly owned by sacked TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee and his close aide Arpita Mukherjee. Republic has accessed the deed of conveyance as well. Signed and stamped documents have now spilled the beans. In the documents accessed, sacked TMC Minister has been named as a purchaser. Not only that, sign, stamp, fingerprint and pictures on the documents revealed that these properties were jointly owned by Partha Chatterjee and her aide Arpita Mukherjee. Arpita Mukherjee continues to deny her involvement in the SSC recruitment scam, but the joint property details prove otherwise. As per the documents, Partha and Arpita jointly own an uber expensive property in Birbhum. Not only that, Republic has listed, detailed and located 18 key properties which were purchased by Arpita from 2011 to 2022.
There have been multiple recoveries that have also been made by the Enforcement Directorate after searches were carried out in some of these very properties. These properties, 18 of them, all details with Republic TV, only goes on to indicate that the focus of the investigation has now moved towards the properties that were created by Partho Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee.
Well, a mega face-off, a political face-off that has now erupted over the Tiranga Yatra. The opposition has chosen to boycott the Tiranga Yatra. The question you're asking is why politicize the national flag? Because the opposition leaders have skipped the Tiranga Yatra, which was held earlier this morning. Piyush got us some exclusive reports as well. We'll play out those reports in just a bit, but a lot of political reactions coming in as well, as the opposition has decided to boycott the Tiranga Yatra. In fact, the reactions that are just coming in, Adhiranjan Chaudhary going on to say that the Tiranga campaign is a BJP program. That's the kind of remark that is coming in by the opposition. Adhiranjan Chaudhary, they're saying that Tiranga campaign is a BJP program. And we have a lot of political reactions as well. Let's listen into some of them.
मैम, आज प्रोग्राम है, तिरंगा यात्रा निकाली जा रही है, क्या मैसेज आप?
मैसेज बहुत साधारण है। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने
अमृत महोत्सव की घोषणा की थी 12 मार्च 2021 को, और साथ ही तिरंगा यात्रा, तिरंगा जो हम सबकी प्रेरणा है, और कल पिंगली वेंकैया जी के जन्मदिन से शुरू कर हमारे जितने अनसंग हीरोज़ हैं जिनके बारे में लोगों की जानकारी कम है, वो उन सबको जाने, और जिन्होंने अपना सर्वस्व इस देश की आज़ादी के लिए न्यौछावर किया, वही हमारी प्रेरणा बने, ताकि हम उस प्रेरणा को लेकर आगे आने वाले आज़ादी के अमृत महोत्सव में शामिल होते हुए 25 साल देश के कैसे हो उसके काम में जुट जाएं और पूरे अपने सामर्थ्य को पहचानते हुए आगे बढ़े।
मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कल्चर का इवेंट है, ये मैसेज क्लियर जाना चाहिए, क्योंकि कुछ पार्टी के जो एमपीज हैं उनमें कंफ्यूजन है कि बीजेपी का ये इवेंट है। आप चाहेंगे कि पार्टी अक्रॉस लाइन जो है एमपीज इसमें आए?
मैं चाहूँगी कि सांसद अक्रॉस पार्टी लाइन इसमें पहुँचे, क्योंकि तिरंगा किसी एक पार्टी का नहीं, तिरंगा देश का है।
क्या मैसेज देना चाहेंगे इस तिरंगा यात्रा के?
मैसेज, ये पूरा देश इस अमृत महोत्सव काल में अपने पूर्वजों को याद करके, जिन्होंने त्याग, तपस्या और बलिदान के बल पे आज भारत को आज़ाद किया, अंग्रेजों को भगाया और दुर्भाग्य से देश को टुकड़े टुकड़े करने वाले लोग आज भी इस तिरंगे को अपमानित करने का काम कर रहे हैं। और आज मोदी जी पूरे देश में एक उत्सव का वातावरण, आज गांव में, शहर में, जब हम घर घर झंडा लेकर के उत्सव मनाएंगे तो लोगों के मन में राष्ट्र के प्रति एक नई भावना की जागृति होगी, जो हम बचपन से मनाते आए। दुर्भाग्य है कि मोदी जी अगर तिरंगा उठा रहे हैं तो विपक्ष उनका उल्टा, अगर उसके हाथ में कोई चाइना थमा दे तो वो भी थम लेंगे। मैंने मोदी का विरोध करते करते मोदी करेंगे भारत माता की जय, तो उनके जुबान से क्या निकलेगा भगवान जाने।
देखिए, पूरे देश के अंदर एक प्रेरणा दी गई है कि हम हर घर पर तिरंगा लगाएं, तो उसी मकसद से एक उस प्रेरणा स्वरूप में सब सांसद भी जो है वो तिरंगा यात्रा निकाल रहे हैं, ताकि देश के अंदर एक अच्छा संदेश है। देखिए, विपक्ष का काम होता है सकारात्मक तौर से सरकार को टोकना किसी काम के लिए, सकारात्मक तरीके, लेकिन अगर आप नकारात्मक चीज उसमें डालते हैं तो उसका कोई मतलब नहीं है।
देखिए, देशभक्ति की भावना जगे और हर नागरिक, हर हिंदुस्तानी भारत के लिए कंट्रीब्यूट करे, और जब हम सब अपने हुनर से, अपनी मेहनत से, अपना जो भी क्षेत्र में, कार्य क्षेत्र में काम कर रहे हैं वहां पे और अच्छी तरह से काम करें, अपने आप भारत मजबूत होता है। यही देशभक्ति की भावना है। ये तो तिरंगा यात्रा है भैया, हर हिंदुस्तानी जो देशभक्त है उसको जुड़ना चाहिए आज के दिन।
This precious moment must remind us of countless sacrifice। देश का एकता के लिए, आजादी के लिए जो महान भावों ने कुर्बानी दिया, अपना जीवन त्याग किया, इन महान भावों का हम सब लोग इस समय पे याद रखना है और याद करना है, और हमारा बच्चों को याद दिलाना है। दिस इज अ ग्रेट ट्रिब्यूट वी कैन रियली पे टू देम। वी प्राउडली hoist our national flag, reflect on our national values, recount tales of bravery and social harmony from our freedom struggle. That is only my appeal. I don't want to make a long speech. Please recall the memory of the great sacrifices made by the freedom fighters, the path shown by our people, and the values that we have inherited from Indian culture, heritage. They have to be preserved and passed on, irrespective of caste, creed, sex, religion and region. India is one. We are one nation, one people, one country. This has to be remembered by one and all.
देश कौन देशभक्त है सब जानते हैं। कितना देशभक्ति है कि हमारे देश को आज़ाद करने के लिए जो अखबार निकाला गया था आज़ादी की वो जंग के समय, उनके खिलाफ आज जिस घिनौने साजिश हो रहे हैं उसको भी थोड़ा याद करो और उसको भी देखा करो। जिस पत्रिका को सामने रख के हिंदुस्तान की आज़ादी की लड़ाई लड़ी गई थी, उसके ऊपर किस तरीके के जुल्म और अन्याय हो रहे हैं, ये भी देखा करो।
Today, the Ministry of Culture, Government of India had organized a Tiranga bike rally from Red Fort to Parliament. This was meant for all MPs. But it is very unfortunate, as per media reports since morning, only the BJP NDA MPs came to the program and the other MPs from various opposition parties, Congress, Samajwadi, Aam Aadmi Party, NCP, TMC, all of them chose to boycott this program, chose to boycott the Tiranga. The Tiranga does not belong to one party. The Tiranga does not belong to BJP. Nor was this program a BJP program. It was clarified by the Parliamentary Affairs Minister and other authorities that this was a program for the entire country, for all parliamentarians. Yet, some who believe in Parivar Tantra perhaps feel that insulting the institutions and symbols of Loktantra is the best way to do politics and to do Rajniti over issues of Rashtra-niti. These are the same people who sometimes make questions on the Rashtrapati, who sometimes make questions on Supreme Court, on Election Commission, on Sansad, and now even the Tiranga. It is unfortunate that even something as pious and as important a symbol like the Tiranga, which reflects the collective consciousness of 135 crore Indians, was sought to be politicized. Perhaps this could have been avoided. Will these people not put up the Tiranga in their display pics of social media or outside their houses between 13th to 15th August merely because they hate one party or one person? That should not be the way politics is done in a democracy. We may have matbhed, but it can never be manbhed against the institutions of our democracy, against the institutions of our nation, and against the symbols of our nation that are sacred to us. Perhaps their attendance at such a program would have given a good message to the entire country, and perhaps them flying the Tiranga outside their house between 13th to 15th August, or even changing their social.
देखिए, आज़ादी का अमृत महोत्सव सरकारी कार्यक्रम नहीं है, ये देश का कार्यक्रम। देश को आज़ाद हुए 75 साल पूरे हो रहे हैं 15 अगस्त को। इस सिलसिले में हर भारतीय अपने घर पे झंडा फहराए 13 से 15 अगस्त के बच्चे, इसके लिए प्रचार प्रसार, वातावरण निर्माण, उसके लिए आज कार्यक्रम था तिरंगा यात्रा का।
So as you just heard, Adhiranjan Chaudhary there politicizing the event and the centre there, the government, the BJP there also appealing to the opposition to take part in the Tiranga Yatra, whereas the opposition continues to oppose it. And moving on to more news then, a cabinet reshuffle of the West Bengal government announced earlier by the Chief Minister of the state is expected to take place today. We are told several ministers, new and old, are expected to be included in the ministerial berths that have been emptied as a result of several factors, including some ministers passing away, whereas Partha Chatterjee, who's also been sacked as a minister as well as from the party.
As she addressed the SSC scam in West Bengal,
হ্যাঁ আমাদের একটা রিসাপল করতে হবে। তখন সুব্রতদা মারা গেছে সিনিয়র লিডার, সাধন পান্ডে মারা গেছে সিনিয়র লিডার, পার্থ চ্যাটার্জি জেলে আছেন। এদের কাজগুলো কে করবে? কাউকে না কাউকে তো কাজগুলো করতে হবে। অনেকগুলো মিনিস্ট্রি ফাঁকা পড়ে আছে।
West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee spoke of a need for a cabinet reshuffle. The cabinet shuffle she spoke about is scheduled to take place today and is expected to be the biggest since the state came to power in 2011. With the state's leader of opposition calling the teacher recruitment scam the biggest in the country's history since independence.
आफ्टर इंडिपेंडेंस इस 1000-2000 का हरियाणा में भी हुआ, 3000 टीचर का स्कैम। ओ उसकी एक्स चीफ मिनिस्टर अभी भी तिहाड़ में है। आपका त्रिपुरा में लेफ्ट रिजिम में 11000 प्राइमरी टीचर रिक्रूटमेंट सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने खारिज किया है, वो पार्टी का कैडर का रिक्रूटमेंट था। लेकिन बंगाल में जो हुआ है इट्स ए बिग स्कैम। इसमें करीब 80-90 लाख अनएम्प्लॉयड एजुकेटेड यूथ का इन्वॉल्वमेंट है, ये छोड़ना नहीं।
The reshuffle could be seen as an overhaul for the cabinet as it faces major criticism over the large amounts of funds uncovered by the Enforcement Directorate. The minister stated that 4 or 5 new faces would be inducted into the new cabinet, while a similar number of members of the present cabinet would be utilized for party work. Further adding that some portfolios may also be reshuffled among existing cabinet ministers. Sources believe Babul Supriyo, Tapas Roy, Partha Bhomik, Snehasis Chakraborty and Udayon Guha are some of the names that are doing the rounds for induction into the cabinet. Partha Chatterjee, who has been relieved of ministerial duties, was in charge of 5 key departments including industry, commerce and enterprises and parliamentary affairs when in office. The TMC underwent a major organizational overhaul as the leadership of 16 out of the 35 organizational districts were changed. Even as the party faces backlash as a result of the scams, the government looks to reorganize itself in order to maintain a sense of stability in the state. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And more breaking updates coming in, this one with regard to the face-off that has erupted over the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign of the centre. After the Congress, it's a Samajwadi Party that has made a shocking remark saying that the tricolour does not signify your patriotism. That's the remark coming in from Shafiqur Rahman Bark of the Samajwadi Party. Let's listen into that remark that's been made by Shafiqur Rahman of the SP.
कंपलसरी नहीं होना चाहिए आपको लग रहा है?
ठीक है, अपनी मर्जी से आदमी लगाना चाहता है लगाए, तो उसको मना कर रहा है।
ठीक। जो सरकार सत्ता पक्ष है बीजेपी कह रही है कि जो नहीं आ रहे हैं वो उनकी देशभक्ति पर सवाल खड़े हो रहे हैं, जो तिरंगा के साथ नहीं जुड़ रहे हैं। अरे क्या कर रहे हैं, खींचे बोले जा रहे हैं, रुको यार, तुम अब बोले इतना तुम कैसे तो माइक भी नीचे कर लो, सबका मोबाइल में आ जाएगा।
भाई जो आदमी अपने देश में रहता है उसका देशभक्त है, उसमें क्या परेशानी। अगर वो झंडा अपने घर पर नहीं लगाएगा देशभक्त नहीं होगा क्या वो?
बीजेपी अब कह रही है कि उन्होंने
भाई जो आदमी अपने देश में रहता है उसका देशभक्त है, उसमें क्या परेशानी। अगर वो झंडा अपने घर पर नहीं लगाएगा देशभक्त नहीं होगा क्या वो?
बीजेपी अब कह रही है कि उन्होंने सारे नेता बोल रहे हैं कि क्या विपक्ष के सांसद अपने घर पे तिरंगा तो लगाएंगे ना, ये सवाल अब पूछ रहे हो कि देशभक्ति पे सवाल है।
तो देशभक्ति झंडे पर ही थोड़ी डिपेंड करती है, आदमी के काम पर कारनामे पर करती है।
बीजेपी के लोग अब ये कह रहे हैं कि आज तिरंगा यात्रा में विपक्ष के लोग नहीं आए हैं। आज तिरंगा यात्रा थी, सभी को न्योता दिया गया था, आपको भी भेजा गया था, बहुत सारे लोग नहीं आए हैं, उनकी देशभक्ति पे अब सवाल उठ रहा है।
हमें तो मिला नहीं।
आपको नहीं मिला था कोई सरकार की ओर से
चिट्ठी नहीं मिली आपको बक्सा?
सर आपके हिसाब से जाना चाहिए था विपक्ष को जाना चाहिए था।
तिरंगा
तो विपक्ष की राय है।
देखिए देश आज़ादी का 75वां साल मना रहा है, तिरंगा की बात हो रही है, तो तिरंगा हाथ में थामने, तिरंगा घर में लगाने में आपत्ति क्यों किसी को हो रही है?
हमसे तो किसी ने कोई सवाल नहीं किया ना, भाई वो अपनी मर्जी है, अगर लगाता है तो उसे कौन मना कर रहा।
आपके हिसाब से लगाना चाहिए था सबको पूरे देश में, जो प्रधानमंत्री ने आह्वान किया है। तो
ये कंपलसरी तो देशभक्ति को ही सिर्फ झंडे पर ही थोड़ी, आदमी के अमाल पर है, आदमी की एक्टिविटीज़ का है, आदमी देशभक्त है नहीं,
कंपलसरी नहीं करना चाहिए।
झंडा लगा ले, वो देशभक्त हो नहीं तो क्या झंडे से देशभक्त?
भक्त साहब मतलब झंडा लगाना कंपलसरी नहीं करना चाहिए, कंपलसरी नहीं होना चाहिए आपको लग रहा है? झंडे को लगाना नहीं लगाना ये कंपलसरी नहीं होना चाहिए आपको लग रहा है?
ये तो ठीक है, बहरहाल ठीक है, अपनी मर्जी से आदमी लगाना चाहता है लगाए, तो उसको कौन मना कर रहा है?
So that was Samajwadi Party MP Shafiqur Bark. I have Gaurav Bhatia of the BJP and Anurag Badoria of the Samajwadi Party. Anurag Badoria ji, ये जो बोल रहे Shafiqur Bark ji, the parliamentarian, he seems to be suggesting that hoisting a tricolour at home is not the real indicator of being a patriot or Deshbhakt. Isn't that a controversial comment?
पहले आप सोच लीजिए उन्होंने क्या बोला. मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना आपसे, ये तिरंगा तो देश की शान है, सभी को लगाना है, सभी लगाते हैं. कोई आज नई बात नहीं है. समाजवादी ने तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी से पहले बोला था कि हम 9 तारीख से 15 तारीख के बीच में तिरंगा यात्रा निकालेंगे. हमारी तो तिरंगा यात्रा निकल भी रही है 9 तारीख से. आपने तो अभी अनाउंस किया है ना, 15-16 दिन पहले. समाजवादी ने 1.5 महीने पहले अनाउंस किया था. देख लीजिए आप कि हम 9 तारीख से लेके 15 तारीख तक गाजीपुर से लेके तिरंगा यात्रा निकलेगी. कोई आज का प्रोग्राम नहीं है ये. इसलिए कहते हैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जब लगा कि समाजवादी पार्टी तिरंगा यात्रा निकालने जा रही है तो उन्होंने भी निकालने की बात कर दी. अब उससे जब उनको लग रहा है कि कहीं से कोई बाइट मिल जाए, किसी के कुछ शब्दों को तोड़ लें, मरोड़ लें, कुछ कर लें, कुछ माहौल बना लें, कि कैसे माहौल बना लें कि तिरंगा यात्रा पे अपनी क्रेडिट ले लें. अरे तिरंगा पे क्रेडिट क्या लेना? तिरंगा तो हमारे देश की शान है. इस पे क्रेडिट लेने की क्या होड़, मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा. भारतीय जनता पार्टी ऐसा क्यों लिए अपने लोगों को कैमरा घुमा रही है इधर उधर कि कहीं कुछ मिल जाए, कुछ कोई थोड़ा बहुत कुछ इधर उधर जीभ लड़खड़ा जाए किसी की तो मैं उसी को पकड़ लूं. इसलिए मैं कहता हूं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी इनसिक्योर रहती है हमेशा. उसको देश से कम प्यार है. ये वो लोग हैं जिन्होंने 52 साल तक अपना तिरंगा नहीं लहराया था अपनी RSS के हेडक्वार्टर पे. ये वो लोग हैं जिन्होंने जब तिरंगा का अपमान किया था, जब 1948 में जब तिरंगा बना था तब इन्होंने तिरंगा का विरोध किया था. ये तिरंगा की बात क्या करेंगे? तिरंगा की बात करेंगे समाजवादी लोग जिन्होंने तिरंगा पे हमेशा फख्र किया है.
एक मिनट मेरे साथ. ओके, हाँ जी. We'll come back to the story. नहीं, ये कुछ और ब्रेकिंग न्यूज आ रही है. अनुराग बडोरिया जी, थैंक यू फॉर स्पीकिंग टू रिपब्लिक टीवी. Shehzad will come back. We have some more breaking news now coming in.
Well, moving on to more breaking news coming in. This one with respect to Shinde versus Uddhav hearing, which is taking place in the top court. So SC hearing, the Shinde versus Uddhav plea. We'll go across to our reporters to get us the latest court updates. But what we understand is that the crucial hearing is underway. This is with regard to the Eknath Shinde camp of the Shinde Shiv Sena, which is challenging the disqualification notices issued against 16 rebel lawmakers who switched sides, and hearing is currently underway as we speak. Niranjan continues to be with us. Niranjan, if you could take us to the latest court updates as the hearing is underway.
Updates right now, in fact, from the court. As we speak, going through the full details, telling you what has happened in the court so far. There is an argument ongoing to take control of the party, and in court right now, the arguments so far were around the Eknath Shinde camp, challenging the disqualification notices issued against the 16 rebel MLAs who switched sides, and Sibal arguing for the Uddhav faction. Has said if you are 2/3 of the original political party, then either you can merge or you can form a new political party. Kapil Sibal is representing the Uddhav faction. The Chief Justice of India has said out of 100 MLAs, if 75 say that we are the main party and not from the 25, does this new group have to register afresh? And according to you, they have to merge with the BJP or they have to form a new party and register with the election commission. Sibal says they will have to register as a new party. Sibal also read the sections of the anti-defection law, arguing that after a meeting was held on the 21st of June, these members were called and they had gone to Guwahati and then to Surat. Sibal also arguing that, these MLAs sat in Guwahati and said that they were the party and they had nothing to do with the original ones, saying that they were using the 10th schedule to encourage defection and governments are being toppled using this strategy. And right now, I mean, as we speak, the Chief Justice of India has just said, we will hear this first thing tomorrow morning, that's Thursday morning. Harish Salve will argue on behalf of the Shinde faction. So that's the big breaking news update. Harish Salve will argue on behalf of the Shinde faction tomorrow. That's a big breaking news update that's coming in. Harish Salve, legal, very senior advocate, will be arguing for Eknath Shinde faction tomorrow, and that development is expected tomorrow. Not just that, in fact, this is going to be, even the Supreme Court is keen on hearing this case tomorrow. And the CJI said there are a lot of issues like calling of the governor by a group of people and that cannot be ignored. And the CJI had also observed that if tomorrow a disqualification application is filed with the Speaker and someone files the application saying they lost confidence in Speaker, and then what? He's of course asking that counter argument as well on what the Shinde faction had claimed while saying they didn't have any confidence in the Deputy Speaker. The Chief Justice of India has just said that Harish Salve will argue on behalf of the Shinde faction and they will hear the matter first thing tomorrow. So that's a very, very big development coming in as the arguments continue. Let's tell you, Harish Salve, senior advocate, will be appearing for the Shinde camp tomorrow in the Supreme Court. Supreme Court is keen on hearing this case first thing on Thursday morning. So we'll keep a close track on the developments. Back to you for now. And just also telling you that some of the arguments also made in the court were SG Tushar Mehta also intervened, saying that the questions have a wide-ranging impact on politics, talking about the significance on what the court eventually decides. We'll take a short break here on Republic TV, and when we come back, we'll get you the latest on the Shinde and Uddhav faction in the Supreme Court. That hearing expected to continue on Thursday. So it's going to be a political Thursday coverage on Republic.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Protesters are trying to exert force on the barricades and trying to break it down.
Mr. Chatterjee, would you like to respond?
Sonia Gandhi coming out of the, and we can see Priyanka Gandhi is also here along with Sonia Gandhi.
Sanjay Raut Singh outside his residence. He has come out. He has come out.
Following the poisonous gas leak incident in a company in the Brandix area of Andhra Pradesh's Achatapuram, a total of 53 people have been admitted to hospitals so far. Hemant, the district medical and health officer, has added that most of the patients have complained about difficulty in breathing, nausea and vomiting that has been caused due to the gas leak. Amidst infighting over the Chief Minister's space, the former Congress Chief Rahul Gandhi has urged the party's Karnataka unit leaders to work unitedly for the upcoming assembly elections in the state in 2023, while also suggesting that they not speak publicly on the issue.
Look at the mountain of cash.
राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
Now, Taiwan's Ministry of National Defense has highlighted that the PLA's move to conduct live fire exercises in the sea and airspace around Taiwan from the 4th of August to the 7th highlights China's mentality to use force to resolve differences. The ministry further assured that the National Army will definitely stick to its posts and protect national security. Aam Aadmi Party
कम टेम्परेचर कितना था? सबसे कम -70।
हर सैनिक को ये मौका नहीं मिलता सीएचएन काटने का। मेरा का 22 साल के अंदर ये मौका मिला सीएचएन काटने का।
अच्छा,
इसलिए बहुत गर्व है मेरा को।
छोटी बात नहीं साहब, बहुत बड़ा कलेजा चाहिए, है ना साहब?
Top headlines at 1:30. Mega show of patriotism on display in the national capital, but face-off erupts as opposition boycotts rally. It's a Republic super exclusive as Shravan Sen uncovers joint Partha Arpita link. The undeniable proof of the link is now out. Opulence, pomp and show, and it's all for a birthday. 5 lakh descent for Siddaramaya's birthday as chaos ensues over CM face.
And friendship
We thank you for your leadership. We want the world to recognize that.
Pelosi meets Taiwanese president, says want world to recognize Taiwan's leadership. China on war footing escalates mega military drills near Taiwan. As world watches the unfolding of mega face-off with bated breath, Russia backs China, calls Pelosi's visit a clear provocation. Good afternoon, viewers. Thanks for tuning in. We are live and breaking. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Straight away starting with breaking news coming in. And more breaking updates coming in. This one on the Amravati hate killing probe. We are told the NIA has detained 2 persons in Amravati Umesh Kole's murder case. That is the latest coming in. Amravati-based pharmacist Umesh Kole, 54, remember, was hacked to death on 21st of June night after he wrote a post in support of the former BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma on social media. So the NIA there detaining 2 people in connection with the Amravati hate killing case. We'll go across to our reporters to get us more information, but what we understand is that 2 arrests, in fact 2, accused have been detained by the NIA in connection with the Amravati hate killing probe. In fact, the visuals on your screens are of the accused who've been detained by the NIA in connection with the Amravati hate killing. We have Sandeep also joining us to get more details. Sandeep, if you could give us details of these 2 accused who've been detained by the NIA.
So yes, remember on 21st of June, Umesh Kole was stabbed by a few people, and in this case, NIA had registered an FIR and 7 people have been arrested so far. And in the same sequence, now 2 people have been detained by the central agency investigating this cases. Those 2 people who have been detained out here, their names are Murshid Abdul Rashid, he's 41 years old, and Abdul Salim, that is 23 years old people. So 2 have been detained. Possibly NIA could arrest them by today evening and possibly could produce them in the courthouse tomorrow. Remember, the brutal killing of Umesh Kole took place after he made a social media post. He posted a social media post in support of Nupur Sharma, post which the chemist, 51-year chemist, was killed and in fact stabbed to death. So in the same sequence now, the agency have earlier also made arrest. Now 2 detention is being done. Possibly arrest could be made by today evening. Samiksha.
Yes. Sandeep, just a follow-up question. If you could, for our viewers, take us through the various, angles that are being looked into when we talk about this case, since the NIA has also taken over it. The Pakistan link as well, for that matter. Take us through the angles that are being probed, looked into by the NIA.
See, when we talk about the Nupur Sharma case and the several killings that took place across the country, so NIA is constitutively, investigating all these matters. And in fact, remember the Udaipur killing that took place and Umesh Kole's death also. So a constitutive, investigation is underway. The NIA is suspecting international links, or whether these people were funded from Pakistan or not, or who are the, gurus, in fact, the people who were guiding them to do that, to do such kind of, killing in country, India. So definitely these are the possible angles that NIA is investigating. So far, 7 arrests has been made in Umesh Kole case and 2 detention has been done. So we'll have to see what more actions or what more things that comes up into the light in upcoming days. Samiksha.
All right, Sandeep, thanks for the moment. So Sandeep getting us crucial details with regard to the Amravati hate-killing case, where we are told that the NIA has detained 2 accused. Sandeep, thank you for the moment. We'll keep coming back to you. So that is the latest, in fact, coming in, tracking all the latest on that. Remember, Umesh Kole was hacked to death, and this was with after he had posted a social media post, put out a social media post in support of Nupur Sharif. And tracking all the latest on that as well, but more news coming in. This one from Kerala's Kollam, where we are told a shocking video has emerged. From Kollam, we are told a 19-year-old man was brutally assaulted in public by bikers who were in an inebriated state, in an intoxicated state in Kollam district. Now, as per police, the boy refused to lend a packet in fact, it was a packet of chips that the boy refused to lend to the bikers. He was initially pushed to the ground and was then kicked by the 2, even as onlookers were trying to stop them. The group is now absconding following this incident. The victim is identified as Neela Kantan. In fact, the visuals on your screens as well, in which you can see how this particular person who's been identified as Neela Kantan was assaulted by a group who seemed to be in intoxicated state. And this just because Neela Kantan refused to lend a packet of chips to them is what we are getting to know. And Ashwin is tracking all the details on this case. Ashwin, if you could give us more details, we can see the man, how the people are in fact pounding onto this person. What is the reason behind such an assault, and what even justifies an assault like this?
Something which is unbelievable, what the police reports are saying is that the people who attacked him actually asked him to, forced him to share a packet of Lays which he was eating, and that he denied, and because of which this attack followed. This is something completely unheard of. But what we also get to understand is that the people who asked for this packet of Lays were also in an inebriated condition. There were about 8 people as per the local reports, and only 2 people went into attacking this 19-year-old boy named Neelakantan. He was attacked so badly that he was also rushed to the Kollam Medical College Hospital. Now we also get to understand that one person has been taken into custody and the other person is absconding, is what the latest police reports are. And the cases have been charged for under section 308 as well. But the police is still not caught hold of one of the main accused who was seen in this audio tape. But what we also understand, there were a group of 8 people who were traveling together, and then they went into bullying and then led to the attack of this 19-year-old boy called as Neelakantan.
Yes, also just briefly, if you could tell us when did this incident happen? And we were also given to understand that there were people who were standing by. They did not, they tried to stop, still the accused failed to retreat.
Absolutely. This incident happened at Irivipuram in Kollam district in Kerala on Tuesday. And there were a lot of onlookers who tried to tell these men to stop attacking this boy. Meanwhile, the complaint has also been registered saying that this boy is also accused of stealing a chicken as well. But police has not confirmed these allegations which has been come against the boy as well. However, the boy suffered heavy blows. You can clearly see in those videos which we have access, in which the boy is seen being thrashed left and right, black and blue, by two men. But what we also get to understand, along with these two men, there were other 6 friends also along with them, and they were all mute spectators, and one even went ahead to record the same and share it in social media as well.
Yes, all right, Ashwin, thank you for the moments. Ashwin getting us those details of this case. Coming to light from Kerala, where a man was assaulted for only refusing to lend a packet of chips. A quick roundup of all that's making news. China has begun military drills off Taiwan coast in support. In fact, in response to US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to island, US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and her delegation arrived in Taiwan amid fierce protests and promises of countermeasures from Beijing. Meanwhile, Chinese Foreign Ministry summoned US envoy after Pelosi landed in Taiwan as an official protest. Slamming the opposition for not participating in the Tiranga rally in the national capital, BJP leaders slammed the opposition's move and said that the flag does not belong to any specific party, and even asserted that the opposition should have attended the Tiranga Yatra. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee said that there is going to be a cabinet reshuffle today. Mamata Banerjee said that 5 to 6 new faces will be inducted in the cabinet, while some ministers will be moved out and given responsibility in the party. The income tax, in more news coming in, the ED attached builder Sanjay Chabaria's assets amounting to over 250 crore rupees and assets worth 160 crore rupees of Avinash Bhosle in Yes Bank DHFL fraud case. The attached assets of Sanjay Chabaria are in form of a land parcel located in Mumbai's Santa Cruz amounting to over 116 crore rupees. Meanwhile, the Income Tax Department raided the house of real estate businessman Rakesh Yadav's house in connection with talks on Ghana Ram infrastructure. The raids took place in residence of Rakesh Yadav at the Kalyanpur area of Kanpur. And more setback coming in for the Congress from Telangana to Haryana. It seems the Congress has been completely deserted, is what we are given to understand. This as former Congress leader and former MLA Komarati Reddy, Rajagopal Reddy, has announced his resignation from the Congress party. He spoke exclusively to Republic. Reddy said that Congress has become weak in the centre and state. So Reddy making a big statement there that the Congress has become weak, not just in the centre but in states as well. Listen into that exclusive conversation we had with the former Congress leader Komarati Reddy Rajagopal. So it's a double setback for the Congress from Telangana to Haryana. What it appears is that Congress seems to be getting completely deserted. Vadra Congress dropped like a hot potato in just 2 states is what can be seen from the developments we are seeing over the past few days. This after former Congress leader and former MLA Komarati Reddy Rajagopal, who announced his resignation from the Congress party yesterday, said that the Congress has become weak not just in the centre but in the states as well. So that's a big remark coming in by Komarati Reddy Rajagopal. In fact, Kuldeep Bishnoi as well, speaking to Republic on his resignation, said that there are many reasons for leaving the Congress party. going on to add that he is impressed with Prime Minister's work and that's the reason he's joined the BJP. That's the remark coming in from Kuldeep Bishnoi on his resignation. Speaking to Republic, he said that my workers said that since I have a good vote bank in Haryana, why shouldn't he join the BJP? So also going on to add that the Haryana Congress fate seems to be hanging in balance. Let's also play out that reaction as well of Kuldeep Bishnoi.
There are many reasons to leave Congress party. There are many reasons to leave Congress party, but to join, I will not go on that. But I want to join BJP because our great Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, I am extremely impressed with his working, the way his thought process is for development of the nation. So I am completely, all my workers, all my well-wishers, they have been telling me, why don't you strengthen his hands? Since you have a good vote bank in Haryana and Rajasthan, why don't you join the party and strengthen his hands? So because I spoke to my workers, my leaders, then I joined the party.
And do you think that this would be the biggest jolt to the Congress party in Haryana heading to 2024 polls?
Haryana Congress is finished. There is no Congress in Haryana, and I can say this with full challenge, and I challenge Bhupinder Singh Hooda also, that if he feels that he did development when he was Chief Minister for 10 years in Adampur, so he should contest himself against my son. If my son loses, I will quit politics. If he loses, then he should give up politics.
So my last question is, tomorrow you are going to join BJP in the presence of JP Nadda?
Yeah, of course I am joining BJP tomorrow, and Mr. Manohar Khattarji will come to bless me. Who are the other leaders? That I am not know.
A 19-year-old boy has been attacked at Iripuram in Kollam district on Tuesday by two men who wanted him to share a packet of foodie. Now stay tuned to Republic TV as we bring you the latest updates on the story after the break.
In the CBSE 2022 boards, the toppers for classes 12 and 10 are from Amity once again. At Amity, we are privileged to educate brilliant students and express our gratitude to our teachers and school leaders who passionately work for the success of our children.
Now, Taiwan's Ministry of National Defense has highlighted that the PLA's move to conduct live fire exercises in the sea and airspace around Taiwan from the 4th of August to the 7th highlights China's mentality to use force to resolve differences. The ministry further assured that the National Army will definitely stick to its posts and protect national security. Aam Aadmi Party MP Raghav Chadha has given a suspension of business notice in the Rajya Sabha to discuss the imposition of 12% goods and services tax on sarais around Sri Harmandir Sahib, Amritsar, and has demanded a discussion on it. The opposition has appealed to the government to acknowledge the problem of rising inflation affecting the poor in India and to fix it.
A quick roundup of all that's making news. The US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi addressed the Taiwanese parliament, stressing on three agendas of the meet.
A Tiranga bike rally, which is now kick-started from Red Fort of Delhi towards the Vijay Chowk. A clear message being sent out by the people from Delhi to hoist the Tricolour from 13th of August till 15th of August. Remember that the people across the country are also celebrating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, 15 years of independence. Bharat Mata Ki Jai, Vande Mataram. These are the chants with which these people are taking part in this huge Tiranga rally.
And a quick roundup of all the action in Taiwan. Talking about the Russian invasion on Ukraine, Taiwan's president spoke about the situation at the Taiwan Strait in wake of the invasion and the rising threats if faced as a result of the same.
Russia's invasion of Ukraine earlier this year has made security over the Taiwan Strait another focus of worldwide attention. Aggressions against democratic Taiwan would have a tremendous impact on the security of the entire Indo-Pacific.
Taiwan's president, speaking at the conference, stated that the country is committed to pursuing its defensive interests and that to work towards a stable Indo-Pacific region.
We will do whatever it takes to strengthen Taiwan's self-defense capability. Taiwan is committed to maintaining peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait, and we will make Taiwan a key stabilizing force for regional security, ensuring a free and open Indo-Pacific, as well as the stable development of global trade and supply chain.
Speaking at a joint press conference, US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi spoke about how she viewed the relationship between the US and Taiwan as important one and how the solidarity of the people of the United States is with Taiwan at this point.
Put it in perspective, over 4 decades ago, the Taiwan Relations Act was building a strong bond between our two countries, advancing our shared interests of governance, economy, and security, while respecting the One China policy. Our solidarity with you is more important than ever as you defend Taiwan and your freedom.
The speaker went on to mention how China stood against Taiwan's participation in certain meetings and was harming relations of the country with the US.
Important to note that members of Congress, several of them had made trips just earlier this year. 5 senators, bipartisan, came, again, including the chair of the Foreign Relations Committee, Mr. Menendez, came. Not too much of a fuss was made. Individual senators have made trips or plan to make trips. And I just hope that it's really clear that while China has stood in the way of Taiwan participating and going to certain meetings, that they understand that they will not stand in the way of people coming to Taiwan.
Speaking about the manner in which China influenced Taiwan, Nancy Pelosi spoke about how the country used money to influence the workings of the state, saying that China uses soft power.
Your question comes in the context of right now a struggle between autocracy and democracy in the world. We cannot back away from that. And so as China goes and uses its soft power, money and whatever, into many countries in order to get their support at the UN and other bodies, we have to recognize if that has effectiveness, because it's a lot of money and it's promises that may or may not ever be kept.
Nancy Pelosi also reiterated how what mattered more was the success of Taiwan and that the US wished to have a good economic exchange between the two countries.
Mainland China. We're here to talk about Taiwan. We have our our Taiwan Relations Act. We support the communiques, this, that, and the other thing that had gone before. So we are supporters of the status quo and the rest. We don't want anything to happen to Taiwan by force. So strength, and one of the biggest sources of strength is democracy.
स्थापित करने की दिशा में कार्य कर रहा है। हो सकता है कुछ लोगों के लिए लगता हो कि ये नौजवान क्या कर सकते हैं, लेकिन मेरा ये मानना है कि हमारा ये नौजवान ऊर्जा से और प्रतिभा से भरपूर है। जब भी इसको अवसर मिलेगा तो अपनी प्रतिभा के माध्यम से, अपनी ऊर्जा के माध्यम से उत्तर प्रदेश को एक नई अर्थव्यवस्था के रूप में स्थापित करके देश की सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था के रूप में स्थापित करने में अपना योगदान देगा।
After the Indian badminton mixed team suffered a defeat against Malaysia in the finals and had to settle for the silver medal, the double Olympics medalist PV Sindhu said that she is very important to come back stronger in the game. Indian badminton team claimed the silver medal in the mixed group match of the Commonwealth Games 2022. Suryakumar Yadav's blistering half-century and final cameo of unbeaten 33 by Rishabh Pant guided India to a 7-wicket win over West Indies in the third T20I of the 5-match series of Warner Park, St. Kitts. Chasing a target of 165, men in blue got off to a great start as their openers Rohit Sharma and Suryakumar Yadav started the game by playing aggressively.
As a monkeypox cases tally rises to 8, Union Health Minister Mansukh Mandaviya addressed the Parliament over the disease, claiming that monkeypox is not a new disease and that it is being witnessed by the world, and also assured that a detailed probe is, in fact, the research is also being conducted on monkeypox.
8 केस और ये डिसीज़ डीप कॉन्टैक्ट से स्प्रेड होता है। माँ को होता है तो बच्चे को होने की संभावना होती है, हस्बैंड को होता है तो वाइफ को होने की संभावना होती है। कोई स्पेसिफिक समुदाय या तो स्पेसिफिक को ही हो ऐसा नहीं है, डीप कॉन्टैक्ट जिसको हो उसको हो।
These protesters have blocked the main ITO road.
Nancy Pelosi lands and she's coming down now. Nancy Pelosi.
الأولي والقفز النهاري الذي جرى مؤخراً. الأولي والقفز النهاري الذي جرى مؤخراً. الأولي والقفز النهاري الذي جرى مؤخراً.
The protesters are trying to exert force on the barricades and trying to break it down.
Mr. Chatterjee, would you like to expose?
Sonia Gandhi coming out of the, and we can see Priyanka Gandhi is also here along with Sonia Gandhi.
Sanjay Raut Singh outside his residence. He has come out. He has come out.
Following the poisonous gas leak incident in a company in the Brandix area of Andhra Pradesh's Achitapuram, a total of 53 people have been admitted to hospital so far. Hemant, the district medical and health officer, has added that most of the patients have complained about difficulty in breathing, nausea and vomiting that has been caused due to the gas leak. Amidst infighting over the Chief Minister's face, the former Congress Chief Rahul Gandhi has urged the party's Karnataka unit leaders to work unitedly for the upcoming assembly elections in the state in 2023, while also suggesting that they not speak publicly on the issue.
Look at the mountain of cash.
राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
Now, Taiwan's Ministry of National Defense has highlighted that the PLA's move to conduct live fire exercises in the sea and airspace around Taiwan from the 4th of August to the 7th highlights China's mentality to use force to resolve differences. The ministry further assured that the National Army will definitely stick to its posts and protect national security. Aam Aadmi Party MP Raghav Chadha has given a suspension of business notice in the Rajya Sabha to discuss the imposition of 12% goods and services tax on sarais around Sri Harmandir Sahib, Amritsar, and has demanded a discussion on it. The opposition has appealed to the government to acknowledge the problem of rising inflation affecting the poor in India and to fix it.
A quick roundup of all that's making news. The US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi addressed the Taiwanese parliament, stressing on 3 agendas of the meet. Pelosi said that US delegation was looking forward to working together with Taiwan.
Tiranga bike rally, which is now kick-started from Red Fort of Delhi towards the Vijay Chowk. A clear message being sent out by the people from Delhi to hoist the Tricolour from 13th of August till 15th of August. Remember that the people across the country are also celebrating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, 15 years of independence. Bharat Mata Ki Jai, Vande Mataram. These are the chants with which these people are taking part in this huge Tiranga rally.
Top headlines at 2 p.m. Viewers, Pelosi meets Taiwanese President Tsai Ing-wen, says want world to recognize Taiwan's leadership.
Common friendship. We thank you for your leadership. We want the world to recognize that.
China on war footing escalates mega military drills near Taiwan.
Military exercises are unnecessary responses. Taiwan has always been open to constructive dialogue, and we will work with stakeholders to bring about stability and peace in the region.
Taiwan fires big charge, accuses China of breaching the territory as Pelosi visits Taiwan. As world watches the unfolding of mega face-off with bated breath, Russia backs China, calls Pelosi's visit a clear provocation. Mega show of patriotism on display in national capital, but face-off erupts as opposition boycotts rally. It's a Republic super exclusive as Shavan Sen uncovers the joint Partho Arpita link. The undeniable proof of the link is now out. Viewers, we continue to be live and breaking on Republic TV. I am Shivangi Shukla. Let's go to the big global story that's making headlines all over the world. Nancy Pelosi has met President Tsai of Taiwan, and many important statements had come out where she praised Taiwan as an island of resilience and said the U.S. commitment to democracy there was ironclad. Basically saying that America stands behind Taiwan despite sharp warnings coming in from China. That's the top story that we have been tracking here. And China said that it would hold a series of live fire military drills in the air and sea around the island. And just a short while ago, Chinese Foreign Ministry also said that the US is playing with fire. So China continues to saber rattle at this point of time. At the same time, they are warning US and Taiwan of action, saying that the US is playing with fire with the statements that have been made and Nancy Pelosi's visit there. Let's have a look at all the reactions coming in and what Nancy Pelosi said and what did the President Tsai of Taiwan say just a short while back.
I just hope that it's really clear that while China has stood in the way of Taiwan participating and going to certain meetings, that they understand that they will not stand in the way of people coming to Taiwan. It's a show of friendship, of support, but also a source of learning about how we can work together better in collaboration. So, I think that They made a big fuss because I'm speaker, I guess. I don't know if that was a reason or an excuse, because they didn't say anything when the men came.
First, facing deliberately heightened military threats, Taiwan will not back down. We will firmly uphold our nation's sovereignty and continue to hold the line of defense for democracy. At the same time, we wish to cooperate and work in unity with all democracies around the world to jointly safeguard democratic values.
I don't know. I'm not really in a position to talk about what their motivation was, but it does reflect the line that I've mentioned regarding Ukraine, and I have no doubt about it. This is, yet again, their desire to prove that they are immune and that they have free reign. They can do whatever they want. I don't see any other reason behind this, behind creating this flashpoint out of nowhere, while we're very well understanding what this means to China.
I'm being joined by Jason Lee from Taipei. Jason has been getting us all the updates. Jason, we just saw that press conference by Chinese Foreign Ministry, where they said very, very categorically and very clearly that US is playing with fire. So one more strong statement there coming in from China, Jason.
Yeah, it's nothing new. So, yeah, I mean, they have to make that statement right afterwards. It's just obligatory. Yeah.
Right. Also, Jason, you have been tracking all the developments in Taipei there. Just tell us a little bit more about how are the people in Taiwan really reacting to the visit. Nancy Pelosi already made the statement. She's there. Are they happy, or do they see her as somebody who's standing up to quote unquote bully China?
I think that people are not happy or unhappy. They're just going about their day. You know, it's not a really big deal.
All right. Also, Jason, we saw a lot of reactions come in from Russia as well. Russia is supporting China. That's something which was expected. In fact, many more reactions coming in as well from Hong Kong. Like we had told our viewers earlier, Hong Kong is saying that Nancy Pelosi's act is selfish because it's putting people there in danger. Is that what the Taiwanese government really feels? And what is the stance of the opposition parties there in Taiwan?
The opposition KMT party has not condemned this visit. They're being very safe with their comments, I feel. They have not condemned the visit in any way, from what I've seen.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Jason Lee. Jason Lee is getting us all the updates on Taipei. We are watching that visit of Nancy Pelosi very, very closely here. Let's have a look at all the reactions coming in and all the important statements which were made on the trip of Nancy Pelosi there in Taiwan.
I told Speaker Pelosi that we are committed to maintaining the status quo across the strait. Taiwanese people are pragmatic. We have welcomed many congressional delegations to Taiwan over the years, and the normal practice of friends visiting each other is inherent in our culture of hospitality. Military exercises are unnecessary responses. Taiwan has always been open to constructive dialogue, and we will work with stakeholders to bring about stability and peace in the region. Thank you.
Viewers, let's take you through the other big story we have been tracking. That is the Tiranga rally which has happened in New Delhi, where we saw many parliamentarians on a bike and they were waving the flag of India. But a massive political face-off also has erupted. Opposition has chosen to boycott the Tiranga Yatra. That's also one of the developments which has come in. And this was, in fact, organized by the Culture Ministry. it organized a Tiranga bike rally where several MPs, including senior ministers and other parliamentarians, participated in the rally that had originated from the Red Fort. However, a massive face-off has spewed over Tiranga Yatra. The opposition has chosen to boycott the Yatra that was held from Red Fort to Vijay Chowk on Parliament Road earlier this morning. And the BJP has lambasted the opposition for prioritizing Rajniti over Rashtra Niti. So that is the big story right now coming in. Now, the Tiranga bike rally, the visuals of which you are seeing on your screen, was flagged off by the Vice President and Rajya Sabha Chairman Venkaiah Naidu at the Red Fort. And Anurag Thakur, who is the Information and Broadcasting Minister, also rode a bike from Red Fort with BJP leader Meenakshi Lekhi and Smriti Irani. So those are the visuals there on your screen of the Tiranga rally. Also, we got a lot of reactions coming in from the BJP and across party lines. Let's have a look at what those reactions and what the political leaders are saying about this big story we are tracking here.
Right behind me, you can see sea of tricolors, people taking part in this Tiranga Yatra with chants of Vande Mataram, Bharat Mata Ki Jai. You can see Venkaiah Naidu is the one who had basically flagged off this entire Tiranga rally, and this rally will go towards the Vijay Chowk in Delhi. We are in Parliament and a message is being sent out. Sir, क्या message देना चाहिए सर? Message क्या देना चाहेंगे आप?
भारत की शान बान आन की प्रतीक है तिरंगा। आज आज़ादी का अमृत महोत्सव के शुभ अवसर पर सभी सांसदों ने भारत माता के जयकारा लगाते हुए
All right, we're getting visuals there from Taiwan. Visuals coming in, viewers, on the top story. We are live as China holds war drills around Taiwan after Nancy Pelosi's visit. First on Republic of the visuals coming in. Remember that Taiwan has fired a big charge on China, saying that China is aggressively trying to take over the island nation. And these are the top updates we're getting right now. Just a short while back, viewers, we saw that Nancy Pelosi had met Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen in Taipei, despite sharp warnings from China. And we saw that China has said that they would hold a series of live fire military drills in the area, in the sea around the island. Now, Taiwan says the move violates the island's sovereignty and amounts to a blockade. And the speaker's trip, Nancy Pelosi's trip, is not backed by President Biden, but it's very significant, viewers, because it's the first by a senior U.S. official in 25 years. So right now, Pelosi will be leaving from Taiwan. The visuals of that on your screen, that's the jet waiting for her to take her back. She had a very short visit, but a very significant visit, something that has grabbed the eyeballs from all over the world, from multiple nations, with China saber rattling once again, saying that they do not approve of the visit. They are very, very careful of foreign dignitaries coming to Taiwan because they believe in the one China policy. So Beijing has made it no secret of its fury at US Speaker Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor is joining me. Abhishek, it was a very short trip, but it was a very significant trip. Take us through the details of what do you think we can expect next?
Well, it will be interesting to see what happens next on across the Taiwan Strait. Shivangi, remember, we have had almost 24 hours, at least 18 hours of Nancy Pelosi visit in Taipei, Taiwan. And Chinese had made so many protestations and, twisting and turning and creating scenes and issuing demarches to Americans and American diplomats and breathing fire, carrying out those military drills, essentially made a mockery of their own power in many ways, if you look at it, on the visit of a U.S. speaker to Taiwan. Something which has been off and on, though of course this was the first time in 25 years that a U.S. Congress Speaker was visiting, but we have had other substantial visits between the two sides, exchanges between the two sides. So I think the Chinese perhaps misread, perhaps in the arrogance of their power, misunderstood how the world sees this development. And we have seen how the global opinion has been pro-Pelosi, in favor of Pelosi's visit, and China sort of stands isolated except for one sole support that came in from the Russians. So while Nancy Pelosi has spent about 18 hours in Taiwan making those important engagements, including most importantly a press conference where she stood her ground and said that the U.S.-Taiwan relationship is guided by the Taiwan Relationships Act of 1979, and remember that predates the understandings that were subsequently reached between U.S. and China, as it is called, the three communiques and the three understandings. And she also said that Taiwan and the United States stands with Taiwan on the issues of economic cooperation and security cooperation. So I think typical of American plain speak coming in from Nancy Pelosi in that press conference, sending across a message to the world and, of course, to the Chinese that U.S. is there and it's going to be standing by the Taiwanese. So, and she was also accorded, I believe, the highest civilian honor of Taiwan by the President Taiwan, and now she's heading off to South Korea. So we have seen how, despite all the threats of blockades, threats of missile fires, threats of fighter aircrafts, trying to encircle or corner the U.S. military aircraft that has carried the U.S. speaker to Taiwan, the trip has gone on effectively and in good measure successfully. And after completing the first half, which included Malaysia and Singapore, and the pit stop in Taiwan, Nancy Pelosi is now headed to South Korea and Japan, essentially underscoring U.S. Alliances in Indo-Pacific and old friends. So I think America has made its point. There was a sudden wobbliness initially when we got reports that both the State Department and the Pentagon have raised some issues or warned against the visit. But subsequently, we have seen the American administration led by Joe Biden really rallying around Nancy Pelosi and a visit to Indo-Pacific with the spokesperson John Kirby, for example, or even National Security Advisor Jack Sullivan, commenting that since she's the U.S. Speaker and she's visiting, the government of the United States will take care of the visit. And we have seen how some military activity was seen off Okinawa with the American jets also flying out. There was an escort provided not just by the Taiwanese Air Force to Pelosi's military aircraft, a Boeing C-40C, but also by the U.S. Air Force as well. So I think Americans have, for the time being, made their point. The Chinese can bid their time. They have done that traditionally. It's ingrained in their DNA, in their strategic thinking. So it's not necessary that apart from the live fire exercises that we have seen or the military drills we have seen, or yesterday we saw the breach of air defense identification zone of Taiwan by the Chinese military aircraft, 21 of them, a statement of which came out of the Ministry of Defense of China. And this is the fourth time, in fact, they have done it in the last 6 or 8 months. Those things might continue. There might be increased military push aimed at intimidating Taiwan. We saw earlier the Taiwanese president saying that the Taiwanese won't be cowed down, and the kind of support that the United States has promised, obviously it emboldens and gives a moral boost to them. We saw how, for example, in the month of May, just ahead of the Quad Summit, President Joe Biden had said that if need be, America would intervene militarily also in Taiwan, though of course that was later clarified by Pentagon as saying that, or the State Department by saying that what President Biden meant was that United States will take care of all military supplies to Taiwan in case of a military conflict with China. So it's a very important geopolitical flashpoint that we are seeing in front of our eyes, and there are ideological moorings to this confrontation that has happened between the United States and China. So while for US, Taiwan is an oasis of democracy, when you look across the Taiwan Strait into the authoritarian China, China believes that Taiwan is integral to their territorial sovereignty and integrity, and that the formerly called Formosa, Taiwan essentially belongs to China, and the United States cannot breach the understanding on one nation and two systems and cannot treat Taiwan as independent and separate. In the pictures, of course, these are from earlier in the day in Taiwan, where Nancy Pelosi and President Taiwan were together, and that's the occasion where the two delegations engaged, conversations happened, and of course, as I said, a civilian honor also bestowed on the U.S. Speaker. There was a personal sense of gratitude among Taiwanese to Pelosi that saw many of them coming out onto the streets in welcoming the U.S. delegation when it landed yesterday, and from the airport to the hotel where all these citizens of Taiwan were lined up and welcoming the U.S. delegation, and subsequently we have seen this civilian honor being given. Remember, Taiwan Strait and the South China Sea effectively takes care of almost one-third of the global trade. Sea lanes pass through that, and it cannot be that there is one bully, and China cannot be controlling access to this very important commerce sea lane that is there catering to supply lines globally. So I think in that sense, there is apart from the ideological dimension of democracy and the United States and the rest of the free world backing Taiwan, there is this aspect of global commerce and the security of commerce, and that's why it's important that the Indo-Pacific through these supply lanes remains free and open, and it is not controlled by one nation, and is determined the freeness or the navigation there determined by the whims and fancies of one particular nation. So I think in that sense, it's a very important visit. Now, of course, Pelosi finishing it and departing from Taiwan on to South Korea. It would be interesting, Shivangi, before I finish, to mention that China has put across a blockade across the Taiwanese, the Taiwan Strait airspace. So it would be interesting to see whether the U.S. military aircraft is allowed through the normal route up north to Korea, or it has to take a detour down south first and then, take a detour and then move towards South Korea. That would be interesting to watch out from here on.
Right. Just one more question, Abhishek. We are seeing our visuals on a screen where Pelosi will be departing from Taiwan very soon. Viewers, if you're watching Republic TV right on, this is the big story right now. Pelosi to depart from Taiwan. But, you had mentioned about the economic sanctions. Now, does that mean that Taiwan is on a back foot right now, Abhishek? Because after Pelosi's visit, we are seeing sanctions imposed on Taiwan, economic sanctions and military drills.
Well, sanctions have been imposed by Chinese, Shivangi, and Chinese, obviously, as I said, they will bid their time. They will not react immediately militarily, but these kind of sanctions will start, coming in. Of course, the rest of the world would, do an encore and take care of Taiwan in so far as those whatever loss that Taiwan suffered because of these sanctions is concerned. Essentially, what we are seeing is another division, a geopolitical division happening. We have seen it over the last 6 months happening in the case of Ukraine, and now in the case of Taiwan as well. Those cleavages getting sharpened. While in the case of Ukraine, it was West versus Russia, and now it is becoming West versus China. And the economic sanctions against Taiwan are only a small component of it. At some stage, I'm afraid I have to tell this, that China would intervene or act on Taiwan militarily as well, and that would be the actual test of all the camaraderie and the support that the world has promised to Taiwan. Like in the case of Ukraine, it was said that Americans or the West would fight till the last Ukrainian. It cannot be done about the Taiwanese, because a better example has to be set. So I think this is, for now, the Americans have made a point that nobody can stop a visit of a senior-most American official of the U.S. government to any territory where they have direct relationships and their direct stakes. But over the long term, obviously, we will have to wait and watch how the Chinese take it from here. As of now, of course, Xi Jinping looks a little poor because for an 82-year-old woman, a feisty one at that, for him to mobilize this kind of war machine, where we are seeing in the picture to the left, for example, the Dongfang missile, and we have seen their military aircraft in full mobilization. We have seen their tanks rolling and the military personnel vehicles rolling, the armored vehicles rolling, and then we have seen their aircraft carriers, both the aircraft carriers in the sea. So obviously, the Chinese have, perhaps overdone or overreacted for now, but you never know with the Chinese whether they want to use it as a stepping stone to really ultimately militarily take over Taiwan and merge it with the Chinese mainland. So having made that objective absolutely public and clear, it's only a matter of time. And as I said, they might use this Pelosi visit as a trigger to fast-track their mobilization in the direction of taking over Taiwan at some stage.
Also, Abhishek, there is, in fact, one more point I want to discuss with you so our viewers get a clear perspective. One part, and when I talk about one part, I mean China, I mean North Korea, I mean Russia. They are seeing it as a provocation. But on the other side, a bit of the what we call the Western nations, US and other allies, are seeing it as somebody, Nancy Pelosi, going there and standing up to quote-unquote bully China. Is that how this visit is being looked at globally?
See, China is not a Bakri standing in a corner that it can be bullied. In fact, it's China which bullies everyone. We have seen what China has done in Ladakh. We have seen what China has done in the South China Sea itself to other nations apart from Taiwan. We have seen what they have done with the Senkaku Islands with Japan and the manner in which they have really indulged and supported North Korea. So it's for the Chinese to realize whether they are becoming the headache of the world, and the debt trap diplomacy that they have been practicing, putting many poor African nations under huge mountains of debt, and leading to crisis of the kind that we have seen in Sri Lanka panning out over the last couple of months, and then leveraging that debt to put in military installations, like we have seen in the case of Pakistan with the Gwadar port. So Chinese at some stage would have to realize that they are becoming the bad man of the Committee of Nations, and a stage might come where nobody might like them, and subsequent to which would be the real damage causing a stage, which would be that nobody would want to do business with them. There is already post-COVID this talk of China plus one, because China had effectively become the manufacturing floor of the world, shop floor of the world, and post-pandemic, people have realized that they need alternative sources. So, for example, Italy, which was the most vocal supporter of China in European Union, has now started having thoughts as to whether they should be diversifying their supply lines, in which case, the Chinese economy won't be cruising at the level that it has over the last 2 decades. So I think this crisis is an opportunity for the world also to really reset its equations with China. Remember, the threats that China has been issuing to United States based on the understandings that were reached sometime in 1980s during the Nixon-Reagan era are of a time when we had a very different world, and the USSR still existed, and the Americans were chiefly concerned about the communist ideology. They thought China is a lesser evil. They engaged, and they really did some hand-holding with China, and over the next 3 decades, as I said, China bid its time and became the economic superpower, effectively, that it is. And now with the kind of muscle flexing that they are doing, it is not obviously being liked by everyone. So just the way that a global consensus helped China come out of the morass it was in, a communist hellhole it had become due to the Mao's, that great culture war, whatever. But if the world now again unanimously decides that they have to look for options beyond China, then of course it's going to impact their economy. So I don't know whether the strategic thinkers within China are thinking along those lines. Shivangi, you can go to Colonel R.S.N. Singh. In fact, he's joining us over the phone, and he's a little better placed to give you a little broader and deeper sense of the strategic implications of this visit of Pelosi, which is just concluding in Taiwan.
No, it's very, very significant strategically. This definitely will give a boost to Quad. Had China, had Pelosi and or the United States of America bowed down under, the Chinese pressure, I mean, I shudder to think what would have happened to the Indo-Pacific strategy and Quad. So this definitely has gone, given that much of more impetus. And maybe there will be many more regional countries who will be willing to join this, Quad effort or the Indo-Pacific effort. The second point is that everybody, is absolutely correct that, you can factor in the American by-elections and the Chinese Communist Party Congress that is going to be held, after a few months. Yes, these definitely are factors. But also factor in, the post-pandemic world, the world impacted by the Russia-Ukraine war. So, I mean, that itself, threatens to change the, global order in a very significant way. That is why the Americans have acted, and they have acted fast. And as far as our stance is concerned, well, I have always maintained that what has happened in Galwan or what are the aggressive postures by China that you see on the Indo-Tibet border, in the Arunachal sector or in the Ladakh sector, or what you saw in Doklam, it is very much linked with what is happening in India Pacific. So therefore, we have to be, by the very geopolitical imperatives that the contemporary world dictates on us, we have to be a solid part of the Quad and the Indo-Pacific strategy. And I must say that we have been treading a very, very fine diplomatic line, but I must say we did a great mistake in the past by abandoning all our diplomatic cards, that is recognition of Tibet as an autonomous part of China, and endorsing the one-party, two systems. And in return, we have got nothing from China. So those are the mistakes. But I mean, if the Americans can change their posture despite their endorsement of one country, two systems, we also must carry out a serious rethink on the issue.
All right. In fact, Jason Lee is joining us live from Taipei, and he's reporting for the Republic Media Network. Jason, the visit of Nancy Pelosi coming to an end. If you can give us a quick 3 takeaways, how the visit is important for Taiwan, for the neighborhood, and for the world in terms of the Chinese muscle flexing that we have seen over the last few months.
Well, my initial take is that it was a very interesting 18 hours. It feels like even shorter than that. I think that it was a bit overblown, and it really wasn't as big a deal as it should have been. And I don't think anything controversial was said. I think that House Speaker Pelosi spoke very sincerely, and that she did not violate any of the, the one China policy, and did not promote any kind of like Taiwan independence or anything. But unfortunately, this will be viewed, as we already know, in mainland China by the general public and the government as a step towards Taiwan independence, because they just don't want any high-level officials visiting the presidential office in Taiwan at all, because it makes it look like it's a sovereign state. So that's well, I don't see anything controversial about the visit. Superficially, like nothing controversial was said, but nevertheless, it is controversial because it's being viewed as controversial in mainland China.
Also, Jason, I mean, with the kind of histrionics, with the kind of optics that were created by the Chinese with massive war machine mobilization and all the military drills that were carried out, it seems the visit did pass off peacefully, except for some diplomatic, demarches and some aggressive statements here and there by Chinese spokespersons. By and large, the visit has been peaceful, and in fact, the Americans did make a point that they are not going to be blinking with the Chinese, whatever Chinese maneuvers and machinations are thrown at them.
Yes, I think the U.S. definitely, as a whole, there was bipartisan support not to back down, and it appears that, at least so far, that the trip was a good idea. I think it fulfilled a lot of U.S. interests.
Does it help the Taiwanese cause, this visit of Nancy Pelosi, in the sense that does it strengthen those forces within Taiwan which will stand their ground against the Chinese aggression?
I don't feel that this trip was really about that. I think she emphasized the Taiwan Relations Act, which is more of a law, but she did not say too directly that that the U.S. would get involved in a possible hypothetical war in the future. She's not the president, so I don't think it was her place to comment on that. So that comment would have to come from President Biden.
Right, and what do you think that subsequently is going to happen? You think the Chinese would calm down? They will pull back their war machine. They will stop those military exercises and the increased incursions in the Chinese Taiwanese air defense zone, that has been air defense identification zone that have been happening. You think they would be coming down?
No, the air defense zone will continue to be an issue because the air defense zone Taiwan's air defense zone is so large that it goes up right along the mainland China coast. So there's no way that they're always, as long as the air defense zone is defined that way, this will continue to be an issue, and the Taiwan government wants to continue reporting it because it gives them support internationally. So that will not change. But I would hope that things would calm down in terms of military exercises, because it was a short trip. I mean, she's leaving, it's over. I don't see what they had to gain by continuing to have a lot of live fire exercises. But I do expect sanctions to be placed on Taiwan that will potentially damage the economy.
Yes, Jason, Samiksha this side, if you could help us better understand the economic situation in Taiwan at this point, because of the food sanctions that have now been imposed by China, how much of that is going to impact Taiwan from an economic point of view?
I did not read the list of the 100 food producers, but I think that it will have a severe impact on, the brands or the food types that were sanctioned. When this happened in 2016, it definitely had an impact on the support for the Taiwan government. And in 2016, she did lose a lot of support within the first 6 months. And some of that had to do with sanctions from mainland China, like no tourist groups,
yes,
and not buying as much fish as they used to, because they said, oh, we don't really need that much fish from Taiwan, which is a strong fishing nation, So I think that with local elections just 4 months away, that this is going to have an impact on Taiwan domestically, and the elections here are very much about domestic issues and not some kind of like an international perception about mainland China or something. The issue of mainland China or cross-strait relations is not what people vote about in Taiwan.
Yes. And Jason, just to continue on that point, like you're telling us, we understand that not just from China, Taiwan imports a lot of food items from other countries as well. Given the military drills that are being carried out by China, do you think how much, because of the blockade that is going to lead to, will it not result in blocking those supplies from other countries as well?
As far as I understand it, there's no blockade of our ports. Just Kaohsiung and Keelung are open as far as I know. I don't think there's a blockade.
Okay. All right, Jason, thank you so much for the moment. We'll keep coming back to you. So Jason Lee reporting live from Taiwan, getting us all those details. Our senior executive editor, Abhishek, continues to be with us. Abhishek, if we can continue on that very same point, I wanted to understand from you the economic situation in Taiwan as we speak because of the military drills that are taking place. We understand that there's going to be a blockade in the next few days from August 4th till 7th to be specific. How much of that do you think is going to impact Taiwan from an economic point of view? All right, we'll try and connect with Abhishek again, but a lot of details that are now emerging at this point. Remember, China has said that it will not be the first to use nukes, but will not hold itself back. We have Abhishek back with us. Abhishek, we were talking about the economic sanctions here, the military drills that will be carried out by China specifically from August 4th till the 7th. How much of that will impact Taiwan from an economic point of view?
Well, you see, we have seen the military drills going on as a build-up to the Pelosi visit, Samiksha, but they have just been that live fire drills, and in fact, one would say the Taiwanese across the Taiwan Strait have got used to these kind of Chinese pantomimes, as one expert called them. There have been increased violations of the air defense identification zone of Taiwan, and we have seen increased military activity and muscle flexing by the Chinese, and of course during the announcement, during and after the announcement of Pelosi visit, and subsequently as a build-up to the landing of Pelosi in Taipei, and in the last 18 hours, the Chinese have been at their belligerent best. They have been issuing demarches. They have been calling the American ambassador in Beijing. Their ministries of foreign affairs and defense have been alternating and making at least 2 comments a day on why Pelosi should not be going. And even Chinese embassies across the world have been taking to social media platforms and projecting this as an act of provocation by the Americans. But the fact of the matter is that the world community is united and sees Chinese bullying in its neighborhood from east to west, from north to south. And I think this might have been done, as experts have noticed, because the National Congress of the Chinese Communist Party is happening sometime later this year, and Xi Jinping wants to bolster his leadership, which he might have failed actually in that objective.
Yes. Abhishek, stay with us. Let's take a look at this explainer on how the extensive military drills that China intends to carry out from August 4th till the 7th is going to impact Taiwan for that matter. Now, in response to Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, Chinese military will launch targeted military operations near Taiwan. The extensive and unprecedented military drills and military tests from August 4th till the 7th of August can be seen as one of the most serious show of force by China around Taiwan since at least 1995. This essentially means that China will undertake long-range live-fire exercises in the Taiwan Strait and in waters off Taiwan's east coast. And if reports are anything to go by, 21 Chinese aircraft have already entered Taiwan's defense zone. The Taiwan's defense ministry, meanwhile, condemning the Chinese provocation, said that the move will not help China's international image and will also hurt people on both sides of the strait. Now, let's understand what does the large-scale military drills as well as military tests around Taiwan would essentially mean. Take a look at this map released by Chinese media that shows how China plans to carry out live air and sea exercises in the Taiwan Strait from all directions. China also intends to lob conventional missiles off the eastern coast of Taiwan. So Taiwan will face military exercises and missile tests from its north, south, east as well as the west. The Chinese PLA, remember, has become much more active over the past year in the east coast of Taiwan. During the military drills, relevant ships and aircraft should not enter the above seas and airspaces during this period. To sum it all, with its military operations and lobbing of missiles, China wants to put military and economic pressure on Taiwan. It would also result in blocking trade routes to Europe and the Middle East. It would also exacerbate existing supply chain woes. So a lot of details, a lot of updates coming in and those are in fact the live visuals that are coming in right now of Nancy Pelosi, who's seen departing from Taiwan. Tracking all these updates very, very closely. We'll go across to Jason as well in just a bit, who's reporting live from Taiwan to get us the latest updates that he's picking up. So it's the 18-hour visit that officially comes to an end of Nancy Pelosi. Tracking very closely all the updates as it is very, very significant. The the visit by Nancy Pelosi, the visit by US top official, which is significant in many ways given the fact that it is happening after almost 25 years so as to speak. The live visuals that we are getting right now is of Nancy Pelosi, who's seen departing from Taiwan. And with this, the 18-hour visit officially comes to an end. She can see she will be flying out of Taiwan very soon. So it is, in fact, remember she touched down in Taiwan late last night at around 8:14 p.m. And the visit now officially coming to an end at after 18 hours. A very significant and important visit in which Nancy Pelosi also met the Taiwanese president as well. Niranjan is joining us from the Mumbai newsroom. Niranjan, if you can talk to us once again about how significant this visit has been of Nancy Pelosi.
Well, she's come and gone, and nothing really seems to have affected the situation on the ground for Taiwan and for China. There are some new videos. If you're getting my audio, there seems to be some issue with my audio line. I'll just reconnect with you in just about 30 seconds. Abhishek is joining me right now. I think let me go across to Abhishek. Abhishek, if you can speak us through these pictures. She's leaving now. Saber rattling will continue. She's come, she's gone, 18 hours, nothing has changed.
Well, on the face of it, Niranjan, yes, nothing has changed, but knowing Chinese, they can bid their time and then really get back. So obviously the world will have to wait and be on its watch insofar as what the Chinese actions would be on Taiwan. Remember, for example, I'm reading one tweet by Ambassador Deng Xijun, and he's ambassador of China to ASEAN, and he says that Speaker Pelosi's reckless, provocative visit to China's Taiwan region. The visit is a major event upgrading the substantive relations between US and Taiwan and sends a very wrong signal to the Taiwanese independent separatist forces. So forget about the bad English part of it where he's saying that the visit has actually upgraded the US-Taiwan relationship. It does upgrade the US-Taiwan relationship in the sense that this is a senior-most official of the US government visiting in the last 25 years after Speaker Newt Gingrich. This is Nancy Pelosi coming in. So the Chinese see in this a sort of a red flag from the Americans. There was a red line that was drawn by the red regime in Beijing, and that clearly has been overruled by the Americans. So I think for the short term, you would see in Niranjan that the Americans have made a point. The West has made its point that they stand with free world, they stand with democracy, they stand with democratic forces around the world, and Taiwan in many ways represents that. It's the democracy that the West would want China to emulate. But despite that, the fact remains, Niranjan, that when it comes to resources to wage a war, when it comes to the war-fighting machine, when it comes to financial resources to carry that, I think the Chinese have an edge. So it's just about when they decide to really up the ante and turn whatever anger they have shown by way of words, by way of this military muscle flexing, by military exercises, translates into real transgressions and real pushing the envelope on Taiwan. Remember, it's a publicly stated position of China that they would militarily take over Taiwan. It's only a matter of time. I think they're just waiting for the time when military resistance from rest of the world would be minimal, if at all. And the fact that U.S. President Joe Biden in the month of May, just ahead of Quad Summit, said that United States would help or intervene militarily in Taiwan, which was later corrected by the State Department as meaning that U.S. would be militarily standing by Taiwan. What is important is, Niranjan, just my one takeaway, if you are listening, from this entire 18 hours that Nancy Pelosi spent in Taipei, in the press conference that she addressed along with the Taiwanese President Tai Wan, she mentioned the Taiwan Relations Act of the United States of 1979, but she refrained from mentioning the third communique and the three understandings which subsequent Reagan and Nixon administrations had signed with the Chinese. So I think in that sense, some recalibrating is happening in the United States as well. I think they are preparing for a time when the confrontation would be more than symbolic. We have seen over the last 18 hours of Pelosi being in Taiwan, things have been peaceful. As a build-up, there was some saber rattling, but more in the verbal domain than military domain. But as a stage might emerge. Today, for example, the U.S. economy is $20 trillion and the Chinese economy is $15 trillion. Forget about the fact that in purchasing power parity, the Chinese are actually $5 trillion ahead of the United States. But still, it's almost equal size, little less. But another 5 years down the line, it's likely, the way things are, that the Chinese would be perhaps even in real terms ahead of the Americans in the size of economy and even more in purchasing power parity terms. And then they would really have the resources and the swagger to really push the envelope. And then when a confrontation of this kind happens, we would have a very different picture, or the world would have a different picture. So I think this is more like a preparation for that stage next 5 years. As I said, China can bid its time and wait when the resistance to their action would be minimal. What is important is that for now, at least, America, which is actually the great power, and China, the aspiring power, a confrontation between them has really set the contours where Americans can really still get away by saying that, okay, fine, we looked them in the eye, we made our point, we did not blink, we behaved like a great power, we told them, come on, don't get up and down about this is a normal visit. And the Chinese, by all the saber rattling, showed that they are restless, they don't have time, they are going to come back. So I think that's how this has really gone over the last few days, few weeks, and of the last 18 hours. Now in the pictures, Pelosi finishing off the last of the formalities where I believe some Taiwanese government officials want selfies, want pictures, last bit of communication. And then she would be boarding the aircraft and out of the Taiwanese airspace on to South Korea to complete the remaining half of her Indo-Pacific visit to friendly nations. What is important is that it cannot have been just Pelosi's initiative, her call. Obviously, the might of the American establishment was there, and that's why the Chinese also, I think in their prudence, decided, Niranjan, that they will make their point, they will do some muscle flexing, they will send across a message that they are restless, and stop there. Anything more than this, any escalation further than a couple of incursions would have meant that, questions would have been asked of Xi Jinping in the National Congress that's coming up. So, and had he not done all this, then also the questions would have been asked. So, I think it was a bit of a quandary for Xi Jinping. Americans really poking a finger in the eye. When Jinping decides to respond, I think we might have to wait till the time that he clears the clouds insofar as his leadership issue is concerned, that has gotten into a bit of a trouble post the COVID pandemic. Otherwise, it was cruising. He was almost sort of certain that he would be president for life. Now, I think he has to get one more lease of life, and then we would see some more response from the Chinese. But for now, I think it has been advantage America with the point it has made of standing by Taiwan. How long this can last, that's something, some more time has to lapse before we understand the implications of this. If you look at it from the Chinese side, waving of red flag that has been done by the Americans to them.
Yes, yes. Abhishek, stay with us. Also, with the visit of Pelosi coming to an end, do you see the exercise, the military exercise, as well as the missile test that Taiwan, China intends to carry out, will also come to an end?
Samiksha, they can do 10 missile tests. They can shoot 20 missiles in the waters of Taiwan Strait or Indian Ocean beyond. But they can risk, really, the Chinese can risk coming out as a large size nutcase Korea. Would they want to do that? That's something which obviously the Chinese leadership has to take a call on. Remember, it's just an 82-year-old woman, a PhD woman who decided that, okay, fine, she has to go and make a foreign trip, foreign assignment, like it happens in most of the democracies, and for the Chinese to react the manner in which they have, had it not been for the economic stakes that they have generated in the rest of the world would have laughed at the kind of gymnastics that the Chinese have indulged in over the last 7-10 days. Verbal gymnastics by way of their spokespersons, really haranguing the world community with sermons on how China is being provoked, and otherwise by way of these military demonstrations about which you are talking about. So the interesting bit, Samiksha, for me would be that when this plane flies out, would it be given a path through the air blockade sort of that has been put across by the Chinese in the Taiwan Strait toward their side, at least for the next 3-4 days that you were talking about between August 4 and no, in fact, even that does not come into play because that's going to happen tomorrow, and Pelosi is just heading out now. So I think she would make her way safely to South Korea, subsequent to which obviously the muscle flexing that the Chinese would do would be aimed at intimidating the Taiwanese only.
All right, Abhishek, thank you so much for getting us all those insights. So that is, in fact, the latest coming in. Abhishek, in fact, if you can stay with us and talk to us more from your takeaways from that media briefing also that happened, in which Pelosi sent out a very strong message asking the world to come together when it comes to the situation we've been seeing in Taiwan for so many years now.
Well, to begin with, the press conference was between her and the Taiwanese president, first woman president of Taiwan, Tai Wan, and she made a couple of points. One was that the United States stands with Taiwan and is going to continue its cooperation, both economic and security, irrespective of the pressure that are being created, irrespective of the intimidation that is happening, irrespective of the posturing from across the Taiwan Strait that's happening. She did not answer any question directly on China, but she said that the United States relationship with Taiwan would be guided by the Taiwan Relations Act, and that was, I think, an important takeaway for me because she did not mention Taiwan Relations Act was signed by the U.S. Congress and the Senate in 1979 and became a U.S. law under which is an umbrella law under which the U.S.-Taiwan relationship is conducted. But subsequently there were 3 understandings reached and a communique signed between the two sides in the Reagan-Nixon era, and Pelosi was interestingly silent on that. So whether there is a strategic shift within the United States and an evolution of thinking that, okay, fine, we have to really go back to the Taiwan Relations Act, though, of course, even that was a dilution because till that time, United States had fully committed to militarily defend Taiwan, and the Taiwan Relations Act removed that bit. But the fact that the subsequent understanding and the communique, in fact, had diluted this further, had sort of tied down the U.S. hands, and whether with this statement and this visit of Pelosi, the United States really wants to shrug off those agreements with China and free its hands to more liberally engage with Taiwan, to more publicly engage with Taiwan. It remains to be seen. But this is, by all accounts, a visit that has in some ways brought the sheen back on the United States, the jading, declining power, so to say, as China is the rising power, and like a great power, it has stood its ground and not shown any kind of nervousness at the belligerence that was coming its way from the Chinese side, except for one statement which was attributed to the State Department saying that the State Department has security concerns, or the Pentagon, in fact, had security concerns about Pelosi. Now, of course, in the pictures, Samiksha, you can speak to the visuals. I think almost the last lap, and Pelosi finally boarding that aircraft, Boeing C-40C of the United States military, and giving final bye to the people of Taiwan as she boards the plane and flies out of Taipei. I think she just wanted to say bye to someone else, someone she knew there, and she came out 2 steps back and now waving. And this is the U.S. congressional delegation, by the way. It consists of 4 congressmen, and it's a bipartisan delegation. There was bipartisan support to Pelosi visiting Taiwan, cutting across a political divide in the United States between Republicans and Democrats, more by Republicans as much as by Democrats. So in that sense, one would say the Americans really have made a diplomatic point or two with this visit, as the doors shut on the aircraft and it makes its way onto the runway and out of Taipei onwards to South Korea.
And so there you have it, viewers, and Abhishek Kapoor staying with us live. Nancy Pelosi has now entered her plane and the doors are about to be shut very, very soon. She is going to take off after an 18-plus hour visit that has really proved historic in many ways already, simply by dint of her even attempting it. There were a lot of warnings, there was a lot of saber rattling by China, and that saber rattling is possibly likely to continue now because there has been a bit of a disruption in the status quo that China would like the world to also follow. Remember, viewers, China prohibits all nations from having formal ties with Taiwan. It claims that it alone has sovereignty over Taiwan, and that is a nominal sovereignty at the moment, but there has always been a hanging threat that that nominal sovereignty could turn into some kind of military action to formally take over from it. We still have Abhishek Kapoor with us, who has been telling us various facets of the importance of this visit. Abhishek, if I could come to you for a question. A lot of the time people talk about how, say, the Ukraine invasion could have been a pretext for China attempting something similar. Now, with the US having made a move with Nancy Pelosi's visit, do you see China perhaps trying to use this as an opportunity to further misadventure in the area?
Well, make no mistake, Ankit, they would sure do that. Even without Pelosi visit, it was a matter of timing when Chinese decide to take Taiwan. It's a publicly stated position. The Chinese have made it amply clear that Taiwan is an integral part of the mainland. It has to be integrated with the mainland. If not now, maybe next year, maybe next to next year. I think they'll just wait for the time when the resistance to their taking Taiwan militarily, if need be, is the least in the world community. I think their project to take over Taiwan might have got delayed because of the pandemic. Had it not been for the pandemic, we might have been discussing, as of today, the taking over of Taiwan. Having said that, that is not a very diplomatic thing to say, but that's real politics. That's what hard facts are about. China has military muscle to really take Taiwan if they want to, with whatever resistance limited Taiwanese defense forces can offer. In that context, the statement that came from President Joe Biden ahead of Quad Summit that if need be, the United States would intervene militarily, which was qualified later by the State Department, saying that what the president meant was that U.S. would be supplying military equipment to Taiwan to carry on its defense. In which case, would it be a Ukraine-like situation? Since you began by asking about Ukraine, it became a joke that Americans are willing to fight the Russia-Ukraine war till the last Ukrainian. So whether by supplying equipment, they would also create a situation where Taiwanese essentially would be facing the brunt of the mighty Chinese war machine with whatever military supplies that Americans can provide. And also remember, unlike in Ukraine, where from the West, it's absolutely open access to Ukraine for supplying of the war machine, unlike in the case of Taiwan, where China can effectively blockade the entire island from all sides and seal it before taking over. So I think unless you are thinking in terms of a World War III, it would be very difficult to stop China from taking over Taiwan. What Nancy Pelosi visit has done is it has generated a debate, it has generated interest, it has generated curiosity, it has generated some understanding of the issue of Taiwan. And in that sense, I think, remember, for example, post-COVID, a very staunch ally of Chinese in Europe, Italy, started thinking in terms of China plus one through diversified supply lines. I think China would be poorer for friends. China would be poorer for its economic engagement if it tries to take over, which at some stage it would, Taiwan, and it would be starting off a new stage in the progress of geopolitics in the world, where after having tasted success, having been so successful, having become the second most powerful nation after the United States, almost equal to them in economic power, the decline of China and the acceptability of China would come down. And that's where perhaps it gives you some sense that all this muscle flexing that we saw by the Chinese was aimed at domestic consumption, was an effort by Xi Jinping to bolster his credentials as a strongman, as a strong authoritarian leader. Also remember that he's facing a national congress. Not that there is going to be any rebellion in the Chinese Communist Party against his leadership, but any strong action from now till the national congress on Taiwan essentially bolsters the hands of Xi. And in that sense, I think this is how the situation really panned out. So obviously, neither the Chinese nor the Americans wanted a war. For the Americans, it was just sort of poking a finger in the eye to the Chinese, and for the Chinese, it was a matter of using this opportunity to escalate things to a level where next time they do it, there would be normalization of this kind of escalation in the eyes of the world. So, for example, over the last 6 months, we have seen the Chinese, including yesterday, 4 times intruding into the air defense identification zone of Taiwan. You would see more of that happening perhaps every month. And the Taiwan Strait between the Chinese mainland and its southern border and the Taiwan island. The Taiwan Strait has a median which was fixed by a median line which was fixed by the Americans way back in 1954, and the Chinese obviously don't agree to it. Like they don't agree to most of their international borders. They have been fighting like a bully with the tiny Bhutan in the Himalayas. So obviously they might want to do away with that line completely. They might want to do away with the Taiwanese ADIZ completely, and subsequently make a push for Taiwan sometime in 2024-25 or even earlier. You don't know, because they have the money. As I said, Ankit, as things stand today, as I was explaining to Shamiksha earlier and to the viewers, that American economy is $20 trillion. The Chinese are not far behind at $15-16 trillion. In fact, in purchasing power terms, the Chinese are $30 trillion to Americans, $25 trillion. They are actually ahead of the Americans. In PPP, they are the number one economy already. They would have the money, they would have the spare financial resources to take Taiwan on the fly. And I think that's the reason why the Americans also thought of setting the stage and sending across a message to the West that it is high time you unite. Had it not been for the Pelosi visit, Germany would not have made a statement in support of Taiwan as publicly as it did. Germany is not a player in Indian Ocean. Germany is not a player in Pacific. Obviously, it is not a player in Indo-Pacific. And in that sense, I think this crisis has helped the United States galvanize its leadership of the West, like in the case of Ukraine crisis as well, but more so in the case of Taiwan, because it's a little distant. Ukraine crisis is directly affecting the food and energy security of Europe. In the case of Taiwan, it might not. And that's why I think you would see even more support coming by way of the United States. So if it was done to bolster its sagging global credentials as the most dependable and most bankable ally, whenever nations are bullied. I think the United States wanted to do that. Of course, just like in the case of Xi Jinping, so in the case of Joe Biden, there is a domestic element as well. Biden administration is facing its midterm polls later this year, and these kind of optics really help shore up the image taken together with the elimination or killing of Ayman al-Zawahiri that happened Sunday. I think Joe Biden might be looking at these two foreign policy successes as having boosting his or Democratic Party's chances in the midterm polls, which many opinion polls suggest that the Democrats might be losing to a resurgent Republican Party.
Yeah, Abhishek, fantastic analysis there. Do stay with us as we await the takeoff of this plane. Nancy Pelosi is aboard it at the U.S. Plane that is going to take her to South Korea, is what we are told, after her about 18-hour visit to Taiwan and Taipei. Now, Abhishek, two things you mentioned was, of course, the two leaders, the presidents of both the countries, that is China and America. In Xi Jinping's case, like you've been telling us, he's up for re-election, and this really would be the election that would go a long way to furthering this whole president for life narrative that has been unfolding, because since the time of Deng Xiaoping, no Chinese president has served over 10 years of a term, and so that would be harkening back to the Mao kind of days. And on the other side, in Joe Biden's case, like you're telling us, within 24 hours, two displays of U.S. foreign policy, and a muscular foreign policy at that, with the elimination of al-Zawahiri in Afghanistan, and then courting essentially some kind of conflict with China, or rather not bowing down to China's warnings, and sending this delegation to Taiwan. So do you feel in this way, both the leaders, in Xi's case, he needs to say something, or he needs to do something before this Congress takes place? And on Joe Biden's side, do you think a point has been made to the rest of the world regarding America still very much being the superpower, the monitor of the seas, the enforcer of democracy? Would you say that there are definite developments that have taken place in both these regards?
Ankit, so far as Xi Jinping is concerned, he has little more space to maneuver, I would say, because he's a stronger leader. He does not have elections to face. His third term is a foregone conclusion. In fact, as you rightly mentioned, there is talk of him being president for life, and the National Congress. But for the pandemic, in fact, these events like National Congress would not even have been an issue. But what the Americans have done is that with this Pelosi visit, really shaken things up, stirred the pot, as one would say, at not much cost. And I think even Americans would watch how the Chinese react. And exactly for that reason, so that the world does not think that the Chinese are only about optics, the Chinese are only about verbal duels, and the Chinese are only about saber rattling. They might want to hit Taiwan in some ways. So these economic sanctions that we are seeing, where imports have been stopped and exports have been banned, is only a beginning. Taiwan happens to be the biggest investor, also in one of the biggest investors in China, so it's not going to be easy. But insofar as their military objectives are concerned, or larger strategic objectives are concerned, you could see some move by the Chinese. Remember, they can wait for their time. They have waited for 3 decades to flex these this military muscle post the beginning of liberalization. 4 decades, in fact, and as they say that this is coming off full circle of 200 years of slavery that the Chinese had, or subjugation that the Chinese had seen. 100 years, sorry, of the subjugation that the Chinese had seen, and now it's a resurgence and rebuilding of China we are seeing, because of which translates into the kind of aggression that we see. So far as Joe Biden is concerned, he might have had, in fact, if you look at the way democracy functions in the United States, he might have immediate objectives, he might have immediate returns in mind by going ahead with this visit. As I was mentioning earlier, it could not have been Pelosi deciding on her own, although of course she is a very important part of the constitutional scheme of things in the United States, but it just cannot be that Pelosi decided to visit Taiwan and the Pentagon was not on board and the State Department was not on board or full preparations did not go in. We saw how just when Pelosi's plane was landing yesterday in Taipei, there was a formation of aircraft that flew out of Okinawa, which is a huge American base, and even the Pelosi aircraft, which is a military aircraft, was escorted, apart from the Taiwanese airplanes, by American Air Force as well. So I think the visit was fully taken care of. There was no possibility of the Chinese getting into any misadventure zone. I think if you look at it from the strategic eyes, both sides perhaps were testing the systems of the other. And for example, the satellites of America and China, they would have been monitoring the activity. Their warships in the seas would have been checking each other's radar systems. There would have been a lot of tech intelligence going in and information gathering happening. So these are very deep and double deep, I would say, military strategic exercises that go on. So in the cameras, we are only seeing that 82-year-old woman waving to the crowd and coming in, making those statements about saving democracy. But the nuts and bolts of the visit would be about testing the military infrastructure of the Chinese by the Americans or by the Chinese of the Americans, and there would be, the military leaders and the spy masters. They would be checking how far they can push the envelope, what all they could sneak in and the other side could not see, what all they tried to sneak in and the other side stopped. So it would have been a very interesting, deep military exercise on the side, which would be of greater consequence, in fact, than just this optic of Boeing C-40C standing on the tarmac, waiting to take off, and Nancy Pelosi there inside. I don't think the Chinese would have ever wanted to target Pelosi, or Pelosi is doing this because she wants to dethrone Xi Jinping. I think it's about a very long-term battle of nerves happening between a rising power and the one that is great power already. And basically this battle of nerves over a period of time would determine who would rule. Obviously, nothing is permanent in this world. Just when China becomes the great power, perhaps India would be knocking at its doors and aiming to replace it. So that's a cycle that goes on. Ankit, we saw how 19th century belonged to the United Kingdom, the Great Britain, and there was a time when sun would not set on the empire from morning to evening and for 24 hours. And then the 20th century belonged effectively to the Americans. And in these pictures, what we are seeing is basically a tussle happening before a baton. The baton is passed on to the Chinese, not for a century, perhaps 2 decades, before perhaps India breathes down its neck.
No doubt, Abhishek, putting together some stirring commentary there, pulling together geopolitical shifts that have taken place over the last couple of 100 years. In fact, if I would say, he remains with us while we bring you these visuals of Nancy Pelosi's plane standing on the tarmac at Taipei airport. It was just over about 18 hours earlier that she had landed there in Taipei, the capital of Taiwan. And at that time, the situation had been a lot graver, at least insofar as the warnings that were being made by China are concerned. If you'll remember, viewers, that flight of Nancy Pelosi's and the path that it took to reach Taiwan was the most tracked flight path I think there has ever been by flight radars, the online services that one can use to track such things. And so there was a keen interest in how she would make it there. There was also word that around the same time that she was landing, a number of Sukhoi Su-35 flankers of the Chinese Air Force had taken off. And there was also a movement of various tank battalions, heavy missile systems, and other assorted paraphernalia towards the Taiwan coast from the Chinese mainland. And so there was a definite element there that there there could be some kind of escalation. Of course, whether or not it was overblown, it's perhaps too early to say. We had Abhishek just say a short while earlier in response to China declaring that it would undertake military drills and that it would test hypersonic cruise missiles and things of that nature, that China can do it as much as it wants. It can turn into a sort of North Korea giant-esque figure. But at the same time, there has been definitely a move made by the US in this visit of the Speaker, Nancy Pelosi. It's the highest official to visit China for 25 years. Abhishek, do you see this? Of course, 25 years earlier, there would have been a very different China. Certainly, how you are putting it, if it's a clash between a rising economic superpower and one that is perhaps not willing to cede territory. The previous visit would have come under very, very different circumstances. How do you change? How do you see this current visit, so to say, being a totally new development? Does it override a lot of the past declarations and treaties that America has, say, with China, that China has been trying to enforce over the world? Do you see this leading to a further paradigm shift? Could perhaps other countries now send their representatives to Taiwan?
Well, Ankit, so you have to understand the backdrop of this this issue that exists, the Taiwan issue. Formerly, it was called Formosa, and the reason why it has different system is that when Mao's army bombed the headquarters, so to say, and took over or grabbed power, the party that was there in China was the Kuomintang and the leader Sun Yat-sen, urban ruling elite, sophisticated, and Mao brought in the peasantry with him and brute force of gun with which they captured power. So obviously the Kuomintang with Sun Yat-sen had to run away. They ran for their life, escaped China mainland, and settled in Formosa, which is now called Taiwan. So in many ways, what we are seeing is a contest between two political ideologies of the same DNA, same genes, same set of people. In that sense, if China says one nation, it's almost like the Akhand Bharat resonates in that. And at some stage, you can't stop China from really grabbing Taiwan because it's about a political contest. So what? Like in the case of 1949, when Mao captured at gunpoint from Sun Yat-sen, so in the case of Xi Jinping, really using those Dongfeng and other missiles and the fighter jets that they have now, taking over Taiwan from Taiwan, the president of Taiwan, or whosoever is ruling whenever China decides to get in.
Right.
I think what is important is that the way things stood in 1997, because that's the question you asked, China had carried on liberalization and had almost become soft floor of the world, but still did not have the money muscle to really take on America. So, for example, in 2001, when the Chinese were handheld and brought into the World Trade Organization, the Chinese GDP was $1 trillion. In 1997, it would have been $800 million. At that time, the United States GDP was $10 trillion, 10 times that of China.
Abhishek, I bid you to stay with us. We have also Major General K.K. Sinha joining us, and this is just as we also hear that 6 F-15 fighter jets of the US and 3 tanker aircraft have taken off from the US base in Okinawa, Japan, just at about the time as this plane is set to take off from Taiwan. Now, Major General K.K. Sinha, how do you see the military posturing? We know that the US has had control of the Pacific Sea ever since the Second World War, but now you have China, which is trying to enforce some kind of a blockade around Taiwan. How do you see this blockade coming up against the US dominance and the US supercarriers that are in that region?
What is happening, especially in the East China Sea and the South China Sea, because both the China Seas are there involved in it. And Taiwan is sitting, in between, dividing this area. And what they have done, the Chinese is all around Taiwan, about 6 places, they have tried to put some type of exercise. Now you can call it a naval blockade or things like that. But they have not stopped the passage through Taiwan Strait. they are saying that they are going to carry out an exercise, and that's why they have warned that, no aircraft should, actually come into this airspace. That is one. But in the preparation of, United States of America, and as far as Nancy Pelosi's visit is concerned, I think that it is very beautifully, cropped out. After 6 months, what's happening in transatlantic, now they are stepping to the Indo-Pacific. It is all planned. And, 4 carrier groups, is the 7th fleet over there. Then the deployment of the embarked carrier air wing group is the embarked. And what you are saying is very correctly now in Japan. If you say whether the Guam or Palau or the Japan and Senkaku, if these aircrafts have taken off, from there, they will be coming towards the Senkaku side because Senkaku has been added into
Major
the
General
air
K.K.
defense
Sinha, even as you say
zone
this,
of
I would like to tell you that the plane is now moving on the tarmac. Taxiing appears to be in progress. So we're just, I think, a couple of minutes off from the takeoff procedure as well. Do continue, Major General K.K. Sinha. You were talking to us about perhaps a little bit of brinkmanship by both sides. The US also having its aircraft taking off from its naval base in Okinawa, Japan, while China has been known to be violating the air defense identification zone of Taiwan with increasing frequency, and especially over the last 24 hours. How do you see this dovetailing, even as we bring these visuals of the plane on the tarmac in Taiwan airport?
Of brinkmanship that the Chinese are getting exposed. When she came through, from Malaysia, when she came through Brunei, Philippines, she got exposed in the area of that 9-dash line, what they call it. But, they are not able to do it. What they say it is night. But the day and night flying, as on today's world, it is same. There is no difference. Now what is happening, they are just before this. She is doing in a daylight, time. Absolutely right. This thing she is going to carry on. Only half an hour delay in her schedule is there. Probably they will fly down south. I believe, she will come down, gain the height, and then fly toward the Senkaku. And then get into the Japanese airspace in that area and then go to the destination of South Korea. This is brinkmanship in the say that, military brinkmanship when we see these areas. And he is in a military aircraft which is as good and as tough like, Air Force One of, on which the president travels. So the aircraft is same. Everything is same. She was escorted when she came through this area with 22 fighters of American Air Force. So all preparations are there, and it is a good thing. The China, America is challenging China in the hegemonic behavior in the East and South China Sea this way. And she has given a message that it is not only the democracy but versus the autocracy. First time she has spoken, it's a national security, economics and governance. So when you say it is all encompassing in this area, and the things what is happening, whether it is the Quad, AUKUS, Five Eyes, Pacific economic framework, it is all what we see, because you have to take it out and understand this, what is happening in this area. I think, it is, China is getting exposed economically. Militarily, they are not matched. Economically, they are going down. You see, the way the Chinese economy has been hit, especially Evergrande, the bubble is getting busted. The way the things are, 5G is being taken care of. Right. The way that, China has been skewed economically, especially Pacific economic framework, the supply chain. So I think it is the right time after the 6 months of transatlantic, once the things getting stabilized over there. And you have to say that both America and China have to understand, in the multipolarity world, they just can't have the bipolar or a single polar on which they, both of them are trying to do it as on today.
Major General K.K. Sinha, stay with us. We continue to beam these visuals live from Taipei in Taiwan of Nancy Pelosi's plane, a government aircraft that is taxiing its way towards the runway and is going to take off. It's probably going to have a complement of US Navy or Air Force fighter jets that will accompany it. into, like Major General K.K. Sinha was saying, Japanese airspace, and then further to South Korea, even as China continues to essentially try and make a strong showing of its own dominance and its own presence in the area. Major General Sinha, if I can come back to you, does China still dare to test American resolve in the open seas militarily? Because before Nancy Pelosi was to land, there were even some global reports claiming and citing the words they would shoot her out of the skies and things of that nature. And Xi Jinping had warned Joe Biden to not play with fire over Taiwan. But with this visit, does America prove that even now, even with China's economic rise, there is no questioning America's dominance, say in the seas, for example, where it has more aircraft carriers than all of the rest of the countries in the world combined?
You are absolutely right. You see, there is no match, militarily match, when you say, a professional, military, which has got a lot of experience. They may be messing up the things, here and there. But militarily, they are very strong. They have, emerged a lot of sacrifice, lot of thinking, lot of maneuvering. The China in last 20 years, when they were saying that the slow rise of dragon, you don't tell your intention. But when you start telling your intention from 2012 when the Xi Jinping has come up, and when you want to do it, so many things like for war, you want to bring it, you want to put the people on a death trap, you want to have extremism, you want to show the military. Can you do all those things in a time, a telescopic time frame of 3, 4, 5 years? So when you bound to mess it. Today, number-wise, yes, they have got money, so they have to spend. They have got the technology, basically, they're speaking from what they got it. When the USSR got broken, all those technology came to them. They have got from America itself. And anyone to be blamed, the American itself. Number game is one thing. The manpower, number, comprehensive national power requires lot of, and lots of time. Even the Blue Water Navy, even the China can't take on Taiwan militarily as of today when you stand. Amphibious landing, if you do it, their militia will not ready. See, number game is fine. You can keep firing, doing drills. Drills are in the drill square. And now you're doing in the high sea. You take it, that China will totally get exposed. It will get, now I think real things are happening in Indo-Pacific. And if the Nancy Pelosi has to be believed that this type of visits are going to be more. And if it is number of more, every time China is going to do it something. If they have got a gut, they should try to block it now. If it happens, mind you, it will carry on. And the China will go down. The time has come, the China has to understand this. 21st century was the century of Asia. And, India and China joining hands. And this is exactly Modi was telling them, when he went to Wuhan, that let's do it. Don't become the,
Major General Sinha, the plane is taking off. The plane has picked up speed. And there you have visuals, even as Major General K.K. Sinha stays with us. Nancy Pelosi has departed Taiwan. There are the first visuals of the plane on Republic. We've been tracking this story from hours before she was set to land, and now her trip is over. This has changed something, although what exactly it has changed will only likely come to the fore in the times to come. But most certainly, the highest ranked American official to visit Taiwan in 25 years has just concluded her trip. 82-year-old U.S. House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi had met all of Taiwan's leaders, including its president. She essentially ignored China's warnings, and China had been increasing the amplitude of its warning, increasing the decibel, with US President Joe Biden himself being warned by Xi Jinping to not play with fire. Since then, America has responded. It's called whatever China does, bellicose rhetoric, and words and phrases of that nature have been used. So there has been a dramatic escalation with China attempting to assert its dominance and its one China principle. But the US is not playing ball. Nancy Pelosi called China's bluff, and now she's on her way out. Of course, she still needs to make it to her next destination. She's likely to be joined in the skies by the US fighter aircraft. We've heard that just a short while ago from Japan, several US F-15 Eagle strike fighters have taken off, and there are likely to be more in the skies as well. So she's likely to be joined by an escort very soon. But she's on her way now to South Korea. She's likely to take the Japanese airspace route to there. China also continues and maintains a strong presence in the area. This presence has been increased ever since Nancy Pelosi landed. We saw a flurry of activity last evening around her landing. We had seen how China was sending tanks and anti-aircraft missile systems, very heavy weapons, along the coastline facing Taiwan. And it has also announced that it will conduct military drills, which are already underway over the next several days around the Taiwan island. This is an island, viewers, which is just 150 or so kilometers off the Chinese mainland. But while the two countries have a very similar origin story, they in fact originate from the two groups, the two political parties that fought first with the Japanese invaders and then amongst themselves for control of the mainland. It was Mao Zedong's Communist Party that won control of the mainland, but the Kuomintang of Sun Yat-sen and then Chiang Kai-shek was defeated. It fled to Taiwan, where it established a democracy, and that democracy has flourished substantially. Taiwan is no featherweight. Taiwan is a highly developed nation. Technologically, of course, it doesn't have the population, it doesn't have the absolute economic chops that China may have, and the military chops as well, but it has a lot of allies, even though a lot of those allies don't maintain formal relations with it. You have to, for instance, at the Olympics, Taiwan is referred to as Chinese Taipei and things of that nature, and so on and so forth. And so now Nancy Pelosi has departed and has flown out of Taiwan. And a look at the top headlines at this hour, viewers. A mega show of patriotism on display in the national capital, but the face-off erupts as the opposition boycotts this Tiranga bike rally. The BJP has hit back at the opposition. It says, don't politicize the tricolour. The message is clear.
लगता है कि वो अपने घर पे ऊपर, अपने अधीर रंजन चौधरी जी अपने घर के ऊपर, उनके कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में क्या वो एक अपील कर देंगे तो कोई छोटे हो जाएंगे क्या? बिल्कुल नहीं, ये बीजेपी का झंडा नहीं है।
17 opposition parties question the Supreme Court's order on the PMLA Act and the Enforcement Directorate. They say express deep apprehensions over its implications. That's the word from the opposition. It's a Republic super exclusive as Shravan Sen uncovers the joint Partha Chatterjee-Arpita Mukherjee link. The undeniable proof of the link is now out. China's posturing with drills, tanks and missiles fails. China is pushed to a corner with just Pakistan and Russia for support. 18-hour visit rattles China. Nancy Pelosi now takes off from Taiwan. Viewers, in breaking political news, 17 opposition parties, including the Trinamool Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party, plus one independent Rajya Sabha MP, have signed a joint statement expressing deep apprehensions, they say, on long-term implications of the recent Supreme Court judgment upholding amendments to the PMLA Act, and they have called for its review. This is the breaking story that we have for you this minute. Even as viewers, you have tracked this on Republic in its entirety, the two facets. One was the Supreme Court's landmark verdict, wherein it upheld the Enforcement Directorate's powers under the PMLA, most notably the power to probe and the power to arrest persons without, for instance, submitting an FIR, without having to present the ECIR that it files, which the Supreme Court said was an internal document. Over this, even then, there was quite a lot of chagrin from the opposition leaders. In fact, that petition against the PMLA Act had been filed by over 200 people, one of whom, for instance, was Karti Chidambaram. And we've seen since then, the ED has been unrelenting. We've seen how, with a lot of evidence and a lot of seizures, there are political leaders across the country who have been arrested in various cases. We have the examples of Partha Chatterjee, of Satyendra Jain in Delhi, and now we've seen over the last few days Sanjay Raut in Mumbai. In all of these cases, the ED has put together substantial amounts of evidence, and in all of them, in fact, we have seen how cash has also been recovered. Most notably, the frankly bizarre and scandalous amounts of cash and gold that were recovered from the aid of Partha Chatterjee, her residence, and the raids that were held therein. But now you have these 17 opposition parties sending a joint statement questioning the Supreme Court's decision in allowing the ED to have these powers under the PMLA. We have Aishwarya Kapoor joining us, our political editor. Aishwarya, tell us more. What are these opposition parties saying and how do you read it?
Well, at this point of time, this shows just a sense of desperation and frustration on their part that all of these political parties and these MPs do not want the agencies to work. Imagine this. Our lawmakers are raising this issue first in the parliament, and now they are ready to raise it in the court that the agency should not be allowed to act. They are saying that the agency, which will only act after finding prima facie evidence against an individual, only because they have been chosen by the people, only because they are privileged enough to sit in the parliament, that they should not be acted upon, even after if they have committed crime, and that's a big if. But let the agencies investigate. What they are trying to do, they are trying to raise concerns on the PMLA ruling of the court. But why? Why are they wary of the agency questioning these individuals who feel that they are more privileged than any other individual? That means than any other Indian citizen. Why? Why does a Sonia Gandhi, why does a Rahul Gandhi feel that they are more privileged than any other Indian citizen? Why? If the agency can investigate any Indian citizen, then why not a member of parliament? And why these 17 opposition parties are now giving a notice in the parliament? Why? Only because now you have even these lawmakers being questioned. Only because after plethora of evidence which is very clearly available with the agencies, that they have decided not to bow down into the pressure and question these self-privileged individuals. So what is the reason?
Absolutely.
If they have some facts to back it, then they need to come out. But the only reason that if they are member of parliament, that if they represent a particular political party, they cannot forget, Ankit, that they are in the parliament because the people of this country have decided to support and send them there. It is only and only because of the power of vote of a common Indian that they are today privileged enough to sit either in Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha. But that cannot be the reason that they will not be investigated by the agency.
Right. We are also at this moment, Aishwarya, being joined by Niranjan from the newsroom. Niranjan, the opposition parties are up in arms as they have been over the last few days. But what are they really seeking? Do tell us more.
Well, you know, there is this letter and they're calling it a joint statement by opposition parties. And it's pretty, you know, they're going on to question the order given by the Supreme Court recently while allowing ED to make arrests under certain sections of the PMLA. Their entire problem was with the arrests that were being made under PMLA. They want a review even now. Let me read out some of these aspects. In fact, the third paragraph of this letter is very scathing. And I'm reading purely from the letter that has been signed by 17 MPs as claimed by the Congress party. And these 17 parties say, we are very disappointed that the highest judicial authority invited to give an independent verdict on the lack of checks and balances in the Act has virtually reproduced arguments given by the executive in support of draconian amendments. We hope that the dangerous verdict, they're calling it a dangerous verdict, will be short-lived and constitutional provisions will prevail soon. I want to get Ridhamanand Bharadwaj also live on the story, Ankit, because what they have also done openly through this letter is to question the order of the court while the court allowed the ED to continue with its investigations and make arrests where necessary. So I'd like to go across and get Ridhamanand Bharadwaj as well, because you hear this once again. They have said, we are very disappointed that the highest judicial authority, namely the Supreme Court, which was invited to give an independent verdict on the lack of checks and balances in the Act, They are saying the SC has virtually reproduced arguments given by the executive in support of draconian amendments. They have basically accused the court, the highest judicial authority, of virtually reproducing arguments given by the executive. And they're calling it a dangerous verdict, which will be short-lived. They hope that it will be short-lived. And they're saying we hope constitutional provisions will prevail soon. So this is a very, very scathing letter, one where they are openly sort of questioning the court, and they go on to say that they have deep apprehensions. Let's try and get some legal perspectives as well. Let's get some lawyers on the phone line as well and see what they think about this letter. They are saying we have deep apprehensions on the long-term implications of the recent Supreme Court judgment upholding in entirety the amendments to the Prevention of Money Laundering Act without examining whether some of these amendments could have been enacted by way of a Finance Act. If tomorrow Supreme Court holds that the challenged amendments through Finance Act is bad in law, then the entire exercise would become futile and loss of judicial time. They qualified by adding a line that we hold and will always hold our Supreme Court in the highest respect. And yet, we are compelled to point out that the judgment should have awaited the verdict of a larger bench for examining the constitutionality of the Finance Act route to carry out amendments. They're also openly questioning the court, the wisdom of the court in giving out the order. And the Congress party feels a larger bench should have looked at the matter. Swapnil Kothari, advocate, joining us on the phone line. Senior advocate Swapnil, the Congress party along with 16 other parties reportedly writing a letter, and I'm reading out some quotes of this letter. All of us are a little shocked with the kind of language that is used. I'm reading out one paragraph and I'll let you speak. This is on the court allowing the ED to make arrests. And you were a part of that, when we broke that story. But they have said, we are very disappointed that the highest judicial authority invited to give an independent verdict on the lack of checks and balances in the Act has virtually reproduced arguments given by the executive in support of draconian amendments. We hope that the dangerous verdict will be short-lived and constitutional provisions will prevail soon. Can I get your response to that, Swapnil? There are two more paragraphs, but I'll start with this.
Niranjan, what the Congress party is trying to do is it's, first of all, deriding the judgment which has been given by the Supreme Court simply because it finds itself under the scanner more often than not because of the Enforcement Directorate. So it's basically vilifying the judgment, and at the same time it's trying to hint that, okay, fair enough, you've passed this judgment. We may or may not file a review petition, but we will try to urge the government to pass a constitutional amendment trying to override the Supreme Court judgment, which happens at times and which has happened in the past. So this is not news to me at all. I had expected something out of the Congress party, something on these lines, simply because if they do not find a judgment which is palatable to them, then they try to attack the Supreme Court, which they have done in the past. And this is not something new. This is again an attempt to do so, but the judiciary is not going to be cowed down and to say that it is a reproduction of the arguments of the executive whilst they were trying to pass, trying to ensure that the Enforcement Directorate has the powers under the PMLA. It's just a mere hogwash, because to say that it is a reproduction of the argument is in itself a fallacy, because I'm sure the 545-page judgment of the PMLA passed by the Supreme Court must have reproduced arguments by both the sides. And then they must have come to a conclusion that these judgments these arguments are in favor and these are appropriate, and that there are ample checks and balances, because there are appropriate authorities under the Enforcement Directorate who have got the powers, under the PMLA, who have got the powers to go ahead and arrest someone. So it's basically that the arrest that they are fearing, and not only that, but even the search and seizure aspects, which are there always under the Income Tax Act, PMLA, these are all draconian legislation. But the fact is that they are there on the statute books and they are there for a particular reason. They are not there to appease any political party. They are there to ensure that the people who are trying to ward off and some huge sums of money and siphon off those kinds of money are absolutely caught within the net. And that's why the Enforcement Directorate has been given the powers. And should the Enforcement Directorate transgress those powers or go beyond the lines, then the Supreme Court is always there, or for that matter, even the High Courts are there to ensure to bring them back to where they were and try to quash those erroneous Enforcement Directorate orders, or for that matter arrests.
which is there in under the CRPC, under the IPC, or even the police powers are there. Even when the police is errant, then the courts are there to protect your personal liberties and ensure that you are not assaulted by the state authorities arbitrarily. So for the Congress party to give this kind of to write this letter is something which is mere hogwash in my opinion, and I don't think the Supreme Court is going to entertain this at all. Just as you will remember that some earlier letter was also written by some 30-40 people, and those were also relegated to the dustbin, I'm sure. So this will meet a similar fate. I don't think this even dignifies a response from the Supreme Court.
Yeah,
they have a right to write.
Yeah. No. We're picking up the story again, Swapnil. I'll get you back. I need to take a short break right now. We'll take a short break. Thank you, Swapnil. Taking a short break. Back with the breaking news update. Stay tuned.
In the CBSE 2022 boards, the toppers for classes 12 and 10 are from Amity once again. At Amity, we are privileged to educate brilliant students and express our gratitude to our teachers and school leaders who passionately work for the success of our children.
We will do whatever it takes to strengthen Taiwan's self-defense capability. Taiwan is committed to maintaining peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait, and we will make Taiwan a key stabilizing force for regional security, ensuring a free and open Indo-Pacific, as well as the stable development of global trade and supply chain.
Speaking at a joint press conference, US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi spoke about how she viewed the relationship between the US and Taiwan as important one, and how the solidarity of the people of the United States is with Taiwan at this point.
Put it in perspective, over 4 decades ago, the Taiwan Relations Act was building a strong bond between our two countries, advancing our shared interests of governance, economy, and security, while respecting the One China policy. Our solidarity with you is more important than ever as you defend Taiwan and your freedom.
The speaker went on to mention how China stood against Taiwan's participation in certain meetings and was harming relations of the country with the US. Meanwhile, protests erupted in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, where people protested against rising prices and high inflation. And people even thought that they were made to pay hefty electricity bills. Protesters also raised concerns that they were made to pay more amount of service charges and taxes than was due.
इससे पहले भी बिलात आते रहे हैं, लेकिन इस दफ़ा जो बिल जारी किए महकमा बरक़ियात की जानिब से, उसके अंदर फ्यूल एडजस्टमेंट चार्जेस के नाम पे एक बहुत बड़ी जो अमाउंट है वो हर बिल के अंदर ऐड की गई है। और जुल्म की इंतहा देखें कि एक तो पहले आप फ्यूल एडजस्टमेंट चार्जेस डाल रहे हैं, उसके बाद आप उन चार्जेस के ऊपर टैक्स दोबारा डाल रहे हैं। वो इतने बड़े आपके अमाउंट बन गए कि अगर किसी का 10,000 बिल है तो उसके अंदर 4,500 से 5,000 रुपया जो है वो फ्यूल एडजस्टमेंट चार्जेस की मद में एक नया जो है वो गुंडा टैक्स शामिल कर दिया गया है, जो एक आम आदमी की दस्तरस से बाहर है। और उस वजह से इस वक्त आपको पूरे आज़ाद कश्मीर के अंदर जो है लोग ऐसे।
Union Home Minister Amit Shah will arrive in Bengaluru today to take part in Sankalp Se Siddhi conference of the Confederation of the Indian Industries. During his visit, Shah will also hold a meet with state BJP leader. Shah's trip to the city comes amid unrest among a section of the BJP cadres who are upset with the spate of murders of Hindutva activists. As the Amarnath Yatra began 2 years post the pandemic, an important announcement was made by the J&K Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha. He noted that due to several accidents in the Yatra due to inclement weather conditions, the Amarnath Yatra will have to be halted. The J&K Lieutenant Governor also asked all devotees to perform and complete all their rituals before 5th of August.
Jammu and Kashmir's Lieutenant Governor Sinha urged the devotees visiting the Amarnath Shrine to complete their trips before the 5th of August. While stating that the yatras to the shrine were planned till the 11th of August, he warned of the bad weather conditions in the state in the coming days.
देश भर के श्रद्धालुओं से मेरा निवेदन होगा कि जिस तरह
से मौसम है जिस तरह का अनुमान लगाया जा रहा है, मैं सबसे आग्रह करूँगा कि 5 अगस्त तक जो भी श्रद्धालु दर्शन करना चाहें।
Getting in breaking news in the first pictures of the Tiranga. The Tiranga on the Hurriyat Conference gate. First picture now coming in as the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign rages through India as the entire country comes together. This is a picture that's coming in. I'd like to go across to Zinat or Arawat. I will go across to them and get their first response to this and get more details. And we'll go across and get you the details. The first picture coming in from Srinagar, where there is two tirangas, two flags on the all parties Hurriyat Conference Central Secretariat Office in Srinagar. We are taking a short break and we are coming back with the live coverage. Stay tuned. Taking a short break now, it's a Republic Super exclusive as Shravan Sen uncovers the joint Partha Arpita property link. The undeniable proof of the links now out. China's posturing with drills, tanks and missiles, and all of that fails. They are now pushed to a corner with just Pakistan and Russia supporting. Pelosi's come and gone. They're losing the PR battle.
In the CBSE 2022 boards, the toppers for classes 12 and 10 are from Amity once again. At Amity, we are privileged to educate brilliant students and express our gratitude to our teachers and school leaders who passionately work for the success of our children.
Your question comes in the context of right now a struggle between autocracy and democracy in the world. We cannot back away from that. And so as China goes and uses its soft power, money and whatever, into many countries in order to get their support at the UN and other bodies, we have to recognize if that has effectiveness, because it's a lot of money and it's promises that may or may not ever be kept.
Nancy Pelosi also reiterated how what mattered more was the success of Taiwan and that the US wished to have a good economic exchange between the two countries. And a quick roundup of all the action in Taiwan. Talking about the Russian invasion on Ukraine, Taiwan's president spoke about the situation at the Taiwan Strait in wake of the invasion and the rising threats if faced as a result of the same.
Russia's invasion of Ukraine earlier this year has made security over the Taiwan Strait another focus of worldwide attention. Aggressions against democratic Taiwan would have a tremendous impact on the security of the entire Indo-Pacific.
Taiwan's president, speaking at the conference, stated that the country is committed to pursuing its defensive interests and that to work towards a stable Indo-Pacific region. Meanwhile, protests erupted in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, where people protested against rising prices and high inflation. And people even thought that they were made to pay hefty electricity bills. Protesters also raised concerns that they were made to pay more amount of service charges and taxes than was due.
इससे पहले भी बिलात आते रहे हैं, लेकिन इस दफ़ा जो बिल जारी किए महकमा बरक़ियात की जानिब से, उसके अंदर फ्यूल एडजस्टमेंट चार्जेस के नाम पे एक बहुत बड़ी जो अमाउंट है वो हर बिल के अंदर ऐड की गई है। और जुल्म की इंतहा देखें कि एक तो पहले आप फ्यूल एडजस्टमेंट चार्जेस डाल रहे हैं, उसके बाद आप उन चार्जेस के ऊपर टैक्स दोबारा डाल रहे हैं। वो इतने बड़े आपके अमाउंट बन गए कि अगर किसी का 10,000 बिल है तो उसके अंदर 4,500 से 5,000 रुपया जो है वो फ्यूल एडजस्टमेंट चार्जेस की मद में एक नया जो है वो गुंडा टैक्स शामिल कर दिया गया है, जो एक आम आदमी की दस्तरस से बाहर है। और उस वजह से इस वक्त आपको पूरे आज़ाद कश्मीर के अंदर जो है लोग ऐसे।
Union Home Minister Amit Shah will arrive in Bengaluru today to take part in Sankalp Se Siddhi conference of the Confederation of the Indian Industries. During his visit, Shah will also hold a meet with state BJP leader. Shah's trip to the city comes amid unrest among a section of the BJP cadres who are upset with the spate of murders of Hindutva activists. As the Amarnath Yatra began 2 years post the pandemic, an important announcement was made by the J&K Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha. He noted that due to several accidents in the Yatra due to inclement weather conditions, the Amarnath Yatra will have to be halted. The J&K
Big show of patriotism on display in national capital, but face-off erupts as opposition boycotts the Tiranga rally. Tricolour at the Hurriyat office in Srinagar, the biggest symbol of the Tiranga campaign.
लगता है कि वो अपने घर पे ऊपर, अपने अधीर रंजन चौधरी जी अपने घर के ऊपर, उनके कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में क्या वो एक अपील कर देंगे तो कोई छोटे हो जाएंगे क्या? बिल्कुल नहीं, ये बीजेपी का झंडा नहीं है.
BJP hits back at the Congress party, and those questioning the Tiranga rally says don't politicize even the tricolour now. 17 opposition parties question top court order on PMLA, express deep apprehensions over implications of the Supreme Court verdict. The Republic Super Exclusive as Shravanthan uncovers the joint Partha Arpita property link. The undeniable proof of the Bengal cash scam is out. China posturing with drills, tanks and missiles fail. China pushed to a corner against Taiwan and America, with just Pakistan and Russia supporting it. "18-hour visit rattles China up. Nancy Pelosi, the US Speaker, has now taken off from Taiwan." Hurriyat wala. Thank you for saving us. The Tiranga rally that was held in the national capital earlier today was attended by BJP leaders, and most parties that are with the government were present when the event was flagged off by the Vice President of India, Venkaiah Naidu. Opposition gave it a skip, and now we're getting in a related development on the story that the tricolour has been hoisted at the Hurriyat office in Jammu and Kashmir. In Jammu and Kashmir. In J&K. Let me go across to Zeenat joining us live. Zeenat,
Niranjan, we are filming a visual of the Hurriyat conference office at Rajbagh, where a Kashmiri Pandit activist known as Dr. Sandeep Mahwa, he hoists a tricolour at the Hurriyat office in Rajbagh. Although this office is shut for the last since 2019 after NIA carried raid in the Kashmir.
1 minute, Zeenat, be with me. Zeenat, be with me. There's a big controversy now. There's a live shot. Earlier, a few minutes back, we saw the flag at the Hurriyat office. Now that flag has been removed. There's a live shot. Let me show you the live shot. The live shot is on Live View 1. Can I ask can we take the earlier and now, please? Earlier and now. Zeenat, look at this. It's been removed. Do we know who removed it? Zeenat?
The flag, and then this flag was immediately removed after he hoisted. This is Hurriyat Conference Office of Rajbagh, but this office is not functional for the last 3 years now. We are beaming the live visuals from the Hurriyat office where the flag has been removed. But who removed this flag, we don't know. But earlier, Sandeep Mahwa, along with his one more colleague, went there and they hoisted the flag, and within no time, in less than 2 minutes, the flag was removed. And now you can see the visuals that we are beaming on the screen. They're the live visuals of the all-party Hurriyat conference office. This is the Rajbagh area of Srinagar where the flag has been removed. Although Dr. Sandeep Mawa hoist flag as we are seeing everywhere that the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav is being celebrated, the 75 years of the independence. But now you see on the screen that those flags have been removed immediately once they were hoisted at the Hurriyat Conference office in Rajbagh.
I'm going to stay with these pictures non-stop. Shravan also joining us. Shravan, big controversy now breaking out. There was a tricolour hoisted by Pandits, now removed by someone else. I'm going across to Shravan as well. Tricolour was hoisted a few minutes back and now it's gone missing.
In fact, Niranjan, Sajid Yusuf is joining us. Absolutely, these are very significant images, if I may say so, because what's really happening right now in Jammu and Kashmir are the winds of change. In fact, Sajid Yusuf is joining us on this broadcast. Sajid Yusuf is from the fame of person behind hoisting the tricolour at Lal Chowk. And not just that, I'm also given to understand Sajid Yusuf's father has also recently hoisted the tricolour at his restaurant, is what I was given to understand. Sajid, these images that you see right now on our screens, these are undoubtedly heartwarming to see. What was not done in the past has finally been done.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me first of all, I need to appreciate the Sandeep Mawa, a Kashmiri Pandit, who hoisted the tricolour flag on the gate of the so-called all parties Hurriyat conference. And I must appreciate the guts of this Kashmiri Pandit leader, who have a kind of guts, who, what I can say that he have a guts to call out this bluff of Pakistani ecosystem who were in the Kashmir Valley before the abrogation of Article 370. If you have seen the visuals that the Hurriyat office were closed after the abrogation of Article 370, and what Sandeep Mawa did by pasting this Indian flag on the gate of Hurriyat conference must be appreciated by every Indian across this country, because people like Sandeep Mawa are the rare and they are the gem of this country, who have balls that they are doing what everybody should have done before. Even I remember exactly before a year, one of my friends, he decided that I will do one thing. I will just try to run the crane over this Hurriyat office. There is no need of Hurriyat office in the Kashmir Valley who play with the blood of the Kashmiris. And right now there is a kind of wave going on. Like you have mentioned, there are a lot of Kashmiris who are right now hoisting the tricolour on their houses, on their business institutions, even everywhere. There is nobody is forcing them. It's all their conviction, and it's all they are doing from their own heart. So I must appreciate every Kashmiri, and I appreciate them, and I request everybody, I urge all these citizens across the Kashmir Valley to come and hoist tricolour on their houses as well as their this businesses across the Kashmir Valley. So it will give a message not only to across the people who are sitting across the border, but also the people who are in the diaspora who are claiming that Kashmiris are not. Yes, sure.
Sajid, I'll just request you to stay on. Sajid, I'm really sorry to cut you short, but it's a privilege to have Dr. Sandeep Mawa, who's actually hoisted the tricolour at the Hurriyat Conference office at Rajbagh. Sajid, I'll request you to stay on. Perhaps we can take this question to Dr. Mawa, who's joining us on this broadcast. Dr. Mawa, thank you very much for speaking to Republic TV. These are heartwarming images perhaps the entire country was actually waiting for. And finally, you've been able to do it. I want your thoughts on it. Dr. Mawa, if you can hear me. Dr. Sandeep Mawa, can you hear me? We'll try and go back to Dr. Sandeep Mawa as well as Sajid Yusuf in a short while from now. Let me just go back to Zeenath, who's joining us on this broadcast. Zeenath, you've seen these, the images that we are basically playing out right now. You've been covering Kashmir for a very long time. what's really changed right now? And as many would essentially say that what was wrong in hoisting the flag, today finally it's been done. What are the voices that you're hearing right now in Kashmir?
See, Shravan, I'll take you to the Hurriyat Conference office. This is the Rajbagh area of Srinagar, where all party Hurriyat Conference they are having the office here. But this place is locked. You see a big lock here, and this place is locked since 2019. This office is not functional. In fact, this all happened after NIA carried the raids in the Kashmir Valley, and many Hurriyat leaders were arrested by the NIA then. And since then, we are seeing this place is locked. Now, some time back, Dr. Sandeep Mawa, who's a Kashmiri Pandit activist and also a businessman, he hoisted a flag here, and within no time that flag was removed. But who removed the flag? We really don't know about it, because this is the Rajbagh area of Srinagar, where Hurriyat had carried many activities in the past. But now we are seeing for the last couple of years that most of the Hurriyat shops are shut. As far as the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav is concerned, the 75th year of independence is being celebrated. There had been number of orders coming from the central government as well as the state government to hoist flags at the government buildings, offices, as well as the people who are really patriotic. They following the order coming from the administration, many of them have hoisted, and many Tiranga rallies were witnessed in the Kashmir, in North Kashmir particularly. But as far as the Srinagar is concerned, we recently witnessed a Tiranga rally at the time of Kargil Vijay Divas. So those were the plans not only of the central government to show that every citizen of the country is patriotic. But here, this development came while back when Dr. Sandeep Mawa hoisted a flag at the Hurriyat office, and within no time that this flag was immediately removed. You can see you can see the screen where that जिस तरह से ये फ्लैग्स को जो है अभी यहाँ पर लगा दिया था, लेकिन कुछ ही मिनट्स में जो है इस फ्लैग को यहाँ से रिमूव कर दिया। हालांकि हुर्रियत का काफ़ी दबदबा रहा है इस एरिया में, हुर्रियत कॉन्फ्रेंस का ऑफिस रहा है, लेकिन पिछले 2019 से हम देख रहे हैं कि ये जगह जो है बंद है, ये लॉक्ड है, यहाँ पर कोई हुर्रियत की एक्टिविटी नहीं हुई। हालांकि सेपरेटिस्ट जितने भी मेन सेपरेटिस्ट है वो यहाँ से NIA वालों ने 2019 में यहाँ से शिफ्ट करके कुछ लोगों को तिहाड़ ले गए और कुछ लोगों के ऊपर टेरर फंडिंग के चार्जेस जो है आज भी इन्वेस्टिगेट हो रहे हैं। लेकिन ये अभी थोड़ी देर पहले ही डेवलपमेंट हुई, जहां तिरंगा रैली की बात करेंगे या आज़ादी का अमृत महोत्सव, जिसपे पूरे इंडिया में देख रहे हैं कि तिरंगा रैलीज हो रही है, फ्लैग्स होइस्ट हो रहे हैं, ट्राइकलर होस्ट हो रहा है। वहीं कश्मीर में भी कई जगहों पर जो है तिरंगा होइस्ट हुआ है। लेकिन पिछले कई सालों से देखा जा रहा है जो हुर्रियत की जो एक्टिविटीज रही है वो बिल्कुल ना के बराबर है, ना तो हड़ताल की कॉल्स है, ना स्टोन पेल्टिंग है। और जो हुर्रियत लीडर्स इन चीज़ों में इन्वॉल्व थे उनको NIA ने अरेस्ट करके चाहे तिहाड़ या जम्मू या बाकी सेंट्रल जेल में भी यहाँ श्रीनगर में कई हुर्रियत के एक्टिविस्ट है जो अभी भी बंद है। लेकिन ये डेवलपमेंट थोड़ी देर पहले ही हुई, जहाँ हुर्रियत कॉन्फ्रेंस के ऑफिस पर डॉक्टर संदीप मावा जो कि बिजनेसमैन और कश्मीरी पंडित है, उन्होंने यहाँ झंडा लगाया और उसके बाद थोड़ी देर में ही वो झंडा यहाँ से रिमूव कर दिया। अब किसने किया, क्या किया, ये तो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन और पुलिस ही बताएंगे। लेकिन अभी हम हुर्रियत कॉन्फ्रेंस के ऑफिस के बाहर खड़े हैं, जहाँ आप देख सकते हैं कि विद इन नो टाइम जो है ट्राई कलर को यहाँ से रिमूव कर लिया गया।
Well, Zenith, just to take one more question with you, just the timeline as to when exactly did that happen? Has anyone witnessed it? And have you been able to speak to the Jammu and Kashmir police? Are they going to take some action? Because this is clearly a disrespect to the tricolour.
See, as far as the J&K police is concerned, they are looking into the matter. It was only when the media flashed the news that the tricolour has been hoisted. So police as well as the administration came to know about it, because there was no media invitation. Nobody was called in by Dr. Mawa to carry this kind of they should cover this flag hoisting ceremony here. But when he came, he hoisted a flag for 1 or 2 minutes, and within no time the flag was removed. Although administration is investigating the entire incident, and also the police has also swung into action, because this was done in less than 2 minutes time when the tricolour was hoisted, and in the same time the same tricolour was removed from Hurriyat Conference office.
We'll try and also go across to Gursimran in a short while from now, but just let's put out those images. These images, one side what you see earlier, these are images that every Indian would have essentially been proud of. But what's really happening on the other side is that a tricolour has been removed. This perhaps is the biggest disrespect to Tiranga. This at a time when the government is essentially saying that Har Ghar Tiranga, we celebrate 75 years of India's independence. Everyone has been extremely proud of. But what's happening is that again, there is a section in Kashmir which seems to be against this entire idea. Not just that, there are also political leaders in Jammu and Kashmir who are trying to politicize this entire matter. Let's not forget the comments that have been made by leaders like Mehbooba Mufti, Farooq Abdullah in the past. Let me bring in once again Zeenat. Zeenat, you've been tracking the story very closely, and it does seem that there is an attempt that is being made by the political class also in Kashmir to try and politicize this entire matter. I'll come to you, Zeenat, first, and then I'll go across to Gursimran.
See, Shravan, as far as the Tiranga debate, the tricolour debate is, we are seeing it is becoming more controversial. If you go through the Facebook post of Miss Mehbooba Mufti, the president of the People's Democratic Party, in the morning she posted on Facebook that as the tricolour is very important, the flag is very important to every citizen, but Jammu and Kashmir and the people of Jammu and Kashmir have lost their own Tiranga, their own flag, and that flag was robbed by Government of India when they abrogated Article 370 on 5th of August 2019. So Mehbooba also made a controversial post in the morning, but yes, Omar Abdullah said there is nothing wrong when you talk about the hoisting Tiranga, holding Tiranga in your hand. But yes, recently a controversy was generated when a CEO in South Kashmir's Anantnag issued an order to the school students that they collect 20 rupees per each student have to give 20 rupees to the school administration to buy these flags. So that there also the controversy was generated. Although we are seeing the administration is gearing up as far as the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav is concerned, but again we are seeing a disrespect to the tricolour when the tricolour was hoisted by one of the Kashmiri Pandit activists a while back in Rajbagh at the Hurriyat conference office, and within no time that Tiranga was removed. But who removed the Tiranga? That police will investigate, and the administration is looking into it, because as of now we are reporting outside the Hurriyat conference office where the place is locked and there is no Tiranga.
Well, in fact, in terms of the steps that perhaps the administration will have to take right now, Zeenat, any word really coming in from the administration, particularly from the Jammu and Kashmir police?
As of now, J&K police has not reached a development that is coming in from the Rajbagh area of Srinagar. We are seeing that although the police or the administration have not come to this place to see what exactly has happened, we are seeing a routine business, because this is a commercial area where the office of Hurriyat conference is, and this is there is no development on ground, but the place is locked, and the Tiranga that was hoisted by the Kashmiri Pandit activists have been removed. This is seen as a disrespect to the flag, because the administration as well as the central government has already made it very clear that this time every Indian, every citizen showed the patriotism, and they should hold the Tiranga, should feel proud about the Azadi of 75 years of independence. That is why this campaign is known as Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, and all through this year we witnessed, whether it was the cycle rally, it was a boat rally, the tourism also carried many functions under the theme of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Even the schools held many functions, but now when the 15th August is nearby, we are seeing a controversy being generated from the Kashmir Valley, where a Kashmiri Pandit activist hoist tricolour, which was removed in no time.
Well, Zeenat, I'll just request you to stay on. Let me also get in Kavinder Gupta of the BJP, who's joining us on the phone line. Mr. Gupta, thank you very much for speaking to Republic TV. This perhaps is the biggest disrespect. What we saw earlier was something that every Indian was very proud of. Finally, what should have been done years ago was done by Dr. Sandeep Mawa. But minutes later, we see that the tricolour was removed. It is high time perhaps the Jammu and Kashmir police really takes some sort of an action on this entire matter and send out a very strong message.
देखिए, जिन्होंने तिरंगे अवतार के अपमान किया है उन पर तो एक्शन होना ही चाहिए, लेकिन इस तरह से जो मुझे लगता है, जो मेरी ये पर्सनल राय हो सकती है कि जबरदस्त ऐसे ही जाकर के किसी के दरवाजे पर झंडा लगाना वो भी गलत था, और जब किया तो पब्लिक बेसिस पर सहमति के साथ ये तिरंगे के अपमान करने के लिए नहीं हुआ था। इसलिए ये बड़ा जरूरी बात थी कि लेकिन जो उन्होंने उतारा है वो निंदनीय है, इसको सहन नहीं किया जा सकता। प्रशासन और पुलिस को जहां लोग बैठे हैं उन पर जल्दी से जल्दी एक्शन लेना चाहिए। अभी इनको पता नहीं लगा है कि आपके साथ आज कोई भी नहीं करा है, और हिंदुस्तान के और जम्मू कश्मीर के लोग हिंदुस्तान के साथ वापस चल रहे हैं। अभी पिछले दिनों की जो भारतीय जनता युवा मोर्चा की रैली से बताया कि हजारों नौजवान वहां से चल करके आए हैं, और इसका ये रवैया असहनीय है और सहन नहीं किया जाना चाहिए।
कविंदर गुप्ता जी, मैं वापस ये सवाल आपसे इसलिए करना चाहूंगा क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं जो एक्शन की बात हो रही है, एक तरह से देखा जा रहा है कि ये कहा जा रहा है कि हर घर तिरंगा की बात हो रही है, और वहां पे ये देखा जा रहा है कि किस तरह से तिरंगा के अपमान किया जाता है। बट अगर इस वक्त जम्मू एंड कश्मीर की एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन इस पर ठोस कार्रवाई नहीं करती है तो आप एक गलत मैसेज भेजते हैं। आप उसकी मांग नहीं करेंगे?
बिल्कुल कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए, क्यों नहीं कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए। ये तिरंगे का अपमान है, और हुर्रियत जैसे जो संगठन जो आज भी पाकिस्तान के इशारे पर काम करते हैं, तो उनसे इससे ज्यादा उम्मीद नहीं की जा सकती। जो भी लोग आज भी हुर्रियत जो ऐसी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है जिसके साथ आज ज्यादा से ज्यादा इनके जो लीडर्स हैं वो जेल में हैं, और जो अंदर बैठे हैं वो इस प्रकार के एक्शन कर रहे हैं, उनको निकाल करके उन पर एक्शन किया जाना चाहिए। उनको बिल्कुल जेल में इस वक्त भेजना चाहिए। ये तिरंगे का अपमान बिल्कुल सहने योग्य नहीं है।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कविंदर गुप्ता, फॉर्मर डेप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ Jammu and Kashmir, speaking to Republic TV. Waiting for some sort of an action to be taken by the Jammu and Kashmir police. As of now, we are given to understand no such action that has been taken so far. But joining us on this broadcast is Dr. Sandeep Mawa, the man who hoisted the tricolour outside the Hurriyat office. Dr. Mawa, thank you very much for speaking to Republic TV. What should have been done long back is finally being done, Dr. Mawa. I think so everyone is going to hail your act, but what we are seeing is also very disappointing. Moments after you hoisted the tricolour, we see that it's now being removed. Your thoughts?
See, nobody has removed. What has happened is there's a wrong perception given. The police has removed it, because I know it when I left, because nobody should respect the national flag. So what I've been informed, and the police has removed it. The SHO concerned of Rajbagh police station, Rabindra, has removed it. There is nobody could dare accept the authorities to remove the flag. So there is no controversy of this.
But Dr. Mawa, why really remove it is the bigger question right now.
Yeah, they should have not removed. That is the second question. But nobody from Hurriyat could dare. See, you should understand the security setup of Kashmir is absolutely foolproof. Nobody can dare from Hurriyat to remove the national flag. Nobody. Be assured, I was there.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mawa, for putting this in. Go ahead, Dr. Mawa, complete your sentence and then we'll proceed.
I said nobody could dare it except the authorities, because they must have their own perception to safeguard the interest. They must have done it. Otherwise, nobody from Hurriyat can even think of removing the national flag from their gates.
Dr. Mawa, just a quick question before I let you go, because we also have the images of you hoisting the tricolour there, the thoughts behind it, and what really went behind this entire planning. Because I know for a fact that many people have tried it in the past, they have failed. There was always that fear. How did you actually manage to do it, and what is the message that perhaps you want to send across?
See, Kashmiris outside the country or inside the country, there is a wrong perception that Kashmiris are supporters of some other nation. No, we are supporters of our great nation, India. And this is a message we have shown to the entire world that our heart and mind are with the great nation, India. And today we have the thought process of separatists has vanished. There were some people, a minuscule of them. So today that phase has ended. Today it is New Kashmir, and the hoisting at Hurriyat office, it's itself a message that we have discarded, dethroned the secessionist mindset. That was a clear message, because Tiranga festival is going on till August 15th. So we are contributing as Kashmiris, we are contributing our way.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Sandeep Mawa, for putting this into perspective. On your screens right now, those very images when Dr. Sandeep Mawa and a few others hoisted the tricolour outside the Hurriyat office.
Biggest disrespect to the tricolour coming from the Kashmir Valley, where Kashmiri Pandit activists hoist tricolour, and within no time it has been removed from the gates of office of All Party Hurriyat Conference. More on Republic about this. Keep watching Republic TV.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Protesters are trying to exert force on the barricades and trying to break it down.
Mr. Chatterjee, would you like to report? Sonia Gandhi coming out of the, and we can see Priyanka Gandhi is also here along with Sonia Gandhi.
Sanjay Ram Singh outside his residence. Yes, come out. Yes, come out.
Mainland China. We're here to talk about Taiwan. We have our our Taiwan Relations Act. We support the communiques, this, that, and the other thing that have gone before. So we are supporters of the status quo and the rest. I don't want anything to happen to Taiwan by force. So strength, and one of the biggest sources of strength is democracy.
Look at the mountain of cash!
राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
We will do whatever it takes to strengthen Taiwan's self-defense capability. Taiwan is committed to maintaining peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait, and we will make Taiwan a key stabilizing force for regional security, ensuring a free and open Indo-Pacific, as well as the stable development of global trade and supply chain.
Speaking at a joint press conference, US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi spoke about how she viewed the relationship between the US and Taiwan as important one, and how the solidarity of the people of the United States is with Taiwan at this point.
Put it in perspective, over 4 decades ago, the Taiwan Relations Act was building a strong bond between our two countries, advancing our shared interests of governance, economy, and security, while respecting the One China policy. Our solidarity with you is more important than ever as you defend Taiwan and your freedom.
The speaker went on to mention how China stood against Taiwan's participation in certain meetings and was harming relations of the country with the US.
Important to note that members of Congress, several of them had made trips just earlier this year. 5 senators, bipartisan, came.
Mega show of patriotism on display in the national capital, but face-off erupts as opposition boycotts rally. Tricolour removed from Hurriyat office in Srinagar shortly after it was put up. BJP heads back at opposition, says don't politicize Tricolour. "17 opposition parties question top court on the PMLA, expresses deep apprehensions over implications." It's a super exclusive. Republic uncovers the joint Partho Orpita link. Undeniable proof of the link is now out. China is posturing with drills, tanks and missiles. Failed China push to corner against with just Pakistan and Russia support. "18-hour visit rattles China. Pelosi now takes off from Taiwan." Getting in some breaking news right now. Big development in the illegal phone tapping case, where the former Mumbai Police Commissioner Sanjay Pandey has now been sent to judicial custody till 16th of August. Meanwhile, he's already moved a bail application. The order has now been reserved. In all likelihood, it's going to be pronounced tomorrow afternoon is what we are given to understand. This after the Enforcement Directorate has conducted weeks of investigation in the illegal phone tapping, in which allegations have been levelled against the former Mumbai Police Commissioner Sanjay Pandey for carrying out illegal phone tapping at the National Stock Exchange at the behest of the former MD of NSE Chitra Ramakrishna and Ravi Narayan. Allegations which have been denied by the former Mumbai Police Commissioner. But having said that, the Enforcement Directorate says that a company that has been direct links with Sanjay Pandey was actually roped in by Chitra Ramakrishna and Ravi Narayan to carry out illegal phone tapping of over 90 employees of the National Stock Exchange. In fact, this was going on for several years put together till the time the NSE co-location scam was busted by the Enforcement Directorate and the Central Bureau of Investigation. A big development now taking place. We'll try and also go across to my colleague Sambhav Sharma, who's been tracking the story very closely from the Rouse Court. That's the latest details now coming in.
A great number of members of the Congress gathered to celebrate Siddaramaya's 75th birthday. With the event attended by Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, leaders who are following State President D.K. Shivkumar were also present at the occasion in order to show solidarity with the leader currently under the ED scanner. Even so, a 6-kilometer traffic jam was witnessed on Pune-Bangalore highway near Devanagare, where the event was held. At least 10 lakh people are assumed to have visited the leader's 75th birthday. With both Siddaramaiah and Shivakumar showcasing chief ministerial aspirations ahead of the assembly elections, the Congress in Karnataka sees clear rifts and preferences between the two leaders with regard to being the face of the party in the state. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, as far as the big controversy now brewing in Jammu and Kashmir, a Kashmiri Pandit activist had unfurled the tricolour outside the Hurriyat office, but minutes later it was removed. We're also getting in another news now coming in, where a massive political face-off has been brewing over the Tiranga Yatra. Opposition has essentially chosen to boycott the Tiranga Yatra.
विपक्ष को हमेशा कुछ ना कुछ बोलने के लिए चाहिए ये तिरंगा किसी पार्टी का नहीं था, तिरंगा देश के स्वाभिमान का प्रतीक है, देश के सम्मान का।
जी हाँ, बहुत बढ़िया अभियान है ये। मैं शुभकामनाएं देता हूँ और इस चीज़ का मैं शुक्रगुजार हूँ कि मैं देश के लिए सेवा करने का मुझे पहले मौका मिला क्रिकेट की फील्ड में, और अब मुझे मौका मिल रहा है यहाँ पे कि मैं देश के किसी काम आ सकूँ। और ये जो अभियान शुरू किया है ये हर भारतीय के लिए है, और ज़रूर हर भारतीय जो अपने आप को गर्व महसूस करता है कि मैं भारतीय हूँ, उसको अपने घर पे झंडा लगाना चाहिए।
कि जिसके मन में तिरंगा के प्रति कभी प्यार था ही नहीं, वो तो आज नरेंद्र मोदी जी के आह्वान के बाद स्पष्ट हो गया ना। उनके मन में तिरंगा होता तो तिरंगे में भाजपा थोड़ी देखते। तिरंगे में कैसे भाजपा देख लिया लोगों ने, और डीपी भी लगा रहे, हम नेहरू जी के लगाएंगे साथ में। कि जिसके मन में तिरंगा के प्रति कभी प्यार था ही नहीं, वो तो आज नरेंद्र मोदी जी के आह्वान के बाद स्पष्ट हो गया ना। उनके मन में तिरंगा होता तो तिरंगे में भाजपा थोड़ी देखते। तिरंगे में कैसे भाजपा देख लिया लोगों ने, और डीपी भी लगा रहे, हम नेहरू जी के लगाएंगे साथ में।
हम लोग अपना अपना मनाएंगे, ये बीजेपी का अपना पॉलिटिकल एजेंडा कैसे लेंगे। हमारा खादी को खत्म कर दिया, चाइना से अभी फ्लैग आने लगे, फ्लैग कोड बदल दी, क्या हो रहा है ये सारे। हर दिन दो वक्त मोदी जी गांधी को नारा लगाते हैं, और गांधी जी का जो सपना था खादी, उनको हिंदुस्तान से हटाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। ये क्या हो रहा है तमाशा।
Right behind me, you can see sea of tricolors, people taking part in this Tiranga Yatra with chants of Vande Mataram, Bharat Mata Ki Jai. You can see Venkaiah Naidu is the one who had basically flagged off this entire Tiranga rally, and this rally will go towards the Vijay Chowk in Delhi. We are in Parliament and the message is being sent out. Sir, क्या मैसेज देना चाहेंगे सर? मैसेज क्या देना चाहेंगे आप?
भारत की शान बान आन की प्रतीक है तिरंगा। आज आज़ादी का अमृत महोत्सव के शुभ अवसर पर सभी सांसदों ने भारत माता के जयकारा लगाते हुए आज से अभी पूरा देश में जो हर घर तिरंगा का कार्यक्रम शुरू किया गया है।
All parliamentarians are taking part in this. We will also try to, take part in this Tiranga rally. Tiranga rally. I would ask my video journalist, कोई है आपके साथ, to sit with them, Okay. So we will also try to take part in this Tiranga rally, and then we'll try to show you more pictures. चलिए भैया, चलिए. Rally, Tiranga bike rally, which has now begun from Red Fort. Many parliamentarians have taken part in this bike rally, Tiranga bike rally, which has now begun from Red Fort. They are going towards the Parliament, so it's a big day. A message is being sent out clearly by the parliamentarians to hoist tricolour on their respective houses from 13th to 15th of August. So it's a huge Tiranga bike rally, which has now begun from Red Fort. We'll have to wait and watch how this program is further going to be continued. But yes, a clear message being sent out by the government, by the Ministry of Culture, and also is being told to people across the country to take part in flag hoisting ceremony on their roofs from 13th to 15th of August. So we are continuously showing you live pictures from this Tiranga bike rally, which has now kick-started from Red Fort. This bike rally will go towards the Vijay Chowk in Delhi, and till there we will be also taking part in this bike rally. मैम, आज प्रोग्राम में तिरंगा यात्रा निकाली जा रही है, क्या मैसेज आप?
मैसेज बहुत साधारण है। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अमृत महोत्सव की घोषणा की थी 12 मार्च 2021 को, और साथ ही तिरंगा यात्रा, तिरंगा जो हम सबकी प्रेरणा है, और कल बेंगली वेंकैया जी के जन्मदिन से शुरू कर हमारे जितने अनसंग हीरोज़ हैं, जिनके बारे में लोगों की जानकारी कम है, वो उन सबको जाने, और जिन्होंने अपना सर्वस्व इस देश की आज़ादी के लिए न्यौछावर किया, वही हमारी प्रेरणा बने, ताकि हम उस प्रेरणा को लेकर आगे आने वाले आज़ादी के अमृत महोत्सव में शामिल होते हुए 25 साल देश के कैसे हो उसके काम में जुट जाएं, और पूरे अपने सामर्थ्य को पहचानते हुए आगे बढ़े।
कल्चर का इवेंट है, ये मैसेज क्लियर जाना चाहिए, क्योंकि कुछ पार्टी के जो एमपीज हैं उनमें कंफ्यूजन है कि बीजेपी का ये इवेंट है। आप चाहेंगे कि पार्टी अक्रॉस लाइन जो है एमपीज इसमें आए?
मैं चाहूंगी कि सांसद अक्रॉस पार्टी लाइन इसमें पहुंचे, क्योंकि तिरंगा किसी एक पार्टी का नहीं, तिरंगा देश का है।
क्या मैसेज देना चाहेंगे इस तिरंगा यात्रा के?
मैसेज, ये पूरा देश इस अमृत महोत्सव काल में अपने पूर्वजों को याद करके, जिन्होंने त्याग, तपस्या और बलिदान के बल पे आज भारत को आज़ाद किया, अंग्रेजों को भगाया और दुर्भाग्य से देश को टुकड़े टुकड़े करने वाले लोग आज भी इस तिरंगे को अपमानित करने का काम कर रहे हैं। और आज मोदी जी पूरे देश में एक उत्सव का वातावरण, आज गांव में, शहर में, जब हम घर घर झंडा लेकर के उत्सव मनाएंगे तो लोगों के मन में राष्ट्र के प्रति एक नई भावना की जागृति होगी, जो हम बचपन से मनाते आए। दुर्भाग्य है कि मोदी जी अगर तिरंगा उठा रहे हैं तो विपक्ष उनका उल्टा, अगर उसके हाथ में कोई चाइना थमा दे तो वो भी थम लेंगे। मैंने मोदी का विरोध करते करते मोदी करेंगे भारत माता की जय, तो उनके जुबान से क्या निकलेगा भगवान जाने।
के बाद है, तिरंगा तो किसी दल का, किसी व्यक्ति का नहीं है, देश का तिरंगा है, सबको आना चाहिए था, गलत हो गया। सब हमारे दिल में ऐसा नहीं होता, दिखाना पड़ता है, दिल में भी होना है, झंडा लहराना होता है।
इम्पोज किया जा रहा है आरएसएस का एजेंडा है, क्या कहेंगे आप इस तरह की?
तिरंगा कोई इम्पोज करने वाला चीज है क्या? तिरंगा तो शान से लहराने वाला।
सर कांग्रेस
भाई, जो आदमी अपने देश में रहता है उसका देशभक्त है, उसमें क्या परेशानी? अगर वो झंडा अपने घर पर नहीं लगाएगा तो देशभक्त नहीं होगा क्या वो?
नहीं, बीजेपी अब कह रही है कि उन्होंने सारे नेता बोल रहे हैं कि क्या विपक्ष के सांसद अपने घर पे तिरंगा तो लगाएंगे ना? ये सवाल पूछ रहे हो कि देशभक्ति पे सवाल है?
तो देशभक्ति झंडे पर ही थोड़ी डिपेंड करती है, आदमी के काम पर, कारनामों पर करती है।
देखिए, जनता सब जानती है, जनता सब पहचानती है। जैसे मैंने आपको कहा कि अधीर रंजन चौधरी हो या बर्क साहब हो या कोई और हो, आज इस पावन विषय को लेकर हम उन पे अटैक नहीं करेंगे, मगर हाथ जोड़कर कहेंगे जनता बिल्कुल सब जानती है। तभी तो 8 साल से नरेंद्र मोदी प्रधानमंत्री है। कौन देश के लिए ठीक काम कर रहा है, कौन देश के लिए उचित है, कौन देश को आगे बढ़ा सकता है, इन सब विषयों को लेकर जनता जनार्दन जानती है। तिरंगे का क्या महत्व है, आज हम आर्ग्यूमेंट में क्यों पढ़े? तिरंगे का महत्व है, यह देश का नेशनल फ्लैग है, हम इसको मिलकर फहरा नहीं सकते क्या 20 करोड़ घरों में? क्या कांग्रेस को लगता है कि वो अपने घर पे ऊपर, अपने अधीर रंजन चौधरी जी अपने घर के ऊपर, उनके कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में क्या वो एक अपील कर देंगे तो कोई छोटे हो जाएंगे क्या? बिल्कुल नहीं, ये बीजेपी का झंडा नहीं है। कल माननीय नड्डा जी ने, ये हमारे पार्टी के अध्यक्ष हैं, मगर उन्होंने हमारी पार्टी की तरफ से एक अपील की है पूरे देशवासियों को। अगर कांग्रेस की भी अध्यक्षा और कांग्रेस पार्टी भी ऐसी अपील कर दे तो कोई कांग्रेस छोटी नहीं हो जाएगी। देश का झंडा है, बीजेपी का झंडा नहीं है। कल माननीय नड्डा जी ने कोई ये नहीं कहा कि बीजेपी का झंडा फहराइए, उन्होंने तिरंगे के लिए कहा है। हर पॉलिटिकल पार्टी आगे आए, ये तू मैमे का विषय ही नहीं है।
Shivsena MLA Uday Samant supporting the Eknath Shinde camp and the MLA in Eknath Shinde faction. His convoy was attacked yesterday while he was on the way from Pune, Katraj towards Mumbai, and the supporters of Uddhav Thackeray and Aditya Thackeray had attacked his car with hockey sticks and several other equipments. He didn't had any kind of injuries, but the Katraj police, the Bharati Vidyapit police of Pune have registered an FIR against 10 people and have made 6 arrests in this case. So far, the investigation is underway, and Pune police is in search of rest the people who attacked the ex-cabinet minister Uday Samant. Reporting from Mumbai with cameraman Sameer Shelke, Sandeep Singh for Republic TV.
It's a Republic Super exclusive. We get you full details of Partho and Urpita's link. Undeniable proof of the link is now out. "17 opposition parties question top court order on PMLA, express deep apprehensions over the implications."
We will do whatever it takes to strengthen Taiwan's self-defense capability. Taiwan is committed to maintaining peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait, and we will make Taiwan a key stabilizing force for regional security, ensuring a free and open Indo-Pacific, as well as the stable development of global trade and supply chain.
Speaking at a joint press conference, US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi spoke about how she viewed the relationship between the US and Taiwan as important one, and how the solidarity of the people of the United States is with Taiwan at this point.
Put it in perspective, over 4 decades ago, the Taiwan Relations Act was building a strong bond between our two countries, advancing our shared interests of governance, economy, and security, while respecting the One China policy. Our solidarity with you is more important than ever as you defend Taiwan and your freedom.
The speaker went on to mention how China stood against Taiwan's participation in certain meetings and was harming relations of the country with the US.
Important to note that members of Congress, several of them had made trips just earlier this year. 5 senators, bipartisan, came, again including the chair of the Foreign Relations Committee, Mr. Menendez, came. Not too much of a fuss was made. Individual senators have made trips or plan to make trips. And I just hope that it's really clear that while China has stood in the way of Taiwan participating and going to certain meetings, that they understand that they will not stand in the way of people coming to Taiwan.
Speaking about the manner in which China influenced Taiwan, Nancy Pelosi spoke about how the country used money to influence the workings of the state, saying that China uses soft power.
Your question comes in the context of right now a struggle between autocracy and democracy in the world. We cannot back away from that. And so as China goes and uses its soft power, money and whatever, into many countries in order to get their support at the UN and other bodies, we have to recognize if that has effectiveness, because it's a lot of money and it's promises that may or may not ever be kept.
Nancy Pelosi also reiterated how what mattered more was the success of Taiwan, and that the US wished to have a good economic exchange between the two countries. And a quick roundup of all the action in Taiwan. Talking about the Russian invasion on Ukraine, Taiwan's president spoke about the situation at the Taiwan Strait in wake of the invasion and the rising threats if faced as a result of the same.
Russia's invasion of Ukraine earlier this year has made security over the Taiwan Strait another focus of worldwide attention. Aggressions against democratic Taiwan would have a tremendous impact on the security of the entire Indo-Pacific.
Taiwan's president, speaking at the conference, stated that the country is committed to pursuing its defensive interests and that to work towards a stable Indo-Pacific region.
The protesters are trying to exert force on the barricades and trying to break it down.
Mr. Chatterjee, would you like to respond? Sonia Gandhi coming out of the, and we can see press.
और मात्र 0.5% कन्विक्शन रेट है ईडी का। क्या ये समझने के लिए हिंदुस्तान के लोगों के लिए, प्रबुद्ध मीडिया जनों के लिए काफी नहीं है कि ईडी का दुरुपयोग हो रहा है, ईडी का राजनीतिक इस्तेमाल हो रहा है, ईडी को एक हथियार बना के इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है? अगर 3000 रेड में 0.5% कन्विक्शन रेट है उनका, तो इसका मतलब समझा जा सकता है कि जब जिसके ऊपर मन में आया ईडी छोड़ दी। आप देख रहे हैं महाराष्ट्र में क्या हुआ, आप देख रहे हैं दिल्ली में क्या हो रहा है, आप देख रहे हैं किस तरीके से झारखंड की सरकार को गिराने की कोशिश की जा रही है, शुरू हो गई है।
Getting in some more breaking news right now. Aam Aadmi Party has now extended their support to opposition's vice presidential candidate Margaret Alva. In fact, Sanjay Singh has just spoken out a short while back. We'll play that out in a short while from now. Tricolour removed from Hurriyat office in Srinagar shortly after it was put up. $18-hour visit rattles China. Pelosi now takes off from Taiwan. All this and much more on the other side.
Your question comes in the context of right now a struggle between autocracy and democracy in the world. We cannot back away from that. And so as China goes and uses its soft power, money and whatever, into many countries in order to get their support at the UN and other bodies, we have to recognize if that has effectiveness, because it's a lot of money and it's promises that may or may not ever be kept.
Nancy Pelosi also reiterated how what mattered more was the success of Taiwan and that the US wished to have a good economic exchange between the two countries. And a quick roundup of all the action in Taiwan. Talking about the Russian invasion on Ukraine, Taiwan's president spoke about the situation at the Taiwan Strait in wake of the invasion and the rising threats if faced as a result of the same.
Russia's invasion of Ukraine earlier this year has made security over the Taiwan Strait another focus of worldwide attention. Aggressions against democratic Taiwan would have a tremendous impact on the security of the entire Indo-Pacific.
Taiwan's president, speaking at the conference, stated that the country is committed to pursuing its defensive interests and that to work towards a stable Indo-Pacific region.
The protesters are trying to exert force on the barricades and trying to break it down.
Mr. Chatterjee, would you like to respond? Sonia Gandhi coming out of the, and we can see Priyanka Gandhi also here, along with Sonia Gandhi. Sanjay Rao Singh outside his residence. He has come out. He has come out.
Mainland China. We're here to talk about Taiwan. We have our our Taiwan Relations Act. We support the communiques, this, that, and the other thing that have gone before. So we are supporters of the status quo and the rest. I don't want anything to happen to Taiwan by force. So strength, and one of the biggest sources of strength is democracy.
Look at the mountain of cash.
राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
We will do whatever it takes to strengthen Taiwan's self-defense capability. Taiwan is committed to maintaining peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait, and we will make Taiwan a key stabilizing force for regional security, ensuring a free and open Indo-Pacific, as well as the stable development of global trade and supply chain.
Speaking at a joint press conference, US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi spoke about how she viewed the relationship between the US and Taiwan as important one and how the solidarity of the people of the United States is with Taiwan.
अफगानिस्तान में गुरुद्वारे और सिखों पर हो रहे हमले के बारे में बोलने के लिए खड़ा हुआ हूँ। ये एक ऐसा मुद्दा है जिसने न केवल दुनिया के किसी भी कोने में रहने वाले हर सिख की भावना को आहत किया है, बल्कि ये एक सिख होने की पहचान पर हमला है। इस तरह के हमले हमें कई सवाल करने के लिए मजबूर कर देते हैं कि ये हमले हमारे ऊपर ही क्यों हमें निशाना बनाया जा रहा है। दुनिया भर में गुरुद्वारे, चाहे वो कोविड के दौरान या गुरुद्वारे ही नहीं थे, वो भोजन और हर तरीके की चीज़, ऑक्सीजन को लेकर के
Getting in some breaking news right now. The hearing in Partho Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee's case has already begun. Enforcement Directorate has now sought for 4 days of custody. But a big breaking news coming in. Republic Newsbreak has now been raised in the court. Last evening we told you about the 18 properties of Arpita and Partho Chatterjee which has been identified by the Enforcement Directorate. But one property is a direct partnership of Arpita Mukherjee and Partho Chatterjee, and if I can quote from what the Enforcement Directorate has now told the court, is that there's a partnership deed 50-50 share of Partho and Arpita. Where and how the money and income came is something that they are basically looking into. Joining us on this broadcast is Kishore. Kishore, Republic had first exposed this property which is in the name of Arpita and Partho Chatterjee, bought in the year 2012. That has now been raised in the court. What more are you picking up?
Exactly. Right now in the court, we are picking up that ED is right now vying for 4 days of custody right now. And what you mentioned, the ED has also mentioned about all the properties that we broke in Republic Network first. And they are saying that all these properties, Partho and Arpita, had a 50-50% of share. ED is saying, ED advocate lawyer is saying inside the court premises that we need more time to look into the documents that we have procured from the various apartments and flats of Arpita and Partho Chatterjee. We are getting breakings, we are getting updates every moment from inside the courtroom, and what ED is saying right now that they need more days of custody of both Partho and Arpita because they need to understand the source of all this money with which they brought this huge amount of property that we were talking about yesterday and the day before, and throughout the time we were covering this. Also, apart from that, Partho Chatterjee's lawyer is right now,
Kishore, sorry to interrupt you. We'll come back to you in a short while from now. We'll be closely tracking all the developments inside the court. Republic TV's Newsbreak finds residents inside the court.
Meanwhile, protests erupted in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, where people protested against rising prices and high inflation. And people even thought that they were made to pay hefty electricity bills. Protesters also raised concerns that they were made to pay more amount of service charges and taxes than was due.
इससे पहले भी बिलात आते रहे हैं, लेकिन इस दफ़ा जो बिल जारी किए महकमा बरक़ियात की जानिब से, उसके अंदर फ्यूल एडजस्टमेंट चार्जेस के नाम पे एक बहुत बड़ी जो अमाउंट है वो हर बिल के अंदर ऐड की गई है। और जुल्म की इंतहा देखें कि एक तो पहले आप फ्यूल एडजस्टमेंट चार्जेस डाल रहे हैं, उसके बाद आप उन चार्जेस के ऊपर टैक्स दोबारा डाल रहे हैं। वो इतने बड़े आपके अमाउंट बन गए कि अगर किसी का 10,000 बिल है तो उसके अंदर 4,500 से 5,000 रुपया जो है वो फ्यूल एडजस्टमेंट चार्जेस की मद में एक नया जो है वो गुंडा टैक्स शामिल कर दिया गया है, जो एक आम आदमी की दस्तरस से बाहर है। और उस वजह से इस वक्त आपको पूरे आज़ाद कश्मीर के अंदर जो है लोग ऐसे।
Union Home Minister Amit Shah will arrive in Bengaluru today to take part in Sankalp Se Siddhi conference of the Confederation of the Indian Industries. During his visit, Shah will also hold a meet with state BJP leader. Shah's trip to the city comes amid unrest among a section of the BJP cadres who are upset with the spate of murders of Hindutva activists. As the Amarnath Yatra began 2 years post the pandemic, an important announcement was made by the J&K Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha. He noted that due to several accidents in the Yatra due to inclement weather conditions, the Amarnath Yatra will have to be halted. The J&K Lieutenant Governor also asked all devotees to perform and complete all their rituals before 5th of August.
Jammu and Kashmir's Lieutenant Governor Sinha urged the devotees visiting the Amarnath Shrine to complete their trips before the 5th of August. While stating that the yatras to the shrine were planned till the 11th of August, he warned of the bad weather conditions in the state in the coming days.
देश भर के श्रद्धालुओं से मेरा निवेदन होगा कि जिस तरह से मौसम है, जिस तरह का अनुमान लगाया जा रहा है, मैं सबसे आग्रह करूंगा कि 5 अगस्त तक जो भी श्रद्धालु दर्शन करना चाहें वो दर्शन कर लें। वैसे तो हम लोगों ने 11 अगस्त तक घोषित किया है, लेकिन जो अनुमान लगाया जा रहा है कि आगे आने वाले दिनों में और भी बारिश की संभावना है या मौसम प्रतिकूल रहेगा।
The Lieutenant Governor was also a part of the puja performed on the occasion of Nag Panchami in Srinagar. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Expelled Haryana Congress leader Kuldeep Bishnoi hinted at joining the BJP. He declared that he would resign from the Haryana Assembly very soon.
कार्यकर्ता मेरा 4,500 कार्यकर्ता हरियाणा के क्यों? क्योंकि पैसों से टूट दिए बेचारे सबके साथ। उसके बावजूद भी भाई साहब आपके साथ खड़े, आपके साथ खड़े, मन में तकलीफ होती है कि जो आदमी बेचारा इतना दुखी हो रहा है, इतना पितरा है, उसके बावजूद भी मेरे साथ खड़ा है, तो मेरा भी धर्म बनता है कि उसके लिए कुछ करूँ। तो आज मैं आपसे परमिशन मांगने आया कि मैं इस्तीफा दे दूँ।
The protesters are trying to exert force on the barricades and trying to break it down.
Mr. Chatterjee, would you like to explain? Sonia Gandhi coming out of the, and we can see Priyanka Gandhi is also here, along with Sonia Gandhi. Sanjay Raut Singh outside his residence. He has come out. He has come out.
Mainland China. We're here to talk about Taiwan. We have our our Taiwan Relations Act. We support the communiques of this, that, and the other thing that had gone before. So we're supporters of the status quo and the rest. I don't want anything to happen to Taiwan by force. So strength, and one of the biggest sources of strength.
Staying with the breaking news now coming in from Kolkata, the mega cash scam. Latest details coming in with regards to the Enforcement Directorate now seeking custody of Orpita and Partho Chatterjee for 4 more days on the ground that Partho Chatterjee hasn't really been cooperating with the agency. In fact, as we speak right now, Republic news break has been taken up. Last evening, we had exposed 18 properties linked to Orpita Mukherjee and also Partho Chatterjee, but the biggest clincher was the property jointly owned by Partho Chatterjee and Orpita Chatterjee. It was a property in Birbhum district. In fact, it was bought back in 2012, which essentially indicated that they are just not friends, but they are business collaborators. Something that Partho Chatterjee and Orpita have been denying all this while. It was Republic TV's news break, which has now found some resonance inside the court, with the Enforcement Directorate saying that they have basically come across a partnership deed, a 50-50 partnership deed, which is basically under the scanner. Multiple premises have also now come under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate, which includes some of the properties that we had exposed last evening. Beyond that, we're also picking up that Partho Chatterjee has also applied for a bail. Partho Chatterjee's lawyers are currently arguing in the court. Let me bring in Kishalai, who's joining me right now from the Republic Bangla newsroom. Kishalai, the big news point really emerging, something that we had discussed last evening, something that we had exposed first. It's the joint property Tell our viewers why exactly is that so very important for the Enforcement Directorate that it now finds a mention in the court.
Well, Shawan, exactly. Yesterday's news break, Republic's exclusive news break, finds its resonation inside the courtroom as ED mentions that there are properties, and they have mentioned the properties that we also did yesterday. The 50% stakeholders, Partho and Orpita, were in those properties. They mention, ED lawyer mentions that they have 50% stake each in these properties, joint stake, joint holder of these properties. And the ED lawyer is saying right now that we have a huge amount of evidence, huge amount of documents that we need to go through. And that's the reason that we right now need more days of custody. We need to ask these two very important people who are in our custody right now, Partho Chatterjee and Orpita, and we need to understand the source of this money. So first of all, Republic's exclusive news break right now finds its place in the court argument, where the ED lawyer is saying repeatedly that 50% joint stake property holders, Partho and Orpita, needs to be in our custody for more time. They are especially asking for 4 days of ED custody right now, and inside the court, Partho Chatterjee's lawyer is again saying that no, this 4 days custody is not what should be given right now, and he is right now opposing that and asking for pleading for bail right now. That's the update. And also when there was an argument, and the Partho Chatterjee's lawyer is right now saying that Partho Chatterjee is 72 years old, he has been a very important minister, and ED's lawyer or ED is saying that he is not cooperating. That's not true, because Partho Chatterjee was in 10 days of custody, and there were raids in his multiple apartments and 24-hour raids in his own house. So therefore right now that argument is going on inside the courtroom, and Republic's news break as well finds its resonation within the courtroom. Shawan.
Kishore, this is Abhishek, and for the benefit of viewers, please tell us where all these premises are located, and at last count, how many of the properties owned either independently or jointly by Partho and Orpita have been taken into account by the Enforcement Directorate, searches conducted, seizures made. What's the final tally, and what is the final figure of all the money that has been recovered?
Well, Abhishek, exactly. Right now, today, as we speak, there are raids in multiple locations, including Bolpur, including Birbhum, the apartment which is named as Oppa, which can be taken out from Orpita and Partho's name, and also there are multiple raids in Icha and other locations. ED is saying that they have raided more than 9 locations related to this case. They are also saying that there are more locations to be raided, as we said yesterday in our exclusive news break, that there is more than 1.5 lakh square feet of property owned by Partho Chatterjee and Orpita Mukherjee in different locations of West Bengal. So that's the staggering amount of square feet that they own within this state, and there are also properties which is not in their name. What I'm saying, this huge amount of square feet is in their name officially, and then they have properties in the name of their driver, in the name of different relatives, etc. Also, the amount of money that was recovered in the first day, about 22 crores, and then 27 crores the second day, and 5 kgs of gold and more. So that amount of property that they own, and that amount of cash that was seized, all these are in ED's custody right now, and there is a lot of documents that needs to be studied by ED right now. So ED lawyer is arguing that we need 4 days of custody so that we can understand the source of this money that these two people own, and so that we can understand what's more there in this document, and we can process it. However, Partho Chatterjee's lawyer is right now opposing the custody extension, and he's saying that he should be given bail, because already there is a long time which he has already spent in custody of ED. Abhishek, back to the studio.
Thank you so much, Kishore. So arguments going on in the court on extension of custody of former Bengal Minister Partho and his aide Orpita, even as their lawyers argue that the custody should not be extended. Obviously, the seizures that have been made
and whatever remains of all the properties that still need to be investigated would ultimately determine whether the ED court, the PMLA court, in fact, extends the ED custody of the accused in the Bengal recruitment scam case, or whether they are sent to judicial custody, following which, of course, the bail proceedings take over. With that, we move on to the next story, which is coming in from Parliament, and it is about the government deciding to withdraw the Personal Data Protection Bill 2021. The House has approved the motion by a voice vote, with Minister of Electronics and Information Technology Ashwini Vaishnaw in a note saying that there were a lot of amendments that were moved in by the members of Parliament, based on which the government has decided to in fact go back to the drawing table and drawing board rather, and come back with a new updated version of the Data Protection Bill. Remember, there were some privacy issues. The Data Protection Bill had a clause which provided the government agencies or made the government agencies exempt from the very tough and strict, otherwise very tough and strict provisions of privacy in the Data Protection Bill. And that's why I think, based on the objections raised and the amendments moved in, the government has decided that if it would rather come back with a new draft and the bill goes back to the drawing board with the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology looking into it. Let's go to Aishwarya Kapoor, our executive editor, politics on that. Aishwarya, Personal Data Protection Bill is withdrawn by the government. What, according to you, could be the reason that the government has taken this decision?
Well, at this point of time, Abhishek, we are being told that House has approved the motion in a voice vote. Personal Data Bill Protection 2021 has been taken back by the Minister concerned of Information Technology, that is Ashwini Vaishnaw. They're also being categorically told that the government, according to the changing times, would want to bring in a more updated version, would want to bring in a more updated law. We are being told that if the opposition permits, basically, because if there is no ruckus, then in the next session itself, the government is planning to bring in a more updated bill in this regard, because personal data has become more and more sacrosanct. We've seen how the government has fought with certain international players as well, even certain major social networking platforms in this very regard. And hence we are being told that as far as the personal data bill is concerned, government is taking this one back, or has already withdrawn it, and a new bill is going to be brought in as soon as possible, so that the personal security of individuals, of Indian citizens, which is paramount for the government, can be maintained and can be controlled further.
Right, thank you so much, Aishwarya. And that's a very important development coming in from the Parliament. Opposition had raised some issues about privacy and data protection, particularly when it came to the extra bit of freedom that the government enjoyed as per some provisions of the Data Protection Bill. And now, post those objections and the numerous amendments that were made by members, mainly from the opposition parties,
मैं अफगानिस्तान में गुरुद्वारे और सिखों पर हो रहे हमले के बारे में बोलने के लिए खड़ा हुआ हूं। ये एक ऐसा मुद्दा है जिसने न केवल दुनिया के किसी भी कोने में रहने वाले हर सिख की भावना को आहत किया है, बल्कि ये एक सिख होने की पहचान पर हमला है। इस तरह के हमले हमें कई सवाल करने के लिए मजबूर कर देते हैं कि ये हमले हमारे ऊपर ही क्यों हमें निशाना बनाया जा रहा है। दुनिया भर में गुरुद्वारे, चाहे वो कोविड के दौरान या गुरुद्वारे ही नहीं थे, वो भोजन और हर तरीके की चीज़, ऑक्सीजन को लेकर के उन्होंने हर तरीके की चीज़ लोगों के लिए उपलब्धित की थी। स्वतंत्रता के बाद के समय की बात करूं तो देश के सिखों के योगदान के बारे में हम सबको पता है। जीडीपी की बात करूं, रोजगार की बात करूं या दान धर्म की बात करूं तो सिख हमेशा सबसे आगे रहा है। सिख समुदाय भारत और अन्य देशों के बीच संबंधों में एक मजबूत कड़ी रहा है। वो अपने साहस, प्रक्रम और कड़ी मेहनत के लिए जाने जाते हैं, और ये सब होने के बावजूद हमारे साथ ऐसा सलूक क्यों?
All right, 17 opposition parties, including the TMC, the Aam Aadmi Party, plus one independent Rajya Sabha MP, have signed a joint statement expressing deep apprehensions on long-term implications of the recent Supreme Court judgment upholding amendments to the PMLA 2002, that's Prevention of Money Laundering Act, and called for its review. Remember, just a few days back, there was the decision by the Supreme Court which upheld the search, seizure and arrest authority or powers of the Enforcement Directorate, saying that those were important powers in aid of investigations and that there was protection of the courts available to those who were under the lens of the agency. But opposition, it seems, is not satisfied with the explanation given by the topmost court of the country, and they have signed a joint statement expressing apprehensions on the use or misuse, as the opposition calls, of these investigation agencies, not just ED but CBI as well, against only opposition leaders. This gains importance in the backdrop of the fact that the Gandhis in picture there in front of you are under the lens in connection with the National Herald's case. We have seen how the Enforcement Directorate has carried out search and seizure operations yesterday itself, in fact, at all the properties associated with the National Herald and the Associated Journals Limited. And if the petitions were allowed in the Supreme Court instead of the order that came, there would have been limitations imposed on the search that was carried out yesterday, for example. So I think let's listen into what the Union INB Minister Anurag Thakur had to say on this.
तो हमारे उसमें ये लिखा है कि हर एक युवा, इस देश का युवा किस प्रकार का बने, उसको सुख शांति और समृद्धि मिले, उसको जीवन के अंदर खुशी मिले, और आज़ादी के इस 75वें अमृत महोत्सव के समय में 75 वर्ष होने के बाद हम लोग जिस प्रकार की इस देश के जो यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री जी, इस देश के लिए जो उन्होंने कहा कि इस देश को जो है विश्व गुरु बनाना है, कि अगले जो 25 वर्ष हैं देश के लिए, ये 25 वर्ष इस देश के लिए एक अमृतकाल है। इस देश में अगर अमृतकाल है तो हमको जो है, हम किस प्रकार का संदेश अपने युवाओं को देना चाहते हैं, इस देश में हम किस प्रकार के नागरिक तैयार करना चाहते हैं, ये हमारे सामने एक बहुत बड़ा प्रश्न है। मैं अपनी बात खेलों से पहले युवा संबंधी मेरे कुछ विचार है, मैं उस पर अपने विचार रखना चाहता हूं अध्यक्ष महोदय। देखिए, हम चीजों के लिए अगर हमको कोई लंबाई नापनी है तो लंबाई के लिए हम लोग मीटर रखते हैं, इंच रखते हैं, किलोमीटर रखते हैं। अगर हमको जो है हमको वजन नापना है तो वजन जो है हम किलो में नापते हैं, मनों में नापते हैं, कुंटल में नापते हैं, टनों में नापते हैं। लेकिन अगर जीवन की अगर खुशी अपने को नापनी हो, जिसका कोई पैमाना है या नहीं, ये कई बार ये प्रश्न पैदा होता है कि कौन आदमी कितना खुश है, ये समाज कितना खुश है या देश कितना खुश है, इस बात का हमारे पास क्या पैमाना है। आजकल के शास्त्रियों से अगर जो शास्त्रज्ञ हैं अलग अलग फील्ड के, उनसे पूछें, जो मैनेजमेंट के गुरु हैं, जो इस विषय में जो है भाषण करते हैं कि आदमी की आनंद का, आदमी की खुशी का पैमाना क्या है, तो इस बात का वो जवाब उनके पास नहीं है कि आदमी की खुशी का जवाब क्या हो। लेकिन जब हम लोग अपने देश की संस्कृति जो लाखों करोड़ों वर्ष पुरानी है, लाखों करोड़ों वर्ष पहले हमारे शास्त्रकारों ने इस बात का जवाब दिया कि इस देश का जो युवा है, समाज का जो युवा है, वो कैसा बने। और उन्होंने कहा, युवा साधु, युवा अध्यापक है, आशिष्ट हो, दर्दिष्ट हो, बलिष्ठ हो, तस्य पृथ्वी सर्वा वित्तस्य पूर्णाशात स एको हो मानुष्य आनंद है। आनंद की इकाई क्या है, उसका नापने का तरीका क्या है, तो उन्होंने कहा जिस समाज का, जिस देश का जो युवा होगा, उसका जो युवा है।
All right, Beijing began military drills off Taiwan on Tuesday in response to U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to the island. U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and a delegation has now left Taiwan after an 18-hour visit. As China released military drill videos, U.S. also increased its military presence near the island with its USS Ronald Reagan carrier Tricolour reportedly at waters southeast of the island. Russia backed China in its positioning against America over the Taiwan visit of Nancy Pelosi. Sergei Lavrov said America's move was a desire to prove their impunity to everyone.
I don't know. I'm not really in a position to talk about what their motivation was, but it does reflect the line that I've mentioned regarding Ukraine, and I have no doubt about it. This is yet again their desire to prove that they are immune and that they have free reign. They can do whatever they want. I don't see any other reason behind this, behind creating this flashpoint out of nowhere, while we're very well understanding what this means to China.
Top BJP leaders and union ministers took part in a Tiranga rally flagged off by Vice President Venkaiah Naidu in the morning from Red Fort to the Parliament in Delhi.
श्री जी ने अमृत महोत्सव की घोषणा की थी 12 मार्च 2021 को, और साथ ही तिरंगा यात्रा, तिरंगा जो हम सबकी प्रेरणा है, और कल बेंगली वेंकैया जी के जन्मदिन से शुरू कर हमारे जितने अनसंग हीरोज़ हैं जिनके बारे में लोगों की जानकारी कम है, वो उन सबको जाने, और जिन्होंने अपना सर्वस्व इस देश की आज़ादी के लिए न्यौछावर किया, वही हमारी प्रेरणा बने, ताकि हम उस प्रेरणा को लेकर आगे आने वाले आज़ादी के अमृत महोत्सव में शामिल होते हुए 25 साल देश के कैसे हो उसके काम में जुट जाएं।
Opposition on Wednesday boycotted the Tiranga bike rally, which was held from Red Fort to Vijay Chowk in Delhi, and that's going to be the controversy of the day.
देश कौन देशभक्त है सब जानते हैं। इतना देशभक्ति है कि हमारे देश को आज़ाद करने के लिए जो अखबार निकाला गया था आज़ादी की वो जंग के समय, उनके खिलाफ आज जिस घिनौने साजिश हो रहे हैं उसको भी थोड़ा याद करो और उसको भी देखा करो। जिस पत्रिका को सामने रख के हिंदुस्तान की आज़ादी की लड़ाई लड़ी गई थी, उसके ऊपर किस तरीके के जुल्म और अन्याय हो रहे हैं ये।
A 19-year-old youth was brutally assaulted in public by bikers in an inebriated state in Kollam district of Kerala. As per police, the boy refused to lend a packet of potato wafers when demanded by the attackers. He was initially pushed to the ground and was then kicked by the two people even as onlookers were trying to stop them. ED, while seeking custody of Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee, has mentioned the 4 premises held jointly between the two and 5 premises named of Arpita, details that Republic TV had broken on Tuesday. TMC workers protested on the streets of Kolkata against the centre over the price rise issue. Opposition MPs have been raising concerns over the rising inflation in the country that is impacting the common people and asked the government to provide relief to the poor by reducing duties. Police has arrested Shiv Sena's Pune City Unit President, its office bearer from Hingoli, and 4 others in connection with the alleged attack on rebel MLA and former Maharashtra Minister Uday Samant's car. While 5 accused were held from Pune, the Hingoli-based Sena leader Baban Thorat was detained from Mumbai and was brought to Pune, where he was placed under arrest. Thorat is accused of inciting Shiv Sena workers to attack the vehicles of Sena's rebel legislators. Haryana MLA Kuldeep Bishnoi, who was expelled by the Congress from all party positions for cross-voting in the June Rajya Sabha polls, resigned from the assembly today, a day before he joined the ruling BJP. The 53-year-old Bishnoi submitted his resignation to Speaker Gyan Chand Gupta. He spoke to Republic TV after the resignation.
आज मेजॉरिटी कार्यकर्ता मेरा 50,000 कार्यकर्ता हरियाणा के मेरे एक अधिकारी क्यों? क्योंकि पैसों से टूट रही है बेचारे का पैसा। उसके बावजूद भी भाई साहब आपके साथ खड़े, आपके साथ खड़े, तो मन में तकलीफ होती है कि जो आदमी बेचारा इतना दुखी हो रहा है, इतना पिंजरा है, उसके बावजूद भी मेरे साथ खड़ा है, तो मेरा भी धर्म बनता है कि तो आज मैं आपसे परमिशन मांगने आया हूँ कि मैं इस्तीफा दे दूँगा।
All right, a big breaking development coming in, and this is huge. The Enforcement Directorate has sealed the National Herald office, and this is a development that follows the search and seizure that was carried out by the Enforcement Directorate yesterday. And the ED has sealed the National Herald office, instructing that the premises not be opened without prior permission from the agencies. This has happened in Delhi, which means at the ITO office of National Heralds. It's a huge building, and that's a big breaking development coming in. The Enforcement Directorate goes ahead and seals the National Herald office. I think this is one step short of attaching the property, but it clearly is a setback to the Congress, given the fact that there were rental incomes. We don't know the destination of those rental incomes, whether those were going to the Congress party or to the Young Indian Company, of which the Gandhis are the directors. But this is clearly seems to be a move in the direction of attaching the property subsequently, because remember, yesterday there in a mass swoop, the ED had carried out raids across the country at about 12 locations, and the properties of the National Herald or the Associated Journals Limited, the erstwhile, they were raided, searched, and investigation carried out. Obviously, correlating facts on the ground with whatever information the agency has gathered from the questioning of the Congress leaders, including the Gandhis, and before them, of course, Pawan Bansal and Mallikarjun Kharge, among others. We know that investigation in the National Herald's case has been on and has in fact picked up pace over the last couple of months, and the questioning of Pawan Bansal and Mallikarjun Kharge led to a situation where the agency decided they have to ultimately question the Gandhis as well, because they were the ultimate beneficiaries of whatever transactions happened between the Associated Journals Limited and the Young Indian Company, which was essentially aimed at transferring all the assets of AJL to the company, which was supposedly a charity and set up as a non-profit under Section 8C, I believe, of the Companies Act. If you can get Shawan over the phone, this is the National Herald's office, Herald House in Delhi, which has now been sealed. In the pictures, you can see the sleuths, I believe, carrying out the closure operations, and the Herald House near the ITO in Delhi is now being sealed. The status of all the occupants of the building, the tenants, as yet remains unclear, but obviously the Enforcement Directorate would go ahead with its investigation. And if we can get Shawan over the phone, and there is police deployment also. Now we are being told outside the National Herald House, some of which can be seen in the pictures. There is a crowd of onlookers present there, and we'll see if Anuj, our correspondent, is there on the ground. Anuj, if you can tell us if you are there at the Herald House or nearby, that what is the scene like there? Is the sealing process complete? What happens to the tenants, the occupants of the building? And is it one step short of attachment?
Well, Abhishek, we are also just trying to get the information if we talk about the whole process, but the latest what we have been told that it has been sealed now. As we have broken it yesterday also, if you talk about the Enforcement Directorate investigation, then some of the documents were seized yesterday. Some digital evidences were recovered by the Enforcement Directorate yesterday. If we talk about yesterday's raid, which happened at the 12 location, but if you talk about this particular building at the ITO, the Herald House, where National Herald office is, then we have been told that these were the documents, these were the digital evidences which was recovered yesterday by the Enforcement Directorate. On top of that, this was the statement which was recorded of the office bearer of the National Herald office. And this has happened after the questioning of Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi. We do remember 4 rounds of questioning with Rahul Gandhi was done by the Enforcement Directorate, and it was later Sonia Gandhi who was questioned by the Enforcement Directorate for the 2 days. And after these round of questioning, Enforcement Directorate taking the investigation ahead, we have seen has raided 12 locations yesterday, in which there were some important documents which has been recovered, some digital evidences which has been recovered, and on top of that, the statement of the office bearers was also recorded. Let me remind you, this was none other but Mallikarjun Kharge and Pawan Khera, who are the position holder in the Young Indian as well as in the other company. So both of them were there. They were also called in by the Enforcement Directorate. But the latest what we are breaking at this point in time is, the latest what we have been told, the office has been sealed now. The office has been sealed, and now this is to wait and watch, Abhishek, what exactly the evidences are, where the investigation has reached to. But the dots have been connected because the Enforcement Directorate, since from the day one, was having that much evidences, was having that much proof, through which they move ahead with the investigation, and we have seen it.
Ahead with the investigation, and we have seen it, how, as I was mentioning it earlier also, Rahul Gandhi was grilled by the Enforcement Directorate. Later it was none other but Sonia Gandhi also. And finally connecting the dots, looking into the shell company's role, what exactly were the role of the shell companies, what we have been told as they were raided at the multiple location. All the dots has been connected by the Enforcement Directorate, and this is big. This is big at this point in time when we have been told that the National Herald office is sealed. And if it is sealed, then yes, this is a sign that investigation has gone ahead, and the Enforcement Directorate is having enough of that evidences in their hand, and the investigation which have been done by the Enforcement Directorate office is proving the same by this action, that yes, they are having this much evidence in their hand and they have reached to this decision. So we are waiting for more update, Abhishek, that what exactly has happened. But we do remember, we do know that Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, the duo are the shareholder, 34% shareholder in the Young Indian, and how the asset was bought by, if we talk about AGL, yes, Abhishek.
Anuj, hold on to your thoughts. I have to go to Shawan. He's joining us over the phone. Shawan, just for the benefit of viewers, which property exactly is this? Is this the entire Herald House? Is it the office of National Herald? Is it the office of Young Indian? Is the entire building sealed or some parts of it? And if the entire building, then what happens of the tenants and occupants of the building?
We're getting the exact information right now, Abhishek. Let's just put this into perspective because many channels have got it completely wrong. The confirmation that we have got is that this is the Young Indian office, which is basically on the 4th floor is what I'm being told. The procedure that has taken place so far is that the Enforcement Directorate officials have basically reached there to execute a search warrant. What thereafter transpired was that not a single officer basically turned up. I'm being told by my source that the principal officer also did not turn up. And that is the reason why the Enforcement Directorate has basically sealed the premises, because the searches could not have been carried out. This is basically a preventive measure that has been taken because the searches have not been carried out, so that whenever the office is basically opened, that is the time that they can basically carry out the searches. So this is a preventive measure that has been taken. It is very different than a civil action that is taken generally when an attachment takes place. And there is no attachment. The property has not been attached. It has only been sealed right now, primarily because the Enforcement Directorate could not carry out the necessary searches in that particular office. And the principal officer did not turn up, and that is the reason why the office has now been sealed.
Also, all right, Shawan has to go and collect more information. Let me go to Aishwarya if he's there live with us from the newsroom. We only have Anuj as of now. Anuj, if you are moving in the direction of the National Herald House, please tell us what's the scene there. And please tell us what's the scene there, and are the occupants being evacuated? Let's go to MR Venkatesh, who joins us over the phone. MR Venkatesh, finally, the Enforcement Directorate closing in the National Herald's case after the questioning of the Gandhis. Now, the Herald House, one of the properties under scanner, being sealed by the agency in Delhi. You think that this is a move in the direction of effectively, ultimately, attaching the properties, as is the process in such cases?
Yes, the attachment under Section 5 has to go on. And before that, they probably require some more information. And if the information is not forthcoming, or if the information is being stonewalled by the people who want to stonewall it, the Enforcement Directorate has a right to conduct searches. 17, 18 are two provisions under which they do the search and seizure. And if the seizure or search is not allowed to be completed, or any premises is locked or is not opened up, then the next step is obviously to seal the premises so that the documents are not secreted away. So there are certain steps under 17 and 18 of the PMLA, which is what the ED has probably done. More importantly, Section 19 of PMLA deals with arrest. So probably you are talking about attachment of the property. That's given. That has to happen. The shares of Young India in AJL, 99.99% of shares or whatever is that, 90 crores worth of shares will be attached. That's a given. But the next important thing probably is the arrest of the persons involved in the laundering. That's the key thing.
All right, MR Venkatesh, just hold on to your thoughts. In fact, Mr. Subramaniam Swamy is joining us. He's the man who started this all. Mr. Swamy, ED moving in and sealing the Herald House in Delhi. They might follow it up with other properties as well. Remember, yesterday we had the agency carrying out searches in about 12 locations across the country connected with the National Herald case. You think the ED is finally catching up on the lost period of investigation, and finally we could be closer to having a full account of the scale of the scam? All right, I think we lost both MR Venkatesh and Subramaniam Swamy there. We'll try to connect again. We'll try to again connect with Mr. Swamy, even as Shawan gathers more information. That's a very important breaking news development coming in, and it is hoped. Okay, fine. So we get Aishwarya with us from the newsroom. Aishwarya, any more details that you have about the sealing exercise that is on? Would it end just at the Herald House in Delhi, or the ED is going to go ahead and do this with other properties also across the country? Remember, yesterday we had the ED going to about 12 locations connected with the National Herald's case.
But at this point of time, we are being told that after this massive development, there has been 144 implicated right on Akbar Road and right also outside the residences of Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi. So this is the latest development, because what we are being told that right after sealing of the National Herald office, we are being told that the Congress party might come out on the streets, or their supporters. So in that regard, this is just a developing situation right now, Abhishek. We are being told that the central zone, that is once again Akbar Road, right next to Khan Market. That is where Priyanka Gandhi resides, and right to the residence of Rahul Gandhi. That is very, very close to the Tughlaq Road police station. This is what has happened at this very point of time. That Delhi police is blocking the road to the AICC headquarters. That is what Jairam Ramesh is saying. But what is happening right now is that they are now after the sealing of the National Herald office, Abhishek, we are being told that the Congress supporters are planning for a massive protest on the streets of central Delhi. We are just getting certain developing situation. We have just accessed the sealing note. We have just accessed the sealing note, Abhishek. I'm going to be back with you in 20 seconds. 20 seconds, Abhishek.
Right, Aishwarya. In fact, even as you get the sealing note and read it to us, let me go to Anuj. He's joining us live from the ground. He has reached the Herald House. Anuj, please tell us what's happening there. What part of the Herald House has been sealed? What happens to the occupants? And are the ED sleuths still there? Are they talking to those people present and what is happening there on the ground?
Abhishek, these are the first images of the Herald House. I'm reporting from the Herald House, and on the top floor, that's the 4th floor where this particular office of Young Indian is, and what we have been told, that is the particular office which has been sealed. So these are the first images on Republic. We are showing on Republic Media Network. These are the first images we are showing. So Herald House. Yes, Abhishek. I'm reporting from the Herald House at this point in time. I'm reporting from the ITO. Yes, Abhishek.
If you can go inside, Anuj, and reach the place where the sealing order has been put in place.
Yes.
I have a copy of the order, but if you can show us on the ground where exactly it is put up. Is it for the entire building, all the premises, or just one part where the office of the Young Indian is? If you can go inside and tell us, please.
No, Abhishek.
And of course, I'll continue to read from the order, Anuj, till the time that you go inside. It says that it is hereby ordered that the premises not be opened without prior permission from the Directorate of Enforcement, B Block, Pravartan Bhavan, APJ Abdul Kalam Road, New Delhi 11. It's signed by somebody called Kuldeep Singh, Assistant Director, Directorate of Enforcement, and it has other signatures. So it's signed on 3rd of August, which is today. And Anuj, now you are inside. Please tell us.
Abhishek, we are just trying to get inside.
Well, that's the Herald House at the
He's telling us that we are not allowed to go upstairs. Guard साहब, अगर आप थोड़ा सा हमें बता सकें, चौथा
मेरी एक बार मेरी बात सुन लीजिए.
एक जानकारी के लिए थोड़ा सा पूछ रहे थे क्या चौथा माला सिर्फ बंद करा. The guard is not able to answer. But this exactly is the building, Abhishek. This exactly is the premises from where I am reporting. We are just trying to go ahead. This is on the 4th floor. Guard साहब, बस इतना मुझे बता सकें कि क्या चौथा माला. So these are the images. This is the entry. Abhishek. This is the entry. I'm just trying to. Yeah. Guide sir, I'm just.
सर मेरे भी बच्चे नहीं सर, इससे ज्यादा कुछ नहीं.
आप अगर मुझे बता सकें,
हम नहीं बता सकते.
नोटिस लगाए मेरे को,
इससे ज्यादा कुछ नहीं बता सकते सर जी.
चौथे फ्लोर पे कहाँ नोटिस लगाए
सर जी? ये सुनो, मेरे भी छोटे छोटे बच्चे हैं, मेरे को मना कर दिया. आप क्या चाहते हैं कि मेरे बच्चे भूखे मरे? आप चाहते हो क्या?
यहाँ किसके
नहीं, ये
सर मैं आपसे बस छोटी सी एक इन्फॉर्मेशन पूछा.
सर जी मेरे को
So we were just trying to get inside. But as we understand, this is the duty. We do understand this is the duty. So this exactly is the entry. This is the entry, and right now I'm reporting from the ground floor. This is on the 4th floor. If we talk about this particular office, where yesterday also the raid was conducted by the Enforcement Directorate, and that is something what we have been told, that this is the Young Indian office at the 4th floor. We are just trying to get more detail that what exactly has happened. And yes, this exactly is the same premises where the Enforcement Directorate,
that clarification
till 1:45 in the midnight, the Enforcement Directorate team was here. So this exactly is the same premises. So this is the area, this is the entry of the Herald House from where I am reporting. ये हेराल्ड हाउस की वो एंट्री है. ये हेराल्ड हाउस की वो एंट्री है जहां कल एनफोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट की रेड हुई थी. हमने देखा कि कितने घंटों तक, रात के 1:45 तक आपको बता दें कि यहां पे एनफोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट की रेड हुई है. अभी जो बताया जा रहा है मैं दर्शकों को दिखा देता हूं. ये एंट्री है. मैं ग्राउंड फ्लोर पे इस समय मौजूद हूं. फर्स्ट फ्लोर पे पासपोर्ट ऑफिस है, लेकिन चौथे माले पे वो यंग इंडियन का दफ्तर है जहां पे मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे और पवन खेड़ा को भी कल बुलाया गया था. तो यहां से आगे जाना हालांकि अभी परमिशन नहीं है, अलाउ गार्ड साहब से हमने बातचीत करी, नहीं कर रहे हैं, लेकिन बताया यही जा रहा है कि चौथे फ्लोर पे वो दफ्तर है. चौथे फ्लोर पे यंग इंडियन का वो दफ्तर है जहां पे.
All right, Anuj, hold on to your thoughts. In fact, Mr. Subramanian Swamy, the man who started it all, is joining us over the phone. Mr. Swamy, ED finally moving in to seal one property, that is of Young Indian, in the Herald House in Delhi. You think, like the searches and seizures that were carried out yesterday, ED could be finally moving closer to having a proper estimate of the scale of the scam?
Not only the scale of the scam, the scale of the lies they have told in the interrogation. I think they may have to be taken to Tihar jail and given custodial interrogation
treatment. And I think they should know that there is a law in the country, and those days are gone when anybody can be above the law. I mean, there are people who can manage to do that, but not for very long. I think what you must understand is that the Herald House is already property under seal in one sense of the Urban Development Ministry. There is a stay order which they have obtained at the level of the Supreme Court, and the matter has to be concluded. They lost in the High Court, and now it's in the Supreme Court. What they in the building, most of the floors are occupied by commercial companies like Tata's, these American companies, and so on. They're getting rent on that, and all that rent goes to young Indians. And so there's enough. Now, on the fourth floor, they have an office, and their documents are there, and you can't, in any company, it's impossible to get rid of all the documents. So the area has taken...
Mr. Swamy, just for clarification...
Yes?
Mr. Swamy, just for clarification, you said the rents are going to young Indian, which means they are going to the Gandhis, because the rents are not going to the Congress party, the rents are not going to AJL, because now that's anyway taken over by the young Indian.
Yeah, it's ridiculous for them to say that it doesn't go to our pocket. They don't need to. They're spending it. What are they spending it on? Only when the chartered accountants produce the accounts, we'll know what they've been spending it on. And they say, no, AJL is not a part of Young Indian. Maybe the 100% of the shares, almost 100% of the shares of AJL is held by Young Indian. So it's a Young Indian company. That is only a subsidiary now. AJL is a subsidiary. But they go on playing on all these things. And how long are you going to run away from the truth? It's impossible in such a matter to run away from the truth. They should make a clean breast of it and pay the price for having cheated the country.
Sir, I have two quick questions. I'll ask them together. My first question is that, like the rents in this case are going to Young Indian, you think rents of all the commercial properties across the country, 12 of which were raided by the Enforcement Directorate, could be going to the Young Indian, hence the Gandhis?
Yes.
And also, sir, you say about 2,000 crore rupees, but are we closer to getting the full scale of the scam unfolding?
It's a long way to go. There are many more things which will have to come out. I think they will study the accounts book and they'll come to know. Now,
Dr. Swamy, Harish Rawat of the Congress party is joining us and he wants to respond to you. Mr. Rawat, finally ED moving in, sealing the property of Young Indian in the Herald House. Would you respond to Dr. Swamy's charge that the rents were going to the Gandhis through Young Indian?
Young Indian is a non-profiting company. And that money which was transferred to AGL, that was the Congress party's money.
And that money remains with Young Indian.
No transaction has taken place. There कोई पैसा आदान प्रदान कुछ निकाला गया, कुछ लिया गया, कुछ है नहीं. प्रॉपर्टी जो AGL की थी वो एज इट इज है AGL के पास. और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है, स्वामी इज द चैंपियन ऑफ डेमोक्रेटिक राइट्स और फ्री प्रेस. डॉक्टर स्वामी से पूछेगा कि नेशनल हेराल्ड को सीज करना, उसकी फंक्शनिंग को सीज करना, वेदर इट इज ये बड़ा अजीब सा मामला है. मेरी समझ से स्वतंत्र भारत के इतिहास में पहली बार किसी पब्लिकेशन को इस तरीके से, किसी अखबार के दफ्तर को इस तरीके से पूरी तरीके से सीज किया जा रहा है. कोई कभी कोई कॉपी.
Mr. Rawat, actually अखबार के दफ्तर को नहीं किया है, but let Dr. Swamy respond to this. Dr. Swamy, if you are still there, Mr. Harish Rawat of the Congress party. Mr. Rawat, in fact DK Shiv Kumar आपकी पार्टी के ही हैं, वही हमारे साथ फोन लाइन पे हैं. Mr. Shiv Kumar, you have been investigated by the Enforcement Directorate, but now it seems that there is enough evidence available in the National Herald's case so that the ED can move in and seal the properties associated with this scam.
That is a different issue. Where is the money laundering which has been taken place? There is no money laundering which has been taken place. already the income tax had cleared it.